Straight from Canada, bro. From uncharted regions of the YouTubeverse comes the legend. The legend of Bleeker, reverend of the YouTube church. A mighty member, subbed by good, feared by haters. As Bleeker's legend grew, peace settled across the YouTube stream. In Bleeker's church, a YouTube alliance was formed. Together with the Hunt and Insomniacs, they maintained grails throughout the Collectorverse until a new, horrible collector threatened the community. Bleeker was needed once more. This is the shout-out of the Freaky Force for the comic community. Specially written by Freaky Louie to shout out Bleeker, Reverend of the YouTube Church. Bleeker, Reverend of the YouTube Church.
I love that, dude.
It's awesome, eh? Freaky Louie did such an awesome job on that. I can't thank him enough, actually.
That is,
you know what? What's
great.
one that's funny, and I can actually ask Doc this a little bit because you've been collecting longer than us, or at least collecting, seriously longer than us.
Well, I'm just older than you both.
Well, there's that, but no, but just in general, like so when that part comes up, where it's like, oh, like the evil elements of the community, right? Do you remember, like let's say 80s, 90s, any of that shit, like I mean, speculators, yes.
Oh, now do I remember it. My brother was deep in it, man. I at some point my brother got away from comics, so I was pulling out I'd forgotten everything he got, and I had like 20 of each McFarlane Spider-Man #1.
Oh man.
And this is before I started collecting again. I was just annoyed at how much shit I had in my house. So I literally got on Craigslist. It's like, who wants to take this shit? And someone just took it. I just gave it away, man. To some random dude. Now I'm like, oh, if I kept that, I could have distributed all of them. It was one of my stupid moments. But yeah, we had a lot of stuff from the 90s. We were buying doubles. Now it benefited me too, because I had like 2 New Mutant 98s because my brother was buying 2 of everything. And we had I have a bunch of good stuff from the 90s that I kept. I didn't give away everything, but yeah, there was some stuff where we just had piles and piles of the same book because he was specking on it. And
it's so funny.
Yeah, if either one of us had really smarts, we would have been going to the cons and buying some silver and gold,
But that's the thing that's so weird. It's just like everyone's like, oh, like the speculations and the FOMO and all the rest of this. Now, I don't think FOMO existed in that same way, just because no one knew they're gonna miss anything. You know what I mean? But like, I definitely think that like the speculators, though, it was there, and it's just like, people like, oh, this speculation thing's out of control. It's like, yeah, it's been there for a long time.
Oh yeah,
like
and
it's not anything new.
And that was real spec on everything that was coming out at the moment. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the past stuff or vintage. It was no secondary market was, people talk about the collapse of comics then. That was not the secondary market, not Bronze Age and Silver. It was purely the modern comic industry just had a collapse, which was big and sad, Yeah.
But that's a different type of speculation as well, though, too. You're not speculating because a movie's coming out.
Right.
You're actually doing real reading and real speculating. You're knowing that this is a first character. You didn't have all of the tools that we all have now.
Right.
With the key collectors and the cover prices. We've got a lot of luxuries now that we didn't have back in the 90s.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
I mean,
if you were buying
Chris, I was well in it and fueling it to some extent.
Yeah, if you were buying 3 copies of New Mutants 98 because you damn well knew what comics were. You knew your comic books, man. That's just the way that was.
It was an example of a broken clock is right twice a day. So you buy all sorts of garbage, you get some good stuff. Yeah. And I don't say garbage, but it wasn't a good investment. They were fun books, man. I have only good memories of the 90s when it comes to comics. Only good, man. It is nothing bad. It was fun. It was ridiculous. It was over the top. It was awesome.
Well, the best part about that too is that, like, some of the books that now are like expensive that nobody would have, like, it's just like, oh, like you think back on like some of these like like that Alf number 18. Like who the hell thought that was gonna whatever that Alf 38, the one who's got the seal. It's just like, dude, nobody thought it was a big deal until like way later. Whoa. Yeah, about 14 of these things. Like, dude, they're like $300 a pop. There's no one else.
Yeah,
It's
it's random stuff sometimes.
Time that makes a comic book expensive. Once once enough people see it, they're like, yeah, you're right. It does look like he's fucking that seal. And
Yeah.
That's it.
That's a
it
great
just cracks
book.
me up.
And I've never owned that book. Yeah, I gotta get me.
We got K-pop. We got Evil's Comics in the house. We got Geeko with Roscoe. How's everybody doing this morning? I hope you're all well. Thank you very much for being with us here. We got Doc here, obviously. Doc, the celebrity of the
well, let's not go too far.
He is a on the road. He does road stuff.
Oh, you got Puff.
Puff's here. I can't. I'm doing it on such a small phone. I can't see who the chat is.
See, now I'm surprised that Puff is actually on, because usually he is out and about going to comic shows every moment that he gets. Like every weekend, he's always posting something on Instagram. Like, yep, went to this show here, and every time he goes to a con, it looks like it's like a huge show every time. And it's just the whole crew of them. So down in their area, they clean up. They have to, just because
the Florida crew's tight, man. Yeah, it's a nice group, man. Bleak, you got to get together with Alan and start, scouring. Just forget.
That's the thing, though. Alan has them crazy. I mean, he'll help you find stuff. I give you that. Just if I'm being.
But Alan doesn't go out and about to places. He does it from his. He's like in his lab. He's like in his evil laboratory in the basement with his. He doesn't leave his basement. He just acquires things through the internet.
My favorite showing of books has got to be when you and Alan were on Dope Comics, and you guys all just showed a bunch of amazing books, man. That was. You guys
Which one?
When you guys were all on Dope Comics.
Oh, right.
That was probably the best show I've ever seen on YouTube as far as quality and scale of comic books, man. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, Alan brings out, he always has Alan has everything. He collects everything. I'm on a chat with Golden Age guys, and at some point I saw someone being like, anybody heard of this comic collector guy? He collects everything, and everybody's like, wow, he has like no fun. He just gets anything. And
that's the craziest thing with him. Like you bring up a book, you're like, oh, what you mean this thing here?
Yeah, he'll pull it right out of his ass.
I got to make a deal with Alan. I think he's got 2 copies of Cocaine #3, and I really want that.
Oh, yeah, you got to get that. Remember at the Boston show, at the Boston Fan Expo, I showed him. I was like, oh, there's one here. I was talking with the guy. The guy wanted. I was like, and I was saying to Bleak, I was like, all right, so this is the price he's saying. He says he wants like $800. I was like, no, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. I was like, do you want me to give me information? See if you can one day. And he's like, I mean, I think it was like a 9.4 or some crap like that. He's like, yeah, he's like, it's a tough book to find, and this high of a grade, best I can do is like $750. I'm like, don't tell me, I ain't buying that shit. Like, I don't have money.
Alan will sell his second books probably, but he's not going to let it go cheap necessarily.
I know.
No, you gotta give him. He's probably gonna be the hottest person to make a trade with too, because it's like, I have like 4 of those, or I already have.
Yeah. How do you find something he doesn't already have?
Nothing in my collection that I'm not gonna have. He doesn't already have.
I think the only thing that you might be able to get to him would be if you have like good girl art stuff, like maybe, because if you have something that's like, if you have some like good girl art stuff, like the old Archie books and stuff like that,
I'll send him a goddamn hooker if that's what it takes. I will send you a hooker, Alan, a good girl hooker if that's what you want.
Yeah. No, he has a formidable collection for sure, man.
Big time.
Yeah.
We got Pup Comics hanging out. We got Gabe hanging out. Jesus, we got Aggressively Relaxing, Benny Compton, Benny Blanco from the Bronx. Awesome.
Nice.
I find that to be just fun. Like when you see somebody has books like that, it's just like, and then it's like kind of one of those things where, it's, I think, even more fun when the person knows them. I mean, really, like, it's not just like, hey, I have a ton of books just to have them. It's like, no, I like this is where this story comes from, and check out this thing here, and oh, if you like this, then maybe you should check out this. It's just like, damn, Alan, like he sits there and reads every last one of them. Good for him.
Yeah,
he knows a lot about them. I'm not like he just knows a ton about comics, but so do a few good people here though. Like you know a lot about comics, Chris. So does Doc. You guys know your shit, man.
I know my stuff in my lane. If I get out of my lane, I get ignorant real fast. Like Good Girl,
fair.
I wouldn't even begin to know. I know the big Good Girl books in Golden Age, but I am not an expert in Good Girl art covers or jungle art. There's a bunch of stuff. Like Alan likes all Good Girl. He definitely, but he knows a lot about other stuff. But he's not as much into World War II as I am, but he still has a good knowledge of it for sure.
Yeah.
Your World War II collection is amazing. Collecting with Dares, really thank you very much for shouting out my channel. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
You know what is that he has, so his collection is so just expansive as far as like everything he had, that like he literally has, I think, just about what everybody collects as far as like where their passions and grails are at. So it's just like, it's funny because he's like, oh, you get that second cocaine comes, whatever. But then he's like, if you start looking, he's like, oh, what's that crumb stuff you got over there? Oh, you get some Fritz the Cat, you get this, and you just sit there and just
he's got the first appearance of Wonder. He's got the first appearance of Wonder Woman. Like, come on, that's like when you start talking to a guy that has the first appearance of Wonder Woman, when you know there's a really finite amount of those copies around, that's something, man. That's something.
That's right.
And that's what I find to be amazing, is just that, like, because most people will be like, yeah, I had the first appearance of Wonder Woman, and maybe like I have a grand total of 100 books in my collection, and this is the top one out of all of them. That's where it ends. But his is just like, I mean,
Alan's first appearance of Wonder Woman is just to begin. It's just like one of many.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's like, yeah, no, I didn't stop there. I just kept going. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
So
and he the thing that helps Alan too is he's not super picky. So like I know collectors who would never take anything with slightly brittle pages or that is restored, or whereas he doesn't mind if it's restored, if it's he doesn't care about the so much about the grade or a lot of things that frees him up to really be able to get stuff if as an opportunist. If you're too picky, man, it gets a lot harder.
Well, that's he doesn't mind getting stuff restored, and I've been on that train as well. When you see a nice restored book, it looks beautiful. I'd rather have a really nice looking copy.
I mean, between you and me, a Fantastic Four that someone took a white thing and just covered some blemish with a little white ink on one little corner, therefore it becomes color touch. That will decrease the value by
a lot,
50+%.
Yeah.
So to me, that's a good deal. Then why not?
Because basically the rest of the book's perfect. All I got to do is cut that corner off or rip it off.
You or just leave it, not worry about it.
Or just leave it. Yeah. You're good to go, man. Look at this. I bought an 8.5 because I just ripped off this corner. Now it's a 7. And I'm like, good. I don't know.
It certainly opens you up to get really good deals in an age when some of these things are pretty damn expensive, for sure.
Somebody came in my shop last week and asked me if I trimmed books, and I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Actually, I was like, "You gotta leave, bro. I can't."
Trimmed, but he asked you if you trimmed books.
Yeah,
because he was interested in you're trimming a book for him.
Yeah, he's.
Oh yeah, I'm amazed that people would still even do anything like that. But wow,
I'm like, that's insane. Wow. Get the hell out of here.
I would never want to trim a book. I mean, not that I'm a stickler for nothing like that. I mean, I would hope that my books don't get trimmed, but I could never bring myself to ask, like, do you mind trimming off this piece here? Just take a little off the edge, Like, no, not happening.
You trim a book and you never wet clean. In my opinion, there's people that are good at wet cleaning. They can keep doing that. I think it's bad for your book. But hey, on the wall.
Nope.
I actually watched a channel where that guy was doing that. Like he had wet cleaned the book, and he'd done it with a couple actually. And he basically took the book apart, took the staples off, and was just cleaning everything. And it was funny that he used one of the things he used kind of screwed up one part of it because it's like, he didn't know that there's like some such and such oxide thing, and he was like, oh, he's like, one thing I didn't know was back in the day when they used, I guess it moved some color off, so it was like the reds that were in there, or something that would offset the reds would be yellow, was actually like some type of metal that they would use in the color printing process. And he's like, yeah, so now it's all really red. I didn't know that was going to happen, but look how nice
really
this
cool.
cover looks now. It's just like,
That's a great jacket.
But I mean, watching him do it was just like, it was pretty cool. I was just like, I would never do that. I not skilled enough. I would be too nervous to ruin somebody's book.
There's different levels of comfort when it comes to cleaning and dealing with comics. I mean, as since you got Chris, you do some pressing and cleaning. I didn't know that.
No, I just been watching. The
Gotcha. So I know Bleeker does, but do you watch Jerry the Jitterbug? Jerry does a lot of stuff online.
Oh my God, that guy scares the shit out of me. Jerry the Jitterbug. Comic. I think it's Doctor. That guy scares the crap out of me, man.
Yeah.
Like, they use peroxide and water to clean.
Even Night Tiger started delving into stuff where he really like. Whenever I see a comic in like a bath of solvent, I'm just like, holy crap. Scares me, but these guys, this is what these guys do, man. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It is pretty amazing. I just, I don't know, man.
You definitely want to practice with some things that aren't very expensive. You could get you could get some old Golden Age books that aren't actually too expensive and like just mess around with it. Not worry about it.
That's regular comic pressing you need to practice. Never mind that. That's like science, man. That's what.
It becomes a real chemistry lab.
So actually, it's funny. Splash Page was saying that, like, when he first started doing pressing, like when he first started pressing books, he's like, I didn't know the settings to do it right, and I didn't know how much pressure to put and all the rest of it. So I guess the first books that he pressed were modern books that no one cared about. And they came out basically looking like a potato chip after. He's like, I squashed them so hot and I put the heat up so much that I squashed them and they basically like solidified. I was like, oh, that's not good.
Oh man,
like that's not good. But like, I guess he's gotten better since then. But he's like, yeah.
As long as he wasn't doing a Hulk 181,
No, he just want to try his hand. Like, I'm gonna try this out, and it's just like, I mean, I give credit to the people that do it, and it's definitely from what I've seen. Because some people go, just just press it out and take like an hour or something like that. It's like, no, it's a big process. Like depending on what you're having done, it could be like you're talking about a couple of days, sometimes even a couple of weeks, to make sure that everything is like to see how much progress they can make on that book. I mean, if you're giving somebody something easy where it's like, all right, this is a 9.6, it shouldn't take too long to make it. Probably a 9.8 candidate, that's easy. But if you're looking at something that like has pressable defects, that's maybe like an 8.0, and it's like, and then as they keep going, it's just like, I'm looking at this and I still think I can get this out. I really do. And it's just like, and then you see the results and it comes back, it was an 8.0 and now it's, a 9.4. It's like, whoa, that's a big bump.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. So, yeah, that's
apparently Jerry the Jitterbug should be tried as a witch. I agree.
The other person who does a lot is Bub. Bub does his own stuff, and he's done some pretty good jobs on his own. He's had some pretty good grade bumps with stuff. He's in his own person. Yeah, I don't think he does it for other people as much. And Geek Aficionado does some work too. He does a lot of work.
I'm curious to see what Dustin's getting into, because he's getting
Dustin. I forgot. Yeah, he's
getting some pretty magnificent grade bumps, and I don't think he's just pressing and using a dry eraser. I feel like he's doing some more stuff over there. So
yeah, I tried to get, after I saw him get his Walking Dead 1 bump from 9.6 to 9.8. I tried to do the same thing. I just got the same grade. I was like, God damn it.
Yeah, what's crazy with that too is that
bastard.
Like, he did the thing that I think that, I mean, I don't know why more people aren't doing it, but why are people not looking up PGX? People look up and beg, oh, PGX. Dude, if it's a good high grade book, especially if it's a book that something like, if you see a Walking Dead and it's like a good price and it's a PGX and it's like, oh, PGX 9.6, you buy that shit.
Yeah,
like
that's
if
true.
you press it, that's a 9.8. You could sell that and make your money back to like times 2 almost.
I bought a 9.4.
I would agree with you on everything there, Chris, except for Golden Age PGX as a the problem with Golden Age is different companies have different page counts and stuff and weird stuff, and they're notorious for not having like missing centerfolds and stuff. So if you get a PGX that's a 4.0 and then it gets a 0.5 because they're missing something, I can't say that can't happen anywhere, honestly, but PGX specifically has a reputation for that. But it's I think it's worth, depending if you got a good price, so it's probably worth a shot even then.
Yeah. Well, I would say any modern book that's not like super overpriced, like obviously like if you're gonna sit there and look at it and it's like, all right, the price they're gonna charge you for this first appearance of Gambit is the same as what they're gonna charge you for a CGC, then obviously
don't even bother.
But if you're looking at it and it's like a good, like let's say like it's a good, I don't know, at least 25% like lower than what you would pay to. Absolutely, why not? Why wouldn't you take a shot? I would.
Yeah.
So.
I'd always take a shot on a PGX book. If you can get it cheaper, take a shot on it. There's people that are trying to sell PGX books as the same price these days because they know the books inside of it.
I actually don't have any PGX anymore. I used to have a few. I had my Hulk 2 was a PGX. My first Supergirl was a PGX.
Wow.
Hulk 2, just a tiny little comic book.
Yeah, but I got it at good deals. Just like you said, it was literally, I think it was at the time I got that Hulk 2 was probably a $2,000 book for CGC for the same grade. And it went for like $1,300. I was like, all right, I'll take that chance. It was sort of a.
Mr. Beckerman, good morning. How are you, sir? I hope you're well.
I mean, that always, I don't know. I just find it funny. Like, I mean, just because it's not, it's funny that it's not that they have a tarnished or bad reputation. Just people know that, like, as far as grading companies, it's like, that's definitely the low number 3. Which is like, if you get it, it's not what you want. But.
Chris, check this out. I used to have a Mystic 9, I think, which is a Destroyer cover. It's a old timely, and it was a CGG. That was the original PGX name, was CGG, and I actually traded it off, and I know the person who has it, and he broke it out and sent it to CGC. So I'm curious to see how that goes. I want to know if it had all its pages or not. So I'll part 2 of that story will come up when I find out what happened to it. And
I see. Me being who I am, like if it was the old, if it was CGG, like the old thing, I don't think I'd be like, you know what, nobody has this. Like I'll definitely keep this in this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
I sort of needed to trade it, but I'm sad to see it go, even though it was definitely a rarity to have. It was a piece of history, but
that's really what it is at this point. It's like a fucking forgotten piece of history. I didn't even realize that was the case at this point.
Yeah, it was and I think the guy sent it to get cleaned and pressed and stuff. So I'm not sure. So we'll see. Yeah, it he might have done really well, or who knows? But I hope he did really well.
Yeah, I got a He-Man 9.
I hope he did really well. God damn it, why did I get rid of it? This is the highest graded copy of this book that we've ever seen. Oh, God,
then I might feel a little like, oh shit, but no, there's no way, because it had a lot. You could see it that had some issues, but it was one of the Hitler cover books. So it's one of the rare moments I actually traded one of my Golden Age Hitler covers. But I'll have to keep an eye up.
What'd you end up getting in return? Anything good? No.
I traded it towards a bunch of stuff. So stuff that I'm acquiring at this moment. Yes, a lot of good stuff. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can never really get upset with that. Where it's just, you made it out.
Left your collection. I'm shocked.
Yeah. What's that?
I'm shocked one of those books left your collection.
No, yeah, I know. I'm a little annoyed. What did I do? Why did I do that?
But that's like even watching sports. It's like, all right, this team drafts this guy, and it's like, oh, this guy's gonna be great. And all of a sudden, it's like, you know what? Like, and you find a team that's like, no, like we'll 100% take that guy and give you all this stuff in return. And it's like, okay, so it's just like, was it the Cowboys when they did it with was it, I think, Phil Dorsett or whatever? They traded him and a couple other people to go ahead and be like, oh, they traded him and a couple others, and they're like, all right, so we're gonna get the draft pick for Emmitt Smith and this and this and this, and then they basically, all right, so we'll rule the 90s and keep winning Super Bowls. You want Phil Dorsett, you can have him. Here you go.
That Dallas team in the 90s was formidable.
Yeah. And that all
I don't miss it, and I hope Dallas never wins again.
Well, the fun.
Are you a Dallas fan, Chris? You're not a Dallas fan, are you?
No, Patriots.
Okay.
I mean, live in New England, but it's just
Dallas,
one of those things. Where
what was it? Dallas, and then in hockey, wasn't it the Detroit Red Wings in the 90s? They
Red Wings.
Yeah. I love the Red Wings.
I was a Flyers fan, somewhat, not a huge fan, but the Detroit Red Wings beat us good, man. In the one time we made it to the finals.
I'm a Pittsburgh fan, so you and I are
Penguins. Yeah,
you and I are enemies now. Shit.
Well, I lived in Pittsburgh 6 years, man, and I like the Penguins.
All right.
Here's one of the things I got for my.
Let me make it big.
It's restored, but Cap 2.
That's pretty awesome.
That's nice.
It's a first round shield, and it's a Hitler cover.
And it's Cap 2. That's fucking amazing.
It has color touch, and it's all on the corner next to the C. You could see it's much darker. They sort of ham-handedly colored in the red there. It's hard to. I have too much glare in here. I'm sorry.
That's okay, bro.
I don't have my setup.
Look at that comic. Look at that.
It's pretty cool book.
That's amazing.
That's awesome. One of the. It was a trade for some stuff and other stuff,
That's really awesome.
But see, that's that Tony Dorsett trade. It's like, oh, you want Tony Dorsett? Yeah, here you go. You can have him, and we'll get all these pieces in return. So it's just like,
Now we still might be enemies because I'm actually an Eagles fan. I'm actually
fucking Eagles, eh?
Well, I'm in Philly, man. I try to be a fan of the local team of where I live, and Philly. The Eagles have made it easy. That they've been a good organization for quite some time. The Sixers. I'd love to be a Sixers fan, but they just do such a shitty job. My son and I were just discussing. We've decided we're gonna be Denver fans. We just love that team so much. It's like
what? And you can get high in Denver. I feel like Denver's the way to go.
Yeah. Or you can get high in Philly. Don't worry.
I get sad news for everybody. The Milwaukee Bucks are now the best team in the NBA.
Yeah,
because they got Damon Lillard.
Let's see how they gel, but that's a good team. Yeah.
Everybody's a Chiefs fan now. Everybody loves the Chiefs.
Wow. I'm a fan of Andy Reid. I don't. A lot of Philadelphia people hate Andy Reid, but I like Andy Reid, and he's done well, so I'm pleased. And as an Eagles fan, I will say this. He outcoached us in the Super Bowl, man. And it's a little annoying because Andy Reid was never a good coach in game. I felt like he would never. But, he made great decisions, and they outcoached us.
Well, he's been around long enough that, and really, when you look at his career, it's just like, he's been, just winning on a high level for a long time. So it's just like, eventually he was going to come through. It was just like, just a couple, mistakes here and there.
I think we made it to the conference finals like 5 times in a row with him or something. It was something ridiculous. Yeah. Don't quote me on that. And we made 1 Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And we met those Patriot guys, those jabronis.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. And then we hadn't beat them, but then, they got their revenge.
To me, the two goats in sports are Jordan and Tom Brady, man. No one will tell me otherwise, man. Those two guys know how to win.
They have to be. They have to be the goats of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really kind of it's a weird thing when you think about it like that. It's like, the best to ever do it. And people are like, wow, but look at this guy. He's like, yeah, but it's one of those things where like there's so many different other factors you can throw in there. Like, this one for these, especially like when it comes to Brady, it's just like there's so many other things that you can sit there and say like, oh well, Brady only won, he won this many here and this. It's like, yeah, but look what he had to work with. Like, it wasn't like he had a lot of teams where he had.
What really cinches it for Brady is if you talk to his teammates, what they have to say, and that So when the teammates, even the defensive team, will say somehow he makes everybody better, man. He just has a way of doing it. Yeah,
well, for them, that's impressive. Like, we don't have to be on the field as much. You can score the ball. Like we're going in with a lead. Oh, this is great.
Well, playing with Brady is like playing with your coach on the field. Like he's that good, man. He's just a really schooled football player. The guy's amazing. And I hate to say
that's evident too.
Brady, but he's the best football player to ever live.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
The last team he was on, if they didn't have so much injury problems, that could have been another one, man. They had a lot of problems, that Bucs team.
Yeah. Like they lost Godwin like right before That I don't know if they lost in that game or right before that game though. So it was like, like they lost one of their better receivers, and then Antonio Brown had his thing that he was doing. Everything kind of fell apart. But it's like, but that year that he was there though, it was just like, I mean, you could tell that they were that good, and people were like, oh, like the Bucks have never been good, and I was like, no, the Bucks were definitely on their way to being better. It's just, but now that you get this guy, I mean, and that's the whole thing. It's just like, you gave Brady all these weapons to work with, and I mean, he even rejuvenated Leonard Fournette too, because Leonard Fournette was on waivers and nobody wanted him. Like, no, give me this guy, I can work with him, and where everyone wants to go ahead and make the, I guess, is it really, was it Belichick or was it Brady? Who was it? It's just like really 3 years in, it's just like it was Brady. Like, Brady was the difference maker. Brady was the one that like made Belichick's mistakes not as crucial as they are now. Because now he makes a mistake and it's just like, you can see where you fucked up, and people like. I
mean, don't get me wrong, Belichick's an excellent coach, man. If he, definitely. But Brady, Brady's special. Brady's special, man.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like when you're able to go ahead and when you have that person on your team, it's just like when the Lakers had Kobe and Shaq, it's just like you can make a lot of mistakes with those guys around. It's like, oh, all right, we're 3 of 22 from 3 points, and we keep hoisting them, but these guys are going inside and scoring 55 points each. It's like, so we'll win this game because of that.
The fact that Shaq's rookie card is so cheap, as cheap as it is right now, if you go look up Shaquille O'Neal's rookie cards, they're all really pretty cheap for that. The quality, that guy, every team he was on, they got a championship, man. Like,
but people knew Shaq. I heard of Shaq when he was in college, and everybody was already like, before he even like stepped on the NBA floor, people were like, we're going to buy up his cards. Whereas Tom Brady's rookie card, if you get that in a mint condition, that's $1 million plus card, because no one gave a shit about Tom Brady. No one knew
13th. Wasn't he like a 13th draft pick or?
He was sixth round.
Yeah,
sixth round. 6 guys went ahead. Actually, it's funny. There's a documentary about it, which is like,
and if Drew Bledsoe hadn't gotten hurt, who knows? I mean, he still would have become the GOAT, but that really just boomed.
Yeah, he would have become the GOAT on a different team. I know that for a fact, because they would have rode Bledsoe until the rails fell off. Like Bledsoe wouldn't have been gone if it wasn't for if he didn't get hurt. Like that's why I say that. Like, because people are like, oh, like the most important player to Patriots history is Mo Lewis.
I remember watching Tom Brady when he won his first Super Bowl, and he's like going to Drew Bledsoe. He's like, "We won!" He was so like young and enthusiastic. It was funny to watch.
Oh, he was so excited, and like Drew was like, "Yeah, we won."
It reminded me of Magic Johnson was hugging Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was like, "What are you doing?" We just It was like the first game. They hadn't even played more than. It was like the first game of the season, and they won on a buzzer beater. Magic Johnson's like hugging Kareem, who's like, "What the fuck?"
He's like, we got 81 more of these, right? And the playoffs. But you better get ready.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson is my dude, man. I fucking loved that guy when I was.
My god.
Posters all over my wall of that guy.
Bleak, let me tell you a story about Magic Johnson, because I'm not a person to get autographs or any of that stuff. But at some point when I was living in the city, the All-Star game was in Philadelphia. I think it was 2003. I can't remember. And he wasn't playing in it, but so I'm in my little gym in Philly, and there's Magic Johnson working out in the gym, and my wife's here too. There, and I'm like, holy shit, Magic Johnson's working out in our gym. So it just so happens he walks out when I walk out, and I'm like, Magic, and he looks at me. I'm like, you're the best. And my wife's like, you nerd, and he's just sort of like, oh, thank you. I was like this giddy little kid, man. Hey, you're the best, Magic.
Like, what are you gonna say? It's just like, it's Magic Johnson.
Oh my god, yeah. It was just I was just like, whoa. I couldn't believe it, man. Magic Johnson. And I was never a Laker fan, but I'm a fan of basketball. And he was I just love that his era of basketball I have such good memories. Anybody on that era, I don't care if I disliked them at the time. I love them now just because good memories.
Well, the thing that's crazy too is so the HBO show Winning Time, I feel like they had designs on doing that for a while, and unfortunately they had to cancel it. So after 2 seasons, it's over. But
did they cancel it already? That sucks.
Yeah, but they ended it. I think it's kind of I think it's in a way it's almost fitting for me, because it's like, you know what? So ending it on the 1984 championship when they beat the Lakers, I was like, Oh yeah, you get in the show. Go right ahead. End it right there.
Fucking Boston over here.
End it right there. There you go.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the Larry Bird Magic Johnson documentary, that is one of that's a great documentary for both. I mean, it just really
fantastic documentary.
Yes, that's one of my favorite documentaries for sure.
I think you can watch it on YouTube for free too.
Yeah, and I got to watch the Jordan doc. I haven't seen that one. I've heard that's
it's not the first time in sports. Almost in every sport, there's always two guys, man. There are two girls that are fighting for that make each other better. You know.
Yeah.
If there wasn't
a rivalry helps, man. A good rivalry helps your your cachet, reputation, etc.
Yeah, man. Andre Agassi and Pete Sampras.
Oh yeah.
Like all these
Federer, Nadal, or Djokovic.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's always that rivalry that makes you better, which is great.
100%.
Puff. I hope you're a Magic fan. I'm a Magic fan.
No, you can't. You need to get dressed first. Go ahead.
Puff.
How you doing, brother?
Is Puff like the Orlando Magic?
Orlando Magic, when they had whatchamacallit, it was good. When they had
Magic Johnson and Penny Hardaway.
Oh my God.
And they had what's his name? They had Tracy McGrady, Anderson, I think. I forget his name.
Nick Anderson.
Remember Magic
You
remember Magic's last game when he got elbowed in the mouth?
Yeah,
that was it. That was the fucking end of it, man. It was like
I remember the team. It was Dennis Scott, Dennis Royal.
I think Markelle Fultz is on their team now, and we drafted him. He couldn't do anything for us, and now he's like lighting it up.
Well, that was the thing. He got hurt early in, and that was like I don't know. I was sitting there. I remember we had that first pick in the draft, and they were like, they're gonna trade it down to Philadelphia. I'm like, what? And then like, we'll take Jason Tatum, and Tatum.
That to me sums it up right there, Chris. Is that we had a chance to have Jason Tatum, man, and we've had. I mean, don't even get me started on the Sixers. How many bad decisions? Thank God we got rid of Ben Simmons. That's all I got to say about that. But I'm not a fan of at this point. Harden. I liked him when he was on OKC, but at this point, I prefer to see him go.
I think for him, he's got just the superstar syndrome. Like he's like, I'm the best player on any team I play on. Like, okay, great, but
he's a little over the hill. He hasn't realized it yet. You just look at his weight, his movement. He's not the guy that was in the beginning of Houston when he was early in Houston or in OKC when he was driving to the hoop and finishing. No matter who was there.
And that was the thing. I don't think anybody expected him to be that good. So he took a lot of people by surprise at first.
Well, he used to be he was a sixth man for a long time. It wasn't even a starter on OKC. He was like Vinnie Johnson from Detroit. He would just come in and light everything up suddenly.
Yeah, Puff. No, I understand that. A lot of New York Knicks fans feel that. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, they had a bunch of stuff that they just,
Patrick Ewing was a beast. He was a beast. He was.
Oh, are you talking about Charles Smith, Puff, not able to finish?
Yeah.
So I lived in Manhattan, Brooklyn 2 years, Manhattan 4 years, and I was a Knicks fan in the 90s. And as I say, when I'm living somewhere, to me, family and friends are who you're loyal to. Sports teams, I don't give a fuck. If I live in that town and I like the sports team, I'll become a fan. I could change my allegiance. Doesn't hurt anybody.
Nice.
So I was a Knicks fan for years, and I love that team. John Starks, Charles Smith, Charles Oakley, Patrick Ewing, Xavier McDaniel, Anthony Mason. Man, that was my team.
But good team. That's a good team.
Yeah, we could not beat the Bulls. The Bulls were the Bulls are amazing. I was a Piston when I lived in my home state of New Mexico. I was actually a Pistons fan for a bit, and the Bulls have had to they learned from the Pistons how to win.
Yeah,
and then the Knicks were the recipient of that.
See now, it's saying a pattern here. So you were a Pistons fan, and then you like so you were a fan of the tough guy teams, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know what it was, Chris. I really I grew up in the day when Boston and Boston and Lakers dominated everything. And for some reason, I just wanted to be a contrarian because most people in my home state were Laker fans. New Mexico is close enough to California; they typically were Laker fans, so they just annoyed me. But Boston, I don't know, for whatever reason, I couldn't get in. I respect. I mean, I love Larry Bird, and that team is an amazing team, but so I gravitated to the Sixers for a little bit, and then they disappeared with Moses Malone and Cheeks going away, and then I liked the Pistons. So I was just sort of being contrary to Boston and Lakers at the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny too is that you bring that up. It's like, you have, because Dr. J got old, and then Cheeks, same deal. Like you said, they went away, and Moses Malone got traded. But it's like, if you look at that team again, it's just like they were built as a tougher team, and then it's like, oh no, we're gonna hitch our wagon to Barkley. He's gonna be the guy. It's like, and then you look back, it's like they didn't have anybody for years.
Barkley is one of the saddest fucking tales of basketball history ever, man. That guy deserves a fucking championship. He was amazing.
He was
I don't feel sorry for Barkley, man. I'd give to be Barkley for 10 minutes, man.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, the thing was, like,
Barkley's one of my favorite people in the whole world, man. I love Barkley. I just love Barkley, man. If he were down and out, I would help him out, man. Barkley, I love that guy.
Well, Barkley's problem.
I've always wanted to meet Shaquille O'Neal. I just think the guy would be amazing to party with. I feel like Shaquille O'Neal would be a fun dude to hang out with.
Oh yeah, he's clever. He's talented. He's just, man. He's great. Yeah.
And he's humongous. Who's gonna fuck with him?
Yeah.
He's fucking 9 feet tall.
Dude, I'd be like, let's go out, man. Come on, I'm gonna take you, old man, and then he'd crush me. It would be great.
Absolutely.
Barkley's problem was that he was such an expensive player that they couldn't afford to put anyone around.
Is that what happened?
Pretty much. It was just like, all right, so you're getting all this and you're winning all these awards, and it's just like, we can't.
I was a fan of Allen Iverson, and he had a reputation of not practicing well, but he left it out on the floor. So Allen Iverson, I respect him. He was never shortchanging anybody when it came to his play on the floor, and he gets a lot of heat for shenanigans, and some of it deserved. But Barkley, if you listen to Dan Marley talk about Barkley goofed around in practice. He was worse than Iverson. He didn't take practices seriously at all. He was just like shooting up threes, not really, he was supposedly just not like Jordan. You picture Jordan, like that guy never knew how to turn it off. But then game time came. Barkley was on point, man. He was on point, never didn't leave anything out. He just put it all out there.
We got famous Allen Iverson, man. Practice.
Yeah.
We talking about practice.
Not a game.
Badges. We don't need no stinking badges.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty crazy too. And then when you brought up the whole thing with Phoenix, it's like that's the first time he actually had a lot of pieces around him. It's just like, they should have won that. They just
had to beat the Bulls, man.
they should have won that. The problem was that they ran to a juggernaut, and it was just like
same with Utah Jazz, Suns, Knicks. Those guys had to beat. The Houston Rockets got lucky in the sense that Jordan actually took a hiatus to play baseball. Otherwise, Houston Rockets wouldn't have won shit either, in my opinion. If Jordan just stayed on that team would not have lost.
So because when you look at the matchup there, it's just like, all right, you got Elijah one. He's gonna sit there and he's gonna score like crazy, and you can't get rebounds over him. So then what are you gonna do? All right, well we got guys that can shoot.
The thing with Michael Jordan, he didn't just have his thumb on his own team. He had his thumb on the whole league. Like he was the big dog, and they all fucking knew it. He was fucking Michael Jordan, man, and that can instill some fear into you when you play a team with that guy like that on it.
And speaking of Michael Jordan, people criticize his baseball career. Considering he didn't play any baseball, he was actually an amazing baseball player.
Oh, he was good.
Yeah, I mean, people diss him like he was terrible. The guy was not terrible. He was doing okay in a minor league as somebody who hadn't played any baseball, man. I mean, the guy. He's an amazing athlete. There's no doubt, man.
We're not going to talk about the Sonics getting beat. All right, look, the Sonics they played a good game, and I like that. That was my other favorite team was the Seattle SuperSonics. I loved them and the Celtics. And when they got to that finals that year, I was so excited. I was like, oh, and then it was like, oh, but they're playing the Bulls. They're playing the Bulls, and it was like, the Bulls, they're not the same team. And it was like, no, they were definitely the same team. It just unfortunately for them, and that was, all those guys except for I think Gary Payton got another good shot, but for everybody else on that team, that was their one shot. That was Kemp's one shot at a championship. It's not happening. It's just not happening. Like you matched up well with Kemp matched up well with Pippen, but Pippen was better than him. And then it's like you don't have anybody on your team that can match up with Jordan. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no one to match up with Jordan.
No. It's just, certain people can give him frustration, but that doesn't that's the whole thing. It's like you could have pissed him off and frustrated him. Okay. You might win one game.
He's like Jordan was like Goku. If you pissed him off, he just went up another level, Super Saiyan.
Yeah, pretty much. And that was the thing. Was like, how do you get on this guy? Like, how do you deal with this? Because it was just like
his mental. The thing that separates Jordan is the mental game. That is the thing. The mental game. The only time I saw Jordan didn't quite look right was when he came out of the blue to try to help the Bulls beat the Magic when he'd been playing baseball, and he really hadn't been playing much. That brief moment, he looked almost human, and then by the next year, he was already back in the state.
Oh, because I mean, and if you haven't seen that Last Dance document, you gotta watch the way he talks, because he all he keeps saying is like, all right, he's like, I took that everything. He takes everything personal, but literally. Even he's talking about stuff that happened when he was a kid. Like his brother asked, I don't know, his dad asked him for a tool and he didn't know what it was, and his brother knew, and he was just like, and so he yelled at him. It's like,
or he didn't make the basketball team. Yeah,
Jordan takes everything so personally. He'll even make shit up so he can get angry for a game. Like if you say hey to Jordan, he'll be like, "Did you see the way that guy said hey to me?" And
but that was the thing.
If you're playing with Jordan, you just have to say, "Man, you are the best, Jordan. You're the best."
That's it.
He'll get mad at
I'm so honored to play with you.
I don't think he believes it. I don't think he believes I'm the best.
He'd be like, "You're mocking me. I'm gonna kill you now."
Yeah. But he was brutal. Everything he did was just like, I took that personal. It's like, why can't you be more like your brother and know more about these tools? I took that personal. He got in a fight with his brother after. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Someone who was like Jordan that way with that same sort of attitude was Larry Bird. Larry Bird was a real trash talker. He took he would be telling you, he talks shit. You better off not fucking with Bird at all. Just don't say nothing to him, because if you start talking, next you know he's gonna go off. That was
Larry Bird's a scary individual. He ruled the roost before Jordan came around. But,
absolutely.
Boys, I have to jet. It's actually a Jewish holiday. I'm going to go eat something somewhere in an outdoor little hut with my wife's family. So, all right, you guys, I've been being yelled at that we got to go. So,
what holiday? What holiday is it?
I don't know. What holiday is it? I just show up if it's food, man. Sukkot, I think. I don't do none of the fasting shit.
That's fair, man. That's fair.
All right, you guys. Good to see you, man.
Thanks very much,
man.
Have a great rest of your day,
You
brother.
too, my man. Good to see you, Chris. All the chat. Take care.
Peace, man.
Yeah.
Glenn in the chat. We got Trev, the shipping guru. How you doing, Trev?
Everything to everybody. Actually, I'll say this, like listening to people talk about Bird is one of the funnest things that you can listen to, especially if you're a Celtics fan. Just because every last person says, even Gary Payton was like, dude, he was the worst trash talker in the world. Like, he would say just everything he possibly could do to mess you up, he would do, and that was for everybody.
And this is the thing, you hear, I love Magic Johnson. He's my favorite basketball player of all time, really, for myself. But you never hear, there's stories, man, of Larry Bird just fucking absolutely murdering people, not only with his mouth, but with his game. Where do you want me to score? Oh, this is what I'm going to do, bro. I'm going to go through my legs. I'm going to go down the right side. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to score. And, it's just ridiculous.
I'm just going to play left-handed. That's all I'm going to do.
Yes. Oh, my God. The left-handed game? That was ridiculous.
Yeah. And then, what was it?
Basketball's getting a little too easy. I think I'm going to play left-handed today. It's getting a little too easy out there for me.
Yeah. And he said something ridiculous. I guess, he used to go to, every arena. What's the scoring record for this building? The scoring record for this building is 37 points. Okay. I'm going to go for 45. And, he took that and, he did that all the time. He's like, I broke a bunch of scoring records in all these different buildings just because I could. And I guess he was like that even in college. He's like, what's the scoring record in this building? 39 points. He's like, okay, no problem. and they sit there and just go out and just smash people into the floor. It's just like, you know, and like Michael said, yeah, he got betrayed by his back, and really it was funny because the way he hurt his back, he was I guess redoing a driveway. He was sitting there just redoing his mother's
He
driveway
wasn't even
and
he wasn't
hurt
even
his
playing
back.
basketball. He hurt his back doing the driveway. That
Yeah,
sucks, man.
and that was the thing is it's like, you know, and everyone's sitting there looking back and like, dude, you're rich, you have people that can do that for you, like don't do that. And he did it anyway. He was like, nope, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna, you know, I'm just gonna play. I'm sorry, I'm gonna do it because that was his, like he was had the mentality of like, no, like why am I gonna pay someone to do this? I can do it myself. I had no problem doing that. And
We got
then
Mr.
next thing you
Comic
know,
Journey in the house. How you doing, Comic Journey? I don't think I said hello to you yet. Hello, hello. Yeah,
yeah,
no, Larry Bird's the fucking man. He's one of my favorite, and I'm a Magic Johnson fan, but Larry Bird is still one of my favorite basketball players of all time.
yeah,
He's definitely top five. Like I would have him on my team. Let's put it that way. If I'm starting a team, Larry
oh
Bird's
yeah.
on there.
Well, I mean, just for the whole work ethic part of it all, because he just, you know, that's what he does.
The guy could score from anywhere on the fucking floor. Anywhere
Yep.
on the floor. Larry Bird could score from.
Let's see. What was it? Trev, the shipping guru, says payday today. Ooh, what you get something special?
Michael Baker's asking, did Kevin Garnett really tell Charlie?
Yeah, he was brutal
Villanova
too.
he looked like a cancer patient? Oh my
Yeah,
god!
he was brutal with that stuff. I remember when Carmelo Anthony he pissed him off when he said to Carmelo, he's like, yeah, he's like, what's it called? Lala tastes like Honey Nut Cheerios, and dude wanted to kill him. He looked for him after the game. He was just like, no, he's like that. This ain't gonna like on the court they were yelling at each other, and then after the game, like he went and he tried to like be where the bus was gonna be at. He's like, no,
What's
he's
your
like, we have business.
do you have a top five lineup if you were to be able to pick anybody, any time period? Do you have a top five lineup for basketball?
It's I mean it changed a lot, but I think it would end up being, I guess, for point guard, I would say probably be Magic Johnson. Then as far as shooting guard, I put Jordan at shooting guard. Then I would put Bird small forward. um Senna is kind of tough because it's like if you can get away with it, I would say Shaq is a center. And I know a lot of people are like, well, you know, you got Wilt and you got Kareem, yeah, but Shaq was something that you couldn't really handle. And if I can get away with doing it because he came into the league as a power forward, Tim Duncan. I think that starting five is
I fucking
just
love yours. I wouldn't put Tim Duncan. I wouldn't have on the team. I'd have somebody. I'd replace Tim Duncan. But that is a fucking money top five, bro. That is a money.
I just look at it where it's like you're not out rebounding that team. You're not you know, I mean, all those guys. If you look at somebody I mean, you got playmakers everywhere. So it's like Jordan, we just need you to score. Just score. Don't do anything else. Just score. You know what I mean? It's just like, what are you gonna do? Who do you cover? Who do you double? You can't double anybody on that team. It's too many people.
Oh, I don't hate Curry as well. Curry's actually he's a new additive to the top five list, in my opinion. That guy, I would not, he would be, because that's the top five that Chris just mentioned. That's the real top five. He would be like the bench. Curry would be the leader of the
Yeah,
second
I mean,
bench.
even though he's hit a lot of threes and everything, I'll give him his credit. But he's just not. I mean, in terms of being a point guard, and then like just because his problem would be that he'd have to shoot. Okay, you can shoot all day, but it's like, can you advance the ball? Can you make the plays that you need to make? And then on top of that, too, we're not even talking about defense. Like defensively, he's gonna get ripped every single time he walks the court.
Well, he always looks like he's having such a hard time shooting. I know he scores, but like if you look at his shooting ability versus somebody like Larry Bird looked very smooth, man. Every shot he took was smooth. Curry, excellent, but he's a short dude. He's having a hard time playing with some of these bigger players.
Yeah. I like in Trev's lineup, he has Dirk in there. I think Dirk is actually a good, you know, he's another one that's a good player too. But it's just like the only problem I have with Dirk is that, you know, it's hard to have him be like he's a great player. The only tough part is that he was more of a shooter than an actual inside presence. I mean, he could be absolutely, but it's just like it's a tough one. It's really a tough one. And one guy that I'm surprised that no one really mentioned yet is Yao Ming, because Yao Ming is as far as if you're gonna try to counter somebody who would say I'll take Shaq. Yao is the only person that Shaq himself said that he had trouble with. So, but there's I mean, like that top 5 argument is always so hard just because everybody has their opinions on who would be what. And so what Jenny's saying, Kareem as power forward over Duncan, that's the hot part because like I'm trying to avoid doubling up centers or doubling up players in different positions. But I mean, yeah, if you get Kareem as a power forward, I mean, it's like just destruction if you have Kareem and like Shaq or Kareem and any other dominant center. It's just someone's gonna get smoked. There's nothing you can do.
Kareem in his prime, yeah, that'd be difficult. I'd probably pick Wilt the Stilt in his prime versus Kareem, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, and Wilt is different, and that's why it's funny because everybody's like, how does this work, in that way, like just because the era that they play in makes a big difference. Just because and when you go back to like Wilt's era and everything, like they had to make rules and change the game for him. Same thing with Kareem too. They were just like, nope, you can't do this, just because they were scoring so easily. It was just like, yeah, we got to at least make this fair.
Well, that Skyhook changed everything. So.
Oh yeah, well that's the thing. It's just like and imagine if he could imagine if he could do that from 3, like if he had the range to hit it from a 3-point shot. Oh my god, it's like let me get behind this 3-point line and hit a Skyhook.
Well, and that's the thing. You're not wrong, though. As far as all that stuff, they've actually changed rules in sports because certain guys have made it. They're like, no, we can't let you score like that, bro. You're doing it too easily.
Yeah.
We can't just let you do that.
Well, just and really, like it's crazy. Like when you look at, I mean, even if you look at football, it's just like okay, if you look at the difference between how some people are able to be covered. It's just like like looking at the way that they would let Gronk be covered versus other receivers. It's insane. Like Gronk, they let you basically like beat the man the whole way down the field and say, well, he's big enough, he can take it. And same thing with some of the quarterbacks too. It's just like I can say that when I look at it, like look at like Brady, they protected. Peyton Manning, they would protect. But then a guy like Roethlisberger, they're like, nah, he's a big guy. He can take it. It's like, well,
could you imagine Tom Brady throwing to a Jerry Rice? Oh my fucking god!
I mean, it would just be like, all right, how many touchdowns you want today? Like, just in general, so like, especially like where he can just get open. And it's just like, yeah, no, like, so you want me to hit you within 50 yards, or you want me just to throw as high as I can every time? It's just like that in itself would just be, I mean, the amount of,
I think Michael Baker's probably right. This is on paper who you should pick.
Yeah.
But there are some other people there. Like, I don't know if all stars make a great team. I don't know. I feel like there'd be a lot of give me the ball in this fucking group of people.
Well, that's the thing. It's just like, when the game's on the line, like the 6 that he has is just like, it's like I think Magic would be like, all right, I'll give the ball, but Larry and Jordan are gonna fight over who gets the last shot.
I don't know, man. I might give the ball to Larry Bird. Final possession game, I'd probably go Larry Bird.
They would definitely fight over who gets that last possession.
Kareem, maybe Kareem's pretty good too.
Especially if you're down by like 2 or down 2 or less, you throw it into Kareem under the basket. Like,
yeah, you're not wrong, Michael Baker. You're not wrong. Stars did work in the Dream Team in '92. You're not wrong.
Oh no, they did. It's just it was a different situation, and then that's the other thing too. Is just like I think a lot of that also kind of helped where it's good that they were never all on one team together, just because like they helped elevate each other. So it's like I need that right, because I mean if you had that team going in, it's just like okay, like the last possession really doesn't mean anything because no one's. I mean, let's be honest. If that team was actually on the court, no one's gonna get them into a situation where they're gonna need to be like, it's crunch time. We have to really do. It's like okay, we're up 40 points. Like who wants the last shot? You know what I mean?
I don't know, Comic Journey. I don't know if I could put LeBron James in place over Magic Johnson because I love Magic Johnson. That might be too hard for me to do, so I'd have to give it to my second in command and say, who should we put in?
Yeah, I wouldn't want LeBron being my point guard. I mean, I know
I
he
don't
could
think
do it, but
LeBron's
like
on my team. I don't think LeBron's on my final team, to be honest.
he's good. I mean, you can't deny that he's very good. And if you look at how strong he is, it's just like because that's the thing. Like if you and a lot of people are like, oh, he's too whiny and sad and this and that. I got news for you. If LeBron, as he is, was on any of those teams in the '80s and everything like that, like he would have been a beast because he would have been bigger than everybody else out there.
LeBron's
Especially
amazing.
with like no rules.
Let's be honest. He's very athletically gifted. He's got the
Yeah,
body. He's big. He's not too thick. He's also sort of thin as well. Like I don't know. He's a
yeah.
good size. He's a big fucking dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you have him, I say like this: if you have him in the era where you can, where it was more aggressive, like in the '80s, like that, like trust me, like Bill Lambert would not have been giving him a hard time because he would have knocked Bill Lambert out. Like he's a strong guy and he's a big dude, and I think that like a lot of people kind of get that lost because this era of basketball isn't as physical as the '90s and the '80s and previous generations, but still, this is like
Yeah.
I mean.
I'd have to say
LeBron would have still
LeBron's actually a little bitch compared to Magic Johnson, but whatever.
I mean, but that's his era to play in. But if it was something where he, if he was in that era though, he would have been fine, and he actually probably would have been more of an aggressor than people would be like, oh my god, do you remember LeBron James and how that guy used to be? Because it's like that's the way it was. He'd have to back up a lot of his problems that he has, but he could do it. I think now it's just like he expects to get calls. He expects not to get hammered and anything like that. So it would have been a lot of give and take if he had been around that time. But I think he would have
The
been
whole
fine.
world agrees on Larry Bird, though. I think we're all in agreement that guy is, I don't know, one of the best guys to ever lace up the fucking shoes.
Yeah, absolutely. And
This
really,
is coming from a Laker fan, for fuck's sake. You know how hard that is to take? You know how hard it is to get that out of my mouth? Jesus Christ.
the thing to think about too is that there's so much of a question mark as to like what could have been, just because if his back doesn't get hurt, how many more years does he play? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And does he stay with the Celtics? Does he go somewhere else? Like what happens there? Like how does everything kind of rebuild? Around him. Like how do they do it? So it's just like there's definitely a missed opportunity with him getting hurt the way he did. But that's what happens to some people. Some people are just they're people where you're like, oh, this guy's gonna win me 10 championships. Well, you hope, but
Basketball's a different sport nowadays, though. It used to be one superstar surrounded by a bunch of good guys. Now it's like 3-4 superstars on a team. Every team, like any good team after the Miami Heat did it, have all had at least 3 main stars on their team.
Well, the thing is that really when it comes down to it is that you have to like some people are doing it through the draft, like the Warriors did it through the draft, and then other people they go out and buy a championship because they can, and even when you get to that point where it's like, all right, we drafted heavy and these guys happen to work out, and it's just like, but sometimes you find out, like the Celtics have found out, they lacked a couple of pieces that they needed to try to get themselves a championship. So in order to get those other pieces, you're not going to draft that guy. You're going to have to go out and spend money and make basically a super team, and that's the way it is, just because that's what other people are doing. So
that's what basketball's become. It's sort of I don't know. I almost don't like it as much as I used to like it.
I would say I think they model it more after baseball, to be honest with you, because I mean baseball they were going out and getting all these just ridiculous teams. Like, I mean, if you look at the Yankees throughout the years, if you look at the Red Sox throughout the years, and now like the Dodgers have done it. It's like there's all these people that just have like owners have a bunch of money and like we'll go out and get the best players money can buy and win a championship. Like that. That's really
that's pretty
how
much it now. That's pretty much it now.
So
I don't know. It doesn't seem like salary caps help very much. Does basketball have a salary cap?
It does, but like every sport, the salary cap is more or less a suggestion, just because you can kind of play with the numbers to get anybody that you want. It's not really a hard thing to do. It's just trying to figure out how this can happen. Just because the Lillard trade actually proved that, where it's just like, all right, we need, we want to get this guy, we want to land him here. How are we going to do that? Well, we'll go ahead and we will
Mr. Biggie
add,
Shaq, good morning.
Good morning.
we'll go ahead and we'll add like another team into the mix, get them to do a couple different things, and then the money works. We'll dump these salaries off of this team, and now everything's kind of worked out where everyone is happy. So that's the thing with the salary cap. It can be manipulated. It's just all in how you want to do it.
Yeah, that's interesting because it seems to me that the New York Yankees can always have an amazing team. And I know
That's baseball, yeah.
It used to be just because they used to be able to buy their team, but I know there's a salary cap in baseball, and they still seem to have pretty fucking amazing teams with all the star power that they need.
Yeah, well, just because you package a lot of things with prospects, so it's like, all right, we'll trade these guys off, and then we'll get these prospects here, and they'll either work out or they won't, or we'll just the money's able to be moved around. It's just an all in how you do it. So that's the hardest part in basketball. Yeah, like basketball trades is so hard to understand sometimes. It's like, how does all this work out? Like, how does but they make it work just because they can do it. I want to say, I think
doesn't have a cap apparently. Okay.
Yeah, no, they don't. That's why, like, you can have
the Yankees don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just in general, they don't. Like Shohei Ohtani, like when it's time, because his contract's up, I think, at the end of the year, and that man's about to get paid like ridiculous.
But the whole idea
who else takes advantage of it besides maybe the Red Sox or Yankees?
Yeah, that's it. The whole idea behind a salary cap is to, like, if like the Yankees have a ton of money, they can just buy whoever they want. The whole idea behind a salary cap is to make it more of an even playing ground for everybody can get the players they want. But it doesn't seem to be working out.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is like they try to make it so that the smaller market teams can at least have a chance. Just because, I mean, if you're a small market team and all you're gonna do is lose every year, like, what's the point? Like,
and I swear to fucking God, if Edmonton Oilers get another first round fucking draft picks fucking every fucking year for the past 25 fucking years, I'm gonna be pissed. Fucking Edmonton.
That's another thing. It's like, got them all those picks. So that's always the way. It's always something shenanigans that happen. Where it's like, oh, well, we traded away this guy back in 1977. Oh, we traded this guy back in 1994 for 8, first round draft picks over the past 12 years. It's like, seriously, dude, how the fuck did you manage that?
Fuck, but Edmonton's got every big draft pick for the past, I don't know, fucking 10, 15 years, and they still can't do shit. Fucking garbage.
They can't get over the hump. That's the problem with a lot of teams. It's like, I mean, that's the Celtics' problem right now. It's just that, like, I mean, they have, great teams. They have that amazing window of time to go ahead and win a championship, and it's just like, nope, like that window's closed now, because like everybody else, like in the window of time, you had to get good, and they did, but they just couldn't win a championship. And now it's just like, all right, now other teams now are making moves that are gonna make them more dominant and competitive with you, and it's just like nothing you can do. Like, you missed your window.
Biggie, you got a top 5?
Yeah, man. It's basically the same as Kritz's, except for my power forward. I've always thought the power forward is the hardest one. I used to put Dr. J because
that's a good pick.
Because he was like the face of the NBA before Magic and Jordan and Bird.
Yeah.
And
he was awesome. Dr. J was wicked.
You like it?
Only problem is his position's small forward.
Right.
But I think it would be a good fit because I could just see them chemistry-wise working good together.
Yeah, Dr. J was something else, man. He was a special player, that's for sure.
And if I didn't use him, I'd probably put Akeem in, bro. I'd put Akeem at the 4th.
That's a good pick too, man. All good picks.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. You got to have Jordan, MJ,
Yeah,
Bird,
you gotta have Bird.
them three.
You gotta have Bird, yeah.
Only person I worry about is Jordan, though. If I'm getting 80s Jordan, I don't think I want him. I want like 90 Jordan.
Yeah, you want like
90
early 90s Jordan, 90, 91 Jordan.
Yeah, I don't want like 80s Jordan, dude. I want, and then he shoots a lot. Like that's the only weird part of the team. Like if Jordan's going to play like pass the ball and defensive and shit, that's fine. But if he's not on the defensive side and he's
I'm
shooting 50 shots
surprised.
a night, that's not
I'm
gonna work.
surprised I haven't heard Kobe Bryant's name tossed around in the chat and within between us. I'm surprised Kobe hasn't been around. That's interesting to me that nobody I ever hear puts Kobe in their top 5.
I think Bird and Magic had the highest IQ that basketball's ever seen. They came in and they just knew how to play, dude. They knew how to play so well they were advanced. So you just don't see that kind of shit.
Yeah, I don't know what Kobe really would fit in there. That's the tough part because it's a lot to think that this dude would be a better player than any of those other two.
It's
I'm not a huge Kobe guy. He shot the ball. I don't like guys who shoot the ball 50 times a game.
he shoots. I always thought he shot too much.
Yeah, I just don't like him. AI, Jordan, Kobe, they just shot too much.
Jordan can shoot anytime he wants. I'll give you Jordan. He put up what was his highest game? It was something ridiculous. So he's allowed to shoot. Same with Bird. Bird can shoot whenever he wants to.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Bird never wanted to. He just shot like 20 shots a game. He didn't have to shoot like that.
Yeah. But that's the thing with Bird and Magic. They not only did they shoot, they passed a lot. So that was.
They passed.
Nice,
they rebounded. Yeah, they did all the other facets well too.
Jordan became a hell of a defensive basketball player by the end of his career, though. In the beginning, he wasn't much of a defensive player, but by the late middle and that time of his career, he was pretty good at defensive basketball.
I think what helped.
Yeah.
I think what helped him is that if he ever did get smoked, because he led the league in steals a few times. But that's because he was trying to steal the ball. So a lot of those times when he didn't steal the ball, he did get blew by, but he had Pippen and, other guys to play defense for him. So it's a little bit of a risk thing. Like Jordan was good at defense, yes, but he would always try to steal the ball.
Yeah, that's his goal. When he's defensive mode, he's trying to steal the ball. That's definitely Jordan.
Yeah.
94 to 96 were the years I remember the Bulls, and it was a magical time. Jason Kidd, Grant Hill, Sean Kemp, Kobe, Kevin Garnett, Latrell, Sprewell, so many great players. Yeah, that's fair.
No, there's a lot of players that were just really good at that time. And, when you watched at that point, too, it was just, it was one of those things where it's just like you kind of wondered what it was going to be like just because a lot of the players that were 80s and early 90s kind of moved on. So it's like, all right. And for a long time, too, you could, people were, I think, pleasantly surprised to see that, like, that the league was left in good hands for a long time.
Yeah. But now it's, what is it? I guess it's the LeBron era is sort of coming to an end. I haven't paid much attention to basketball these days. Who's the new guy? Still LeBron. It's still LeBron, eh?
Nah, it definitely ain't LeBron no more. It's either gonna be Giannis or fucking that new guy, that Nikola or where the fuck the guy went for Denver, right?
Jokic.
Yeah, Jokic.
What happened to that Canadian kid that was supposed to be so hot a few years back?
Luka?
He was the first round draft pick.
He's like European, I think, but
no, the Canadian one. He's definitely Wiggins.
Oh, you talking about Darko?
Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, Andrew Wiggins. Oh, he kind of fell off and he came back a little bit, but he's just an average player. He ain't playing nothing special.
He's just sort of average. I know he was touted to be some big superstar.
Yeah. No, he definitely was, I guess, drafted high and thought of to be a really good player, but he had a couple bad years. He's doing okay now, but he wasn't. He's not the guy.
It didn't translate to the NBA for him, eh? It just didn't translate to the NBA.
But he just wasn't. He just wasn't the the monster we thought he was gonna be. That's why I'm kind of skeptical about this new kid too. The kid that's in San Antonio that they drafted, the first pick in this year's draft is because oh, he's the second coming of Shaq, like you'll see, and it's just like, how good is this kid really though? I mean, just because I remember Greg Oden was supposed to be the just unstoppable, and what stopped him is he had a bunch of knee injuries over and over again. Like he hardly played in his first few years just because his knees were so bad. And then was it Zion? Everyone, Zion's gonna be the man, and Zion is gonna be unstoppable. And what happened to Zion? He wasn't. I mean, he's good. He just wasn't. He kind of fell off of where everybody expected him to be because he had issues. Like,
hope you're well. I'm doing pretty well in fantasy football this year. I've won my first 3 games, so I'm 3-0. But today I feel like I'm going to get my ass handed to me because Mike Williams is out for the fucking season. So he was one of my big point getters, and now I'm fucked.
Yeah. In one league, my team is very surprised. Like, I'm actually surprised that it's doing as well, especially since Yahoo's like, you're gonna lose every game. Like, really, Yahoo, fuck you. But and it's a keeper league, so everybody made fun of me for keeping David Montgomery, and it's just like, no, the guy's doing good. So I was like every time he's played, he's been pretty solid. So it's just one of those things where you never know. Oh, that's nice. I like that little sticker.
Gotta have stickers. Gotta have stickers.
Yeah. That's the funny part. Is
I bought a bunch of
everybody.
I sell them $3 for the buck, so they're just ridiculous. They're cool stickers, so.
Yeah.
There's some good
I don't
ones.
think people don't really talk about stickers so much anymore, but that Camp Crystal Lake one's a good one.
Remember when I was a kid, people had like sticker books. There was puffy stickers and smelly stickers and all sorts of fucked up stickers.
Yeah.
Sticker bombs. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Had those.
As a kid.
I remember actually my mother took a roll of
nobody collects stickers.
She took a roll of stickers from her job. So we used to have like urgent pending stickers. Like, so there's this like a roll of stickers that would just basically you put on files to be like, all right, this is urgent, this is pending, this is that. So I remember the sticker book that me and my sister had. We used to then so there's one page is all urgent and pending stickers and stuff like that. No, Zion still has. That's true, but it's just one of those things where like the way that he entered and everything else, people are like, oh my god, it's gonna end, and like he just didn't quite make it to where people expected him to be. But I think that it could just be that he needs a change of scenery. It could just be that he had too much pressure put on him as soon as he walked in the door. Like that's I think part of the problem too, is that
sometimes your game doesn't translate from the minors to the big leagues. It happens a lot in football. It happens a lot in basketball. Just you can be one of the best players in the world, and then all of a sudden you go to the big leagues and you're fucking nothing, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something else that'll fuck your season up. I hear this weird reverb when I'm talking. Y'all hear that?
A little bit, just not too much, but I did. It was definitely a little bit.
All right. Well, so when Shaq was on Phoenix, okay, a lot of people know about when Shaq was on Cleveland, and supposedly DeMonte West was fucking with LeBron's mom. Supposedly, like that's a story some people do know. Did y'all know that when Shaq was in Phoenix, that Steve Nash had a problem with his wife, and found out and thought that Andrew Barbosa was banging his wife while she was pregnant, and the baby came out not Steve Nash, and they did a blood test and it ended up being Jason Richardson.
No, I didn't know that.
Did y'all ever hear that?
No, I didn't
That's
know.
crazy. Yeah, so Shaq has been on two teams that's had these weird love triangles. I'm not saying you can't win while that kind of shit's going on, but team chemistry gets shot when you're on a team that the superstars
Yeah,
get in his personal life.
Yeah, they're all fucking each other's wives. That's no good, man.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm just glad Shaq wasn't involved.
Lady Fantastic, you definitely make a really good point. We haven't mentioned Phil Jackson today, and he is fucking basketball. Any team, anything that guy touches, turns to gold.
Well, he was the general manager for the Knicks. They went to shit, but
yeah, but true, he was pretty, fuck. Let's be Bulls. Who else did he do?
Lakers.
Miami Heat. He did the Lakers. Like,
I didn't do nothing with the Heat.
He
did the Lakers and the no, that was Pat Riley.
Oh right, Pat Riley. He also did the Lakers way back in the day. He was my first coach. I remember him being for the Lakers.
Yeah, Phil did good at coaching, but when it came to general managing, he couldn't do it. But yeah, as a player, his player stats ain't nothing like his coaching stats. Like his coaching shit's crazy. Yeah, he could be one of the greatest.
Yeah, like
I think he ended up
Scotty Bowman in hockey. You know,
he ended up passing Red Auerbach, bro. You know how crazy that is?
It's not. He's really got a really amazing record in coaching. He's something else.
Yeah, Red got 10. And fucking Phil got 11 or some shit. I don't even know how many Phil got. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. How many rings does Shaq have? I feel like he's got to have 8 rings or something.
No, he's only got 4.
That's it. Got 4. I feel like he should have more, but that's fine.
Well, the thing is with Shaq is he was the last 3-time Finals MVP world champion. No team's won 3 championships or been Finals MVP. So Shaq does have that. He's got that. So it feels like 4 or 5, but it was only 3. And then he got 1 more with Miami.
That's fair. Yeah, it feels like he should have fucking 10 for some reason.
Kobe had 5.
Yeah, not easy to do.
No.
Kobe got 5, and we still don't put him on our top 5 list, which is curious to me. But
half of his career wasn't as strong as a lot of the legends. It took him a while.
Yes, the latter half of his career sort of sucked too. He was always injured. He was out for months at a time.
You could say that about Jordan too, but Kobe just didn't win at the level that Jordan did. Scoring titles for Jordan makes it different too.
Did Kobe get an Oscar award? I didn't know Kobe got an Oscar award.
Maybe an Oscar. What's his name? Robertson or something. Oscar Robertson award. Not like an Oscar. I don't think.
Yeah, like an Oscar, like the fucking movies. I didn't know he fucking did some acting.
Yeah,
championships. Right back in
probably Oscar Robertson. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, I saw you talking about Tupac Shakur.
Yeah.
What is it? Keefe D just got indicted finally.
Yeah, he's Keefe D. It's so weird. He must not. There's no way he understood what that proffer agreement was about. Because either that, or, his lawyers failed him, or he just didn't get it. Because they basically sat there and hold on. What are you doing? Stop. Fall. You got it backwards. You got to show it the other way. Wait a minute. What did you do? Oh, you did it on both sides? Okay. She's trying to show a picture that she did. She followed along on YouTube.
Here, let me get that for you. Mr. Uncanny Swag, how you doing? Oh.
So,
who's
nice.
This?
The rap from Peppa Pig, right?
I am.
Very good.
What time do you want? What time do you want to?
You tell them how you did it. Hey, you guys tell them how you did the drawing.
Just after this.
A video and
Probably, how's
to
that?
make the ring. They told me to make
If it's any later, I'll give you a minute.
circles, and then they told me to make a raindrop face this way. This way, turn it.
What? Turn it where?
It's this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then after I put it back this way, then I made a head. And then after I did the ears, and then I did the nose, and then I did the smile, then the curves for her dress, and then after I did her legs and her little tail, and then I did her feet, and that's it.
There you go. All right, go put this back.
Nice drawing. Excellent stuff.
But yeah, like I was saying, the proffer agreement that he was, I guess, given basically was the cops saying to him like, hey, you can tell us what you did, you can tell us about this murder, whatever you say we can't use against you, like whatever you say right now. Stop, don't do that. That's not nice.
Oh yeah, they screwed him, bro. They did. No, they got him to talk. Yeah.
Well, so he screwed himself just because him talking wasn't the problem, and I'm kind of curious. I mean, they must have told him that whatever you say right now, like you won't get in trouble for. But the people that you name, we're gonna investigate. The people like all this stuff, we're gonna investigate other witnesses. So if they say something,
it's the same deal that they gave the raper guy, Bill Cosby. They did the same thing. And that's the reason Bill Cosby's out of jail, because he didn't actually talk about it. But he got charged for it, and he wasn't supposed to, blah, blah, blah. Even though he did all that shit, because he's admitted to it, he wasn't supposed to get charged for it because they gave him a deal.
Well, that's the thing. And so they told him, like, like if other people say stuff about you, we can use what they say against you. So just letting you know that. And then I guess he had it in his head that when he started doing all these other interviews, like he did a Vlad interview about it, and Vlad had to stop him, like, hey man, look, like I'm just want to let you know that I hope you understand that whatever you say on here is not part of that agreement. Like if you say stuff, they can use that, like, because you're not in the police station with them talking anymore. Like if you talk freely about this stuff, they can use that against you. And he was just like, oh no, I'm not worried about that. And then, but after that, he started getting quiet about it. But it's like, I mean, he basically, like, if you listen to like the whole thing about it, like he basically puts himself saying that he was there, and then at one point he basically said that like he basically was given the gun to kill Tupac. Like he tried to give it to the guys.
Let's be honest though. Not only does he put himself in the back of the car getting shot at, then he puts himself on the sidewalk. Then there's a lot of. He's told he's told that story a few times in a few different ways. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Well, what he told the cops was that he was in a van that they went to the club, and then eventually waiting for Tupac to show up. He didn't show up. And then he went in the same car that had his nephew Orlando Anderson and this other dude, DeAndre something or other. And then, they were driving, and I guess so they were just ready to go home. Like they were just like whatever. And then, as they were driving, like they heard some girls yelling, "Oh, Tupac!" And they came out the window and like, "Hey!" And then so they pulled a U-turn, and he was on he was on the passenger side, so he couldn't shoot at Tupac. So he tried to give the gun to that dude DeAndre. DeAndre's like, no. And then Orlando.
Hold on. I don't think that they were just heading home, because that was the same Crip gang that got in a fight in the MGM with Tupac prior to it. So they were probably looking for him.
Well, no, they were, but they were looking to get him at the club. And when he didn't show up, they said that he wasn't showing. Like they thought they had missed him. So like, all right, whatever. Let's just go back to the room, whatever. And then they ended up, basically by chance they bumped into him, and then and then that's when they, that's when
it was a freak situation. It's the same people they got in a fight, ran into in cars outside. So they just it was who we thought it was the whole time. The whole time that's who we thought it was.
Literally who we thought it was the entire time. The kid that got stolen and Keefe E.D. Like,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that was the
Crazy.
thing. Like, it was one of those deals where like his like the actual shooter, I guess, from what everyone says, was Orlando Anderson. He died. He died a couple months after that. So it was just like, okay, so like they literally didn't have anything to go on until he started saying more stuff, and then it's just like the thing that I say
I'm
is
honestly
that
surprised that nobody's tried to kill Keefe D. Not to keep it silent, but because everybody loved Tupac so much. I'm really sort of shocked that nobody's tried to kill Keefe.
Well, he's the leader of a
know
Crip gang, dude. It's probably kind of hard to get to him. He was a legit leader of that Crip gang. So
yeah, I guess.
I just wonder like when it comes down to it all, it's just like, you know, because now you got to look at it where it's just like, you know, so now he's you know, indicted and everything like that, and it's just like, oh, like if you're thinking about like the whole code of the streets, and it's like, oh well, you know, such and such snitched on me, we should go get him. It's like, wait a minute, man, you fucking snitched on him first to the cop. Like you were the one that talked to the cops first. You shouldn't have said a fucking word if you're trying to be like this and that. But the thing that I mean, I'm glad that there's more to go on for that murder. The only thing that sucks about that is that it's going to ensure that whoever really is behind killing you know, Notorious B.I.G. isn't going to say anything, you know, just because when you think about it, it's like, you know, a 27-year-old case is now getting traction again. It's like no one's going to open their mouth and come forward or say anything to help out in
I think I know who did it. I think I know who did it. Everybody's saying it was the Rap-A-Lot guys. It was Jay Prince and them, dude. And if you think about the top hats and shit, it makes sense, bro. That's the way they used to dress back then. They used to wear that kind of shit.
I've watched a ton of stuff on the Tupac murder, the Biggie murder, all that. You know, all the documentaries, all the fucking TV series that have come out about it. You never really hear a lot about Biggie. You hear it's all based around the Tupac shooting. Maybe they have more footage of that. I don't know. You never hear anything on the Biggie shooting.
Yeah, no, I think definitely that's the reason of it. Just because there's a whole timeline that you can walk back and be like, all right, this is it. Like the BIG thing, like I don't think they had as much to go with it. It just was more of a random act. It was like, holy shit, this guy just got killed. Like, and everybody scattered, and there was nothing really to go by. They did say they tried to link. There was a guy who worked for the LAPD. They said that like he was involved at one point.
Right. And it was a cop.
Yeah, I remember that cop. He did like
I don't know if that guy died, if the guy they implicated died, but the guy that was
he ended up going to jail for something else.
Yeah, but the cop that was investigating it, that was also in the LAPD with him, he ended up dying of like a heart attack or something like that. So he died.
I'm trying to think
it's the series. He was like a white guy with a mustache.
Yeah, he's just a white. Yeah, but he was on it. Like he was. From the time that it happened, he was like, no, like this was wrong. Like this shit. And he really like pulled together all his resources that he could to try to, you know, get some proof for it. And you know, he ended up unfortunately dying before he can get any real solid stuff that would, you know, really put somebody there to be the actual murderer.
Evils, I think Kurt Cobain is in that group, isn't he? I'm pretty sure.
Kurt Cobain? The Forever 27 thing, whatever.
The Elvis was reborn, and as long as same with Tupac as our Lord and Savior. I think Kurt Cobain was in there somewhere.
I know. You know, it's kind of crazy though when you think about all that stuff, because it's like it's so weird that all of that stuff happens, and really, I mean, just it's weird that nobody put two and two together to understand that how serious that situation was, and how much that people were so nonchalant about it. We're like, yeah, you know, it's not a big deal. It's like, no, you shouldn't be going to California right now. It's too hot. Don't go there.
I still find it really bizarre that happened in Hollywood. Like that thug lifestyle was going on in fucking Hollywood, and it seems weird to me that people were shooting each other. Fucking
it still is.
That's the problem, is that like where a lot of people don't really understand how that can end up, like you're saying, like I don't understand how that could end up happening in this type of thing. It's just like because people got ties that go back, and it's the people that you're around and the people that, like, you know, that are still entrenched in that stuff that, like, you know, make it tough. Because like I'm actually, you know, in all of this, I'm kind of curious to see what happens with Puff Daddy, because Puff Daddy supposedly had a hit out on Tupac and a few people.
That's been the rumor for years. This was Puff. That's it. that's what was said. Is it's all about Puff, right? So.
Yeah. So
Yep.
that's and I wonder if he's gonna end up getting some static from this because
So the rumor is that there was a hit. There was a middleman named Zip, and Zip was supposed to pay the guy that just told on himself, and he never did.
He
And
never paid
that
him,
guy that
right?
just never paid him. Zip ended up starting a club with that money. So the guy that actually did the murder would be like, it was definitely Puff, but he never gave me money. Puff never paid me. So
That's
Puff is,
and
and Puff,
that's why KPD spilled his guts because he didn't get paid.
that's what I say. Just a weird, and it's funny because people are like, oh, Puffy's soft and this and that, but that doesn't mean he's not dirty.
no, and it's probably not a coincidence that Biggie died on the West Coast. It wasn't the same people, but it was Puff buying to pay for the hit to kill Biggie. So,
No,
you know,
I don't know. That's definitely interesting. I'll tell you that.
yeah, Biggie was getting ready to leave Bad Boy, and Puff knew it, and he got rid of him too. He really wanted to get rid of Suge. Suge was the bigger hit at the time than out of Tupac and Suge Knight. They wanted Suge worse.
Phil,
They didn't kill Suge.
Phil, how you doing? Hope you're well
See,
this morning.
The problem was what started all this was that all of the producers got together and they was going to produce rap without like any white people. Basically, it was going to be Irv Gotti, Suge Knight, um, who else? Puff Daddy. I think what's his name was there too. Maybe Damon Dash. Anyways, all those guys got together and Puff went to the establishment or whoever and told on them all. And then Puff started going at these people. So that's the story. That's what everybody says.
So they were gonna create rap without white people. That makes sense. There is a big faction of black artists that don't think white people should be singing rap. So I guess that makes some sort of sense, maybe.
Well, I think too the other thing was, I mean, not so much that, but it was more that as far as Tupac
yeah,
was
Jay
concerned,
Prince too
was you have, I mean, there was basically a war between Bloods and Crips happening, in California at that point too. That's why everything kind of jumped off the way it did, and I mean, just Biggie's involvement in it all, unfortunately, ends up being because of him having beef with Tupac and everything else, and just he should have been smarter. That's why I say anybody. Like, it should have been smarter. They should have seen how serious that situation was and known when to kind of back off of it, and they just didn't.
They did not back off at all. In fact, they went full throttle forward. They went to a spot that should not have fucking been.
Well, that Vibe magazine cover where it's like East versus West, like that Vibe magazine. I remember buying that. I never bought Vibe for anything. I always bought the Source, but like I bought that Vibe magazine just because it had that cover. And then like they did a documentary on Vibe talking about it, and they were just like, like that cover. Honestly, like at this point, like a lot of people that worked there were just like, like we were wrong for doing that. Like we had no idea how serious that situation was, and we put it out there thinking that it was good for
the media pushed it for sales for sure. It was all about sales.
They had the
Source
with the Now What title. It says The Tragic Marriage of Hip Hop and Violence. Y'all remember that one?
Yeah, I mean it's something where they just did it to sell magazines, and all of a sudden it was just like, and they had no idea like how really serious it was. And I think a lot of people kind of just thought like, oh well, this isn't gonna boil over, but it's like like there's so many examples of where, and even going back to like like early hip hop, there's so many examples where stuff that's said on records just boils over into something dangerous. It's like Jesus Christ. And then even before that, when it was just like parties at shows, like people would just go and there used to be shootouts all the time at like hip hop shows back in the day, just because that's how it was. It's just like so it's just like it's nothing new. It's just like, but I think that people just didn't know the signs that it was gonna get to escalate the way it did, especially where you have it at that point where it's like $1 million industry. It's this big thing. So it couldn't possibly go bad. Like, well, it did. and it changed everything, you know. Just because.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. It's the way they marketed that was definitely a big cause to keep it going. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, out of the two, though, you got to admit that Tupac was way more into it than Biggie was. Biggie would say subliminal stuff. Tupac would say, "I'm fucking your wife, you big fat motherfucker." You know, like he was saying some wild
definitely
shit.
Instigator. Definitely an instigator.
He was the bigger instigator for sure.
But then you come up with a song called "Who Shot Ya" right after someone gets shot. That's
that's true. He was doing subliminally. He didn't really say Tupac's name. He said Tupac one time in the rap song.
I mean, honestly, it wasn't about him though. It was about what's it called? It was about the what's it called? It's just its own song. It just happened to be that he got shot at the studio.
Yeah, apparently he wrote it months and months before. I get that.
Like I Shot You was more aimed at him than anything, because I was like LL Cool J and Mobb Deep and all these other dudes, but they were pissed off at him. It was just like Tupac had dissed them all. So it's like, all right, let's all get on one song. But yeah, I shot you. So what are you gonna do now?
It does seem rather coincidental, though.
Well, I mean,
it does seem pretty coincidental.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's just like, but it's just one of those things where, that whole deal. Like, I mean, and like I said, it changed everything now. Just because, I mean, it changed everything at that point. Just because, like, at that point, if anybody had a problem, they would just like, all right, sit them down, let's talk this out, let's end this right now. Because it was getting another beef that actually started to get real nasty like that was Cypress Hill and Ice Cube. Cypress Hill and Ice Cube started to get real heated, and they were just like, oh shit. Like at one point, because it's like Cypress Hill was like, we're getting kites from jail from the Mexican mafia. So they're like, we'll take this fucker out if you want us to. And it was just like, and so they had to chill that out.
I don't even want to say their name on this stream, but you do not want to fuck with that group of people. You do not.
Yeah, the Big C, other Big C.
Yeah, the whole MA whatever. I don't. Fuck no, man. Fuck no. You do not fuck with those people, man. They are fucked. That's a fucked up group of people that will kill you in a minute.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's just like, like a lot of those beefs get out of it. But now it's just like, if there's trouble, that they do their best to mediate it before it gets out of control.
These fucking rap producers are out of their mind, dude. So whatever Tekashi 6ix9ine was snitching on people, and he was all out fucking doing bad stuff. So the Rap-A-Lot guys, Prince Paul Jr.'s son, or where the hell they call him Junior, was like, come on in, come to our show, asking Tekashi 6ix9ine to come, obviously wanting to hurt him, right? And Tekashi's like, no, I ain't gonna come, I'm not gonna do it. So then the Rap-A-Lot people were like, oh yeah, that pussy Tekashi didn't come through. Well, guess who did come through about a month later, and they did get, for less of a reason than Tekashi, was Takeoff. So Takeoff from the Migos come through Texas, but they're so bloodthirsty there, dude. I think they got Pimp C, got Biggie. So this guy Prince Paul and Junior and all them and Puff Daddy, these music producers, are kind of like little thugs, man. They might not physically kill the people, but they're putting hits on people, allegedly.
Yeah, these music producers are fucked. Like, I've heard so much fucked up shit, man. I've even heard from Lil Wayne's mouth, like in a video that Birdman gave him the business when he was like a teenager. Like, these people are so weird, man. I don't know. That whole lifestyle is just a weird thing. There's something going on up there, and I don't, I just want music. I don't give a shit what happens behind the scenes, but holy fuck, they're doing some weird shit.
Yeah.
I mean, the shadiness and everything. That's the thing. It's just like, because I mean, you look at even like stuff like boxing and stuff like that. Like if you go back through it, it's just like there's so much stuff that's like linked to the mob and all these other things. It's like gangs and gangsters and all that type of stuff. It's like very very tough situation where it's just like there's a lot of people that are just involved in different ways, and it's just like if you are on the up and up with them, you're fine. The minute you cross them, it's just like, dude, there's no like they got no heart when it comes to that type of stuff. It's like, nope, you screwed me over, now you gotta pay.
even Dana White has had to deal with the mob. Once you get to a certain level of business, you got to deal with these fucking people, and it's a scary, scary part of society.
No way around it. Yeah.
You know, Dana White fled New York or whatever because he had to deal with Whitey Bulger, wherever Whitey Bulger lives, Boston maybe, probably.
So
He was in started out here, but Dana White fucking left Boston and fucking went somewhere else because Whitey Bulger said, "Hey man, you owe us a couple of grand for your fights," and
so
that was a thing.
The Rap-A-Lot guys that keep bringing these guys up, but it's really weird that if you look at the history, Floyd Mayweather is the boxer we known in the last 20 years generation,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
Prince Paul from Rap-A-Lot was his manager at one point, and there was actually a big like gang fight at the gym with Rap-A-Lot and Floyd Mayweather. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it really happened. So it was a small stint. The whatever the hell they were calling each other, Big Money or Money May and all that shit. But they were involved and they were doing management shit. And Floyd was smart enough to get the fuck away from them. But I think that they're a small form of the mob, like these produced, especially the Rap-A-Lot people. Like they're the blatant ones in the hip hop game. Like people know that Rap-A-Lot probably have a bunch of street connections. Like people like Puff, they kind of want to pretend like he isn't. But Puff's done a lot of dirt, dude. Like he's done a lot. And then Suge, everybody was afraid of Suge, so just one of them stereotypes.
Well, because these rappers get hooked up with street gangs because they want all this clout. That's what happened to 6ix9ine.
A lot of it too is just neighborhood you grew up in and stuff, and that's why a lot of times when they're talking about just like athletes too, like people get so shocked like, oh, this athlete was involved with these people, but yeah, that's what they grew up with, and that's what they're trying to help them out and everything like that.
Well, that's it.
So Earl
leads me to believe that these guys are actually preying on young and up and coming people. And
it's funny.
If we hook our claws into these guys, we can get money for the rest of their career.
It's funny you brought up neighborhoods because MO3 was friends with Earl Spence, the guy that just boxed that one dude in the pay-per-view, and they said that Earl Spence was in some kind of dispute with MO3, the other guy that just died and was connected in Texas and probably Rap-A-Lot. And people pointed that out, and they was like, wasn't you running from Mo3? Like, I think Mace said it on the Cameron show. And come to find out, like, yeah, that was true. They were friends, and they got into some shit. So I don't think Earl Spence did anything, but he may know what happened to Mo3.
I haven't actually said hi to Lisa Noble yet. Hi, Lisa. How you doing? Yeah, that's very true. Same guys Biggie's speaking on keep Drake safe and tons of others.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Prince P or whatever his name is.
Jay Prince.
Jay Prince, that's it. Yeah, Jay Prince. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely people that are out there.
Going on there. There's something going on there that's underhanded, but I guess we're not supposed to know about it.
Well, yeah, I mean the way I see it is that like it's just like the same thing with because the mafia tell you all day that they're just there to protect people. That's it. That's really where they come from. It's like, but that's not true, because there's definitely people that use them and for that protection and it keeps them from getting robbed and all that stuff. But
well, that's what they said. You remember, Chris, when rappers would say you got to check in, like they were big on checking in Texas, and that was the problem with the Takeoff death, was that Takeoff checked in with Rap-A-Lot. He was with Rap-A-Lot at a Rap-A-Lot function and still somehow got murdered. So the whole checking in shit isn't as good as what people think it is.
No, you check in, you check in, they want you dead. Now they know where you are. Like, fuck, fuck that. That just seems like a really weird. I don't know. It seems scary.
It's more of a tax. It's like when the mob comes to your business and says, "Give me 10% or I'm gonna burn your shit down." That's pretty much what it is.
He's made a ridiculous confession. he's just like, I did this. All right, Phil. Well, you might want to make sure that you know, they can't place you there because if they can, guess what?
Oh my God, Phil, Jesus. We always wanted to know, Phil. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I can sleep easier knowing that the mystery is solved.
Yeah. But
Mr. Mastodon, how you doing?
Ooh, I forgot to check to see because I'm pretty sure that early game is over. Now, actually, one question I have for you, Bleeker, did you set your lineup early enough to know that? I mean, if you didn't have anybody playing in the Jacksonville Atlanta game, then you're good. But I woke up early on purpose just to make sure my lineup was set because I was like, oh, I don't want to end up losing.
I usually set my lineup Thursday after work.
Oh.
Depending on, and obviously I keep track of it depending on if somebody's questionable or not, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But it should be fun. Like, should be okay.
Yep.
I don't think I'm going to win today, though. Williams is out, and he was like a 20, 30 point getter. So that's
who's your backup for him?
I don't know. I can't remember his name. Some ass. Like I have a really strong league, so basically there's nobody left to pick from. So I got nobody to back him up. So it's pretty much nothing. I think I'm about to get crushed.
Oh well, my friend has in the league that I'm in. He has not only Mike Williams, so he's gone, and he also has on his team Nick Chubb. So I was just like,
damn.
Wait, you're gonna tell me he had Aaron Rodgers too?
No, another kid had Aaron Rodgers though.
Well, that would have been the worst fucking thing ever.
It's so weird too. Like actually. Speaking of the Aaron Rodgers thing, if you watch the video of it, because of course, like we were saying before, they love to show it in slow mo, and so they'll go ahead and slow it down and show you. Like you could actually see his Achilles snap on camera. It's fucking disgusting.
Oh yeah, you can see it.
I have a hard time watching stuff like that, bro. Like,
yeah,
I will, but I don't. Like, I still cringe and I shut my eye. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
Like somebody in real pain like that really bugs me. If it's just like you fell down, I can laugh. But somebody in real pain like that freaks me out, man.
Well, that was the thing is that everybody made fun of him. Like, oh, like one little hit and he's out. Just like no, go back and watch. And the guy stood up and he's like, yep. And then like I and
hey, I'll be right back, Bleak.
As he's in the pain that he's in, he goes right down after. He's like, nope, I'm not gonna sit there and try to pretend.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. The person that died in the Olympics on that sled or whatever, that was hard for me to watch. I don't know.
Yeah.
Shit like that's gross. I was in college later on in life, so I probably was 5 or so, 26 maybe. And when I walked into class, all these kids were watching these videos where like people were hitting each other with hammers, people were chopping each other up with like machetes. I'm like, what the fuck are you fucking idiots watching, man? That's fucking disgusting, bro. I can't abide by that. I just don't like it. In a movie, give me it in a movie where it's like Hellraiser. I'm all over that shit.
Wait a minute. So Lisa said, Wu-Tang New York Comic Con cover is dropping, getting it signed. Some going up tonight. And for those not hitting the con. Now, I love Wu-Tang. I'm a huge fan. When you're saying you're getting it signed, don't tell me that Wu-Tang's at New York Comic Con. Because if Wu-Tang is there and I missed it, I'm going to be sad.
Have you seen Wu-Tang? I saw Wu-Tang. I saw Wu-Tang. They were awesome, dude.
I've seen them in concert before, which is awesome. But
wasn't there was whatchamacallit, the guy that died, but
Old Dirty.
Old Dirty wasn't there, but the rest of the band was there. It was cool.
I got I got to meet. I met Ghostface after a show. Like, he did a show in Boston, and after he kind of came out and he was just like, yo, he's like, so I got to shake his hand and I was like, oh shit.
I wasn't meeting anybody, man. I was the most out of place person in that fucking concert. It was insane. Me and my buddy, my buddy's Italian and I'm native, but in a concert full of black folks, you look fucking white. I'll tell you that right now. They were like, who the fuck are these guys? I was like, oh, well, we're here for the Wu-Tang, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, that was a really good concert that I went to. But I remember, just when it came to that, I was like, oh, like if they're at the convention signing shit, oh, you know I'm gonna be there to sit there. Yo,
That's awesome.
like,
That's awesome. You know, Wu-Tang actually made a comic that's really
How dare you?
cool.
yeah, the 9 Rings of Wu-Tang.
Yeah.
How
That's
dare
pretty
you?
fucking awesome. I am actually actively searching for that comic book.
How dare you?
Oh, I had a bunch of them. Remember I bought them.
How dare you? How dare you say that word?
Okay, I don't know what I said.
You said the word.
Happy October indeed. Oh, we have the
Okay.
man, the myth, the legend,
I apologize. Go.
Mr. Who Dat Comics himself. Boom.
Oh, Jesus.
For being
Right there, folks.
Ninja Turtle guy.
Mr. Ninja Turtle.
Okay, go.
No, I want to see it.
You just sat there and beat me with a balloon like mercilessly. This is evidence now. You
Where's
gotta,
Bonnie? I want to share my drawing.
listen. This is now become evidence.
Comics by the
Hey, good
Bay.
day.
Good afternoon to you. John Stout, how are you, brother? Yeah, I'm not going to any cons probably till next year now. I don't think I'll go to any more this year.
Get that out of here, motherfucker.
It's sad, but it's gotta happen.
It's gonna pop. Don't do that.
But next year I'm gonna go all out. Next year is gonna be a big con year, I think. Or at least get some bigger books anyway. Your kid's very active today. She's got a lot of energy. That one, eh?
Oh, she always does.
Oh, Bonnie. There it
Alex,
is.
yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Just a Barbie.
Oh, I just
Yeah,
got the game.
that youth group at Bleeker Street this afternoon.
I did it from how good you draw. I tried my best to draw it.
Let me make you big. Hold on.
You try to make. Oh, you have to go to baseball.
Drawing. You gotta give me the link for the people that draw. Yeah.
Yeah. So Allie drew
What
this.
is it?
It's a Rebecca Rabbit from Peppa Pig.
Nice.
Oh, I know that.
But yeah, she was really excited to draw that, and she wanted to show you, and because she said she wants to be as good an artist as you are.
Oh wow, that's some high praise right there.
Yep.
Well, the first step is you gotta watch lots of videos like me.
Yep.
And then the second step is I have to follow my friend because I forgot how to draw the one of the parts because one of the parts was so hard because I was like, oh, okay, this is a little easy, but then I forgot to put the line in to draw the face for it. So the detail, the pretty much is for it is to just keep trying or just follow one of your friends.
There you go. She's getting ready to go to baseball.
Baseball? That's fun.
Yeah. They have the I guess clinics or whatever. So
be honest, Chris, what is your daughter? Is she if she was on a football field or a soccer field, would she be the one picking the grass or is she the one scoring the goals?
No, she's actually, I would say she would want to score goals.
Nice.
If that's whatever her focus is, whatever the focus of anything is, like she always wants to do it.
I'm not gonna lie, I was the one picking the grass back in the day.
No, she's all about she would pick the grass if she was just kind of left her own devices. But as soon as someone's like, that guy got a hit, can you get a hit? Nope. That's when she'll lose it. Like, no, I'm getting a hit. I'm gonna do this. So that's her whole thing. Like she has that whole mentality of if somebody else can do it, I can do it too. And she's gonna just keep trying until she does, and she'll get mad if she doesn't. That's her whole MO. So if somebody else scored a goal, Johnny just scored a goal. I just scored a goal, and she will knock everybody down and score the goals.
All right, I like that.
And we already said.
Bonnie, have you drawn anything new recently, Bonnie? Let's check it out. What do you got for us?
Yeah, show us what you've been drawing.
What happened? What happened? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just asked her if she had any new drawings. Who that?
Yeah,
she got one, but there's another one in the car. Just show that one.
New material.
Who dat? Your pictures that you've been putting on IG have been adorable of your family times.
So this is the one that I drew, but I accidentally made the wrong color when I was doing this because I was supposed to make it lighter. So like I was supposed to make it lighter. So I just draw the color and yeah.
Let's check it out. Oh, right on.
It's my favorite movie. And you can see the name. It says F. You can see
Bingo.
the name. It says Bingo, and then A, and it says A Kid.
Nice, very nice.
Hey, you know what she should do?
But I do have another one in the car.
There's a thing starting this month. I don't know if she knows about it. It's called Inktober. And basically, it's you draw every day for a month. And every day is a new prompt, and you just draw a new thing every single day.
I'll go get it. I'll be right back and go get it.
Yeah, gotta go get it.
Yeah, it's fine. Take your time, huh? Mr. Who Dat Comics, how you doing today, brother?
All right. Tired.
Good.
Tired, man.
Yeah, I'm tired today too. I gotta work after this, so it's gonna be a long day.
You gotta work after you work? What?
Yeah, I gotta work after work.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Sundays are a long day for me usually.
That sucks.
What's even worse is that I haven't had one customer buy anything today, but last week was pretty good. Today sucks.
Feels like it's like hit or miss. For
yeah, I think it's rent sort of week, right? So I feel.
Oh like yeah, it's the first. Yeah, it's the first.
Rent.
The first October 1st. Yeah.
I do, yeah. Yeah, I've got some Miles Morales stuff. I won't be here. I can bring it next week for you. Okay. Yeah, I got some Miles Morales.
He's got Miles Morales stuff except for the one thing that he really wants.
I know, fucking assholes.
I was about to say you might want to be cool.
Now I gotta go through my personal boxes to pick up my doubles.
I get some Miles Morales. Well, we're looking for Ultimate Fallout 4. Like, so was I.
Yeah, if somebody says Ultimate Fallout 4, I'm gonna punch him.
Not the last two.
Oh, that's the thing you're still working on, huh?
Yeah, this is the first one.
Work in progress.
This is the So this is the first one. I'm still working on this. So I was thinking I should draw this. So that's me, the little baby, and that's Elijah. But I wanted to draw it because he's always bugging me, and I wanted to just draw me as a baby and see where it could be.
I like it. It's very good. That's very good.
And let me find
nice jeans on that lady.
Let me find the other one. It's in my big book. Okay,
there you
here.
Go. That's pretty cool.
So this one I drew.
Oh wow!
I didn't get to finish it, but I just drew it.
That's cool.
That's very cool. Good job.
And then,
good job, man.
The little thing you might see, there's a blue little thing right here. That's just a bow tie.
Oh, all right.
I drew a little bow tie.
Nice.
And then the light and like you see that orange thing right there. That's just to just show some decoration and to show the orange thing is just to show that she's like saying raw, and then the light is showing him that he just appeared.
Nice.
Very cool.
Very nice.
Heck of an artist. Heck of an artist.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
That up. Keep that art up, and you'll be famous.
And I have some paintings, and yeah.
Nice. Very cool.
But the paintings are too big, so I can't bring them out.
Uh-oh.
Well, what I can bring one out, but they're not.
Yeah,
the other ones are too big.
I said hard like your parents.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Keep up that art.
If you want to.
Good.
I'm gonna look at my room and see if this.
Yeah, man, I've been digging your family pictures on IG. Who that? They've been I don't know. They fill you with like I don't know. Just they make you feel good. They're very nice. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's all that matters at the end of the day is family and friends and people you care about.
Yeah, it makes me feel good when I see that shit. See you hanging out with your family, it's nice.
Yeah, we were thinking about oh Lord,
Oh, very cool. Did she do that?
yeah.
Really?
She signed it at the bottom.
Oh my god.
We didn't have the little thing.
That's really cool. Wow, look at that.
So that's the
Look at
first
that.
one.
That's why you said it was too big. I didn't know how big it was.
That's amazing, Bonnie.
And she did
That's really good. That dog is really, really good.
Bonnie, you're killing it, man. You're killing
Clifford the big brown dog.
That's okay.
Clifford.
it. Clifford the big brown dog. That's fine. Clifford the big.
He looks like he looks like Clifford.
Yeah, that we didn't do it at the place. We asked him. I asked him made that one by myself.
Yeah, you showed this one before.
That's one of my favorite ones.
That's a cool one.
That's probably my
No,
favorite.
we didn't do that one.
And his
We didn't.
jewel she was bedazzled. That's how you say
Yeah,
it?
I like that she put jewel bedazzled it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's really cool.
We just leave some on. It's because we didn't want to.
I'm sure you know this.
You might see some are missing.
Yeah, some fell off.
Yes, they wouldn't glue that much.
I look for a YouTube show here every Sunday, so we're on live.
So some of them are glued.
Nothing crazy.
You got to put them somewhere so you can in your room.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna exit you from solo layout there, Mr.
No, yeah, that's all I
Hey,
got.
boss, how are you?
That's all she got.
Yeah, that's all I got.
We got Sipper.
You going to the game today?
The game's like starting in like 5 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know. I was like,
no, my mom and my sister and her husband are gone.
I made sweet and sour meatballs last night and honey glazed carrots for work today. So that was my
healthy.
Yeah, man. I don't really cook. So whenever I go to work for one of these weird meeting things, I like to cook for people. So it's nice. I need some company at home more often. Yeah, sorry, sicko man. We're not having any burning of the churches today. It's all wholesome family nonsense.
Yeah, sorry. If you're looking for that type of church, you probably could find them easily on Google.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not partial to those to church, but I don't advocate burning them down. They're still beautiful buildings, good history. Although I am native, and that whole native school thing really bothered me. So I may have put 1 or 2 burning churches on my Facebook when that happened. Don't burn down churches.
Talking about was it sweet and sour meatballs and was it honey glazed carrots for breakfast?
Oh, honey glazed carrots for breakfast? I don't know if I'd eat them for breakfast, but I'll eat them for lunch and dinner.
That'd be kind of a weird breakfast, but then again, who knows?
I would love to see Bleeker come to the New Orleans area for a few months and see how much weight he gains.
I'd be a fat fuck, dude. I would be so fat. I don't eat a lot, man. I don't know why I don't eat a lot. I just don't. I don't need to, maybe. It's just not something that's in my nature to eat a ton. But when there's good food around, you'll find me there. You will find me there.
Be like, man.
I guess you know what it is? I don't get a lot of home cooking. That's what the problem is. So I don't eat a lot. But when there's a home cooked meal, like when my buddy, he's an Italian dude, whenever he cooks, I'm like, fuck yeah, bro. This shit's the fucking best.
I remember that. Actually, my when we used to watch football at my friend Elza's house, and his parents, his mom, usually would just make stuff all the time. So she'd be and it was funny because we'd be over there to watch football, and oh, we're gonna order from such and such, and we get something from that sub shop or whatever. And I'm looking in the kitchen, she got just all this good food all the time. I'm like, dude, what the hell? And oh, I'm making chicken parm. What is it? No. I was like, dude, how does he know the chicken parm? She's like, oh, you want some? I was like, yeah, I have some. And then it's like getting all mad. Like my friends, like get mad. Like, oh, like he's over there eating all the food and man, I'm not eating all the food. You're not eating this shit. They made enough for other people, and this is delicious. I'm having some.
Yeah, no. The Italians always have food in the fridge, on the tables. There's always something to eat in an Italian's house, or at least as far as my experience goes. Every Italian person I've ever met, they've always had awesome food kicking around.
Yeah,
John said I would be twice as big if I lived in New Orleans.
Well, and that's the thing. There's such good food in New Orleans. Like, and I love sweet things. Could you imagine me in beignets? Are you kidding me? I'd be humongous. I'd be a large man.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just, you would probably eat beignets and pralines every day.
That's what I would do. You should say, well, when I'm at my house, all I eat is cookies and chocolate milk. So I can't imagine that would change in New Orleans. Just beignets and cakes and all the desserts you got, buddy. All the desserts you got. What's that fancy cake that you only get once a year? Festival cake or something?
Oh, you talking about the king cake?
King cake. I need some of that shit in my life. I need that.
We found a place that makes it's called Queen's Cake. We'll probably gotta try it. I never had it before.
Interesting.
Actually, there's and Lisa probably knows about this because she's from New York. There's a place in Brooklyn. They make these butter rum cakes. Holy shit, these things are phenomenal. And the funny thing is that so they usually for like the holidays people get them up for Thanksgiving and Christmas and shit. And man, like my friend had got one. They did like a little sample, and so we got the sample. I was like, oh my god, this is incredible. So then he went and he got one, and he got like a little small one. He's like, oh, he's like, everybody take a everyone have some. We devoured that shit in a second, and then he went back down, and he had gotten a regular size one, because it was a Christmas convention that was happening at Mohegan when we happened to be there. So he got a regular one, and then he sat there and he's like, I can't not. So he just sat there and started munching on it. He had to go back and get another one, and then he sat there. He's like, I bought two more. He's like one's one's for the ride back. The other one is I'm gonna put in my bag so I can't get at it. But and then he's funny. He's like every time like he brought it to his home, and him and his wife. He's like, oh, I'll try some of that. And then so she cut off a piece. He said that he would just every time she got a piece, he would just look at him like. She's just sitting there. She's like, "Can I have?" She'd be like, "I'm gonna have some more of that rum cake." You just there's how much of rum cake you have, and she's like, "Just a little piece. What's the problem?" He's like, "Okay." But he was like serious. Like every time she'd take a piece, she's sitting there. She's like, she's like, you know what I'm gonna have? I'm gonna have a little bit of that rum cake with my coffee, and he's just like, show me this, show me the piece.
My grandma was the worst, dude. My grandma got told not to drink any alcohol in the later stages of her life. She could only have one beer a week or something. So she would save it up to the end of the week and then drink 7. She's like, well, I'm allowed 1 beer a day. So I saved it up till Sunday so I could have 7. My grandma,
so that's not how it works.
That's not how it works, Grandma.
I'm trying to think of what the hell
rum cakes are so good, man.
This one was phenomenal. I couldn't believe it. I'm trying to think. Is this it? Patsy's rum cake? No, I don't think that's the right one.
If you find it, hopefully they got a website. I'll order them.
They do. You can order them. You can order them online. Just they sell super quick though. I forget. My friend knows it too. Oh no, is it Tortuga?
No, Tortuga is like in the Caribbean.
No, that's not it.
They're great now. They're great, but I'd rather have somebody that in the States.
Oh man! Oh, bless you. Thank you. What the hell is that goddamn thing? I forget what the hell.
I'm trying to find a Saints game to watch the Saints game, but I'm having issues.
Oh, so I didn't get into it on my. So I made a video a little earlier. I didn't get into it on my video, but I was pissed the fuck off this morning because I went and I'm like, oh, I can look at the Jacksonville game. It's on. Let's check it out. And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, it's on ESPN. Cool. I put on ESPN. I saw about 4 seconds of the game, and then all of a sudden, like, no, other games you have coming up. I'm like, what do you mean other games? What is this one? And I look at the listing. I was like, oh, it's NFL Sunday morning. I'm like, oh, get the fuck out of here, really? So then I realized what that meant when it's like, oh, it's on ESPN. It was on the goddamn app. I was like, you expect me to download the app to watch this game? I was just like, I don't even care. It's football at 9:30 in the morning. Get to watch football and eat my breakfast at the same time. This is amazing. And then nope, none for me. I was like,
how much is a DAZN or whatever it's called? I don't think it's that much. $16.
I think it's like $10. I think it's like $10 a month or something like that.
That's not that bad if you consider just how short the football season is. It's not bad.
Yeah, no, it's not that bad. It's and really, if you're playing fantasy, it's like the the way to go, just because, it just shows you every score every single time.
Yeah.
So it's like that's like the best way to go about it, because you're not wasting time with other things. Because especially like nobody wants to watch if your team is not the Seattle Seahawks, nobody wants to watch the Seahawks versus I don't know whoever, like Seahawks versus the Browns. Like nobody's watching that game. Nobody cares about that game. But if that's the game that ends up being on that's televised, you'll watch it because that's the only game you have to look at. So it's just like last week there was a bunch of games that were really good, and they just they wouldn't show them. We ended up being stuck with a bunch of crap. I'm like, well, this sucks. These games.
Yeah, last week was my fantasy football team was fucking awesome last week. Every guy had 30 points. It was amazing.
That's like right now, man. Like usually because where I live, Fox shows the Saints game. Yeah. But they're showing the Eagles and the Washington. I was like, I don't want to see the Eagles and Washington. Like, it's going to be a good game, but that's not my team.
That is going to be a good game. The Eagles versus the Kansas City is going to be pretty awesome.
No, they're playing Washington.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, man.
That's a division game.
Over here? No,
my fans are kind of making me cringe lately. Like, I'm glad the 49ers are doing good, but everybody walking around like we're king shit and the greatest teams ever. It kind of makes me like, we're going to fuck up again this year. I'm sure it's going to happen. People are too cocky.
Which team is that, Biggie? Sorry?
The Niners.
Ah, yeah.
Niner fans just think they're holier than thou, dude. I don't know, man. It's just starting to, it's like, I liked it when we were a little bit slept on.
They've had a hard go ever since, what was it? Ever since the good days with
Montana and Rice?
Yeah, and not the guy after Montana was still good too.
Steve Young
was still really good as well. So,
we almost made it a couple times.
Yeah, they were pretty awesome back in the day. It's been a minute for them, that's for sure.
I don't even know who our coach is. Oh yeah, I do. What's his name? McMahon. What's our coach's name?
Last dynasty probably. Do you think there's going to be any more dynasties after
Schottenheimer or some shit?
After Tom Brady?
Dynasties?
I don't think there's going to be any more dynasties in football. I think that's a really hard sport to win a couple in a row.
What's the Niners coach's name? He's like a son of somebody. I forget.
I remember it was Jim. What was it?
Shanahan? It's fucking Shanahan.
Is it Shanahan now?
I think so. I think it's Shanahan.
I still remember when Jim Harbaugh was coaching them and they were doing well.
Michigan got Jim Harbaugh, which I'm a Michigan fan too, so that works pretty cool. Niners and Michigan.
Well. That does work well.
I found it. Found the.
I'd rather have John Harbaugh though, Bleak.
Yeah.
That's the Harbaugh you want.
Fair. That's fair enough.
That's the Harbaugh you want.
Yeah, he was the guy that did all the announcing for a while. Then he went back, right, John?
He coached the Baltimore Ravens, and they kicked the shit out of everybody for a long time.
Yeah.
He's a bad motherfucker, boy.
Yeah, he's a very defensive coach. He's good.
Yeah, one of the greatest defensive minds probably in football.
Goodway Gourmet.
Yep.
That's the company's name, or that's the.
Yeah, no, that's the name of the place. Goodway Gourmet.
Shanahan's a hell of a play creator, though. That guy, the fucking Niners are nasty. Like, they are good, bro.
Most prices here are negotiable if you happen to find something you love.
Goodwaygourmet.com is their website. But you can buy the cakes, so they'll ship them to you and everything.
That's what I'm looking.
Like we got spoiled that Christmas.
It says world's best rum cake. We're gonna see about that. I can get 10% off my first order if I sign up to the newsletter.
I was gonna edit my avatar pics, but I can't find.
Because I'll be honest with you, I am ignorant when it comes to that type of stuff. Because I'm like, all right, it was good, and I don't really usually eat that shit. So I'm like, oh, it was good and it was delicious. And I was like, if they say it's the world's best, that shit was phenomenal. I'll go with it. But like,
they're not as expensive as I thought they would be.
No.
They're $32. The mini ones are $7 or $8.
Yeah. I honestly think they get more expensive as because they will sell out. Like if you check back, I want to say around Thanksgiving, they're all sold out at that point.
Yeah, I would imagine, especially this time of year, right?
Yeah, but they have a ton of stuff like that. A chocolate one, they have a, the coconut butter rum. They have a regular butter rum. They have, what's it? Banana rum, black raspberry rum. Gluten free if you can't do gluten.
Coming in, guys.
Yeah, they got a mystery flavor. What is mystery flavor?
Oh wow! Actually, and then they have coconut macaroons if you're a macaroon person.
I guess it is this one they select. We will select one of our. All right, I'll be nervous with that.
Sicko, you don't want to watch games. Buffalo sucks. Browns suck.
I was waiting on my cousin to drop off the rent money. I can pick up some rent money.
Well, what Caribbean? I mean, so you're in the know. Like, what's the best one? Like, if you had to say a rum cake that was like the best one that you had, like, or a bakery that you would recommend, where would you tell people to go to get the good rum cake?
I don't usually eat rum cake, so I wouldn't know what the best rum cake tasted like.
No, I'm saying for Lisa, because Lisa, that's what I'm saying. Like, Lisa's the source on this one, so it's like, all right, where would the best rum cake be at? Where would you tell people to go for the best?
Where would a good rum cake be? I'm not an expert. I'd ask somebody that knew something about it. So I guess
I'm just not an expert in rum cakes. That's all. Nothing.
I guess Hudat eats a lot of that kind of stuff, don't he? I've heard him bring it up.
I don't know. I mean, I've only eaten like Tortuga rum cakes, and that's a I don't know. Tortuga in this place that Chris has gave me is like comparing Coca-Cola to like your local root beer company.
Yeah. Actually, hold on.
So it's like Tortuga's good, but they're mass produced.
Mark's West Indian Bakery apparently is the way to go, and same with their carrot cake as well.
For some reason I think of Jamaican rum. I don't know why I'm doing that, but
that's probably the right spot.
I like
because that's what it would be. A Caribbean bakery.
The whatever the one with the captain on it. I think it's delicious. Captain Morgan or whatever.
Captain Morgan.
Yeah, man, that dark shitty.
The best rum I've had is actually from Cuba.
Yeah, Cuba of course it is. That's where they make really good rum. I just like shitty stuff.
Okay.
Hey, boss.
I like Cavassier. Tastes like honey, dude. That shit is not right. It tastes better than it hits. It's like stronger than what it tastes.
The items are baked fresh to order, shipped within 72 hours. So like once you order it, it's not like you're ordering like Tortuga, you're ordering something that's already been cooked. So once you order it, they have to process your order. If they have some cooked to send out immediately, you get it, but you'll get it shipped within 72 hours. So most likely they'll get the order like Monday, and then your stuff will get shipped out by Wednesday.
Hey, let's put it like this, all right? You go ahead and you can get it today, order it today, and you'll be eating it by the time the hunt starts. That's all you need to know.
You're right about that. So I'd eat that whole thing, though. That's the problem. I'd eat that whole thing. I had a AC on. It's freaking hot.
See, you know what's crazy too? Because I'm sitting there looking and I'm thinking about like up here, like where we have them, and the saddest part that I can say is like I know we don't. You try to go to a rum cake, they're like, all right, that's how I send you to an Italian place. Which I'm not saying they can't do a good rum cake, but it ain't the same as this. It's you know what I mean. It's a whole different thing. Like the Caribbean rum cake, that these ones are doing.
Caribbean, okay.
Yeah.
It starts with the rum, I would guess. Like you want a really good rum. So who makes good rum probably makes good cake.
Yeah, like I said, like this, like I can put people onto something that's good. Like I don't know if you guys have them or if you've ever had them before. It's called Half Moon, which is basically it's like a cake with frosting on it. So you can have either a white vanilla cake or a chocolate cake, and then they'll put like either vanilla frosting or they'll put like like half vanilla, half chocolate, all vanilla, all chocolate, whatever you want. And they're really good. There's a place called Lindell's that's up here, and they're doing I think it's like if you buy one get one, because they've hit their goal. So now it's like if you buy a Half Moon, you get one for free. So it's like the greatest deal in the world. Only thing is that it's the greatest deal in the world as long as you're in good shape. Because if you're in bad shape, then it's the worst thing in the history of eating. Because it's like, oh, you mean if I buy 3 of these, I'm gonna get 3 more for free? Like, yep. Oh well, I mean, I came in here thinking I was gonna get a dozen of them. So should I get and then show up with 2 boxes of these damn things, and they're very good. But that's what I recommend as far as like, Italian bakeries and stuff like that. Like we have very good Italian bakeries here. I don't think we have so much good Caribbean bakeries though. I have to look harder at it, but
So I guess my girlfriend went to like a community firework thing. They was doing like park activities, and I was hanging out at the house, but she said she ran into my ex-girlfriend, and she had a kid. Yeah, she has a kid, and guess what his name is?
Julius.
It's fucking Julius. It's like what?
I'm sure that one.
What in the? Yeah, well, she said she was sitting there by her, and she could have swore it sounded like she was calling his name Julia or Julius, and I'm just like, I don't know why the hell she would do that, but maybe she got with the guy that's named Julius besides me. I don't know. I haven't talked to her in a long time.
Are the commanders you need to worry about? Hello? You got anybody on this game you need to worry about?
Yeah, some people, but it's all right. No, we have Jamaican food spots around here, so we do have those, and
Yeah, we got a good bit of Caribbean, Jamaican, like whatever you want to call it. We had a good little bit of regular food spots, but like, are we talking about like Caribbean, Jamaican, like dessert places? They don't really.
No, you're talking about like if you got a Caribbean food spot, like they usually have that too. So it's kind of like a combination, because like, and I know what she's talking about. Like we have a bunch of those. Just when it comes to that, it's just like I just didn't know if they had like just a straight like you were saying like just a straight like bakery or nothing like that. But like in some of the rougher parts of Boston, there's a lot of that. Like there's a lot of those places, and they're good. Good food, good prices. It's just it's in the hood, so can't be afraid.
I've been eating a lot of barbecue lately. I just love meat lately. I don't know, man. Sweets are cool, but I eat gummy bears. That's my one bad thing. Sugary thing. I take a treat. Little gummy bears.
Yeah.
I don't like the juice. I don't like the juice gummy bears. I do like the artificial ones better. I don't know why, but they just taste more. Have better taste.
No. We have to still show my cheeks. Making me mad. I'm just looking at my fantasy team right now.
I'm heading to Walmart. I'm gonna let Lil Shaq pick out a couple presents for his birthday. Got a birthday tomorrow. I'm getting him a pizza at the school.
That's cool.
So Yeah, they're gonna let me. They asked me. They was like, "Do you want to pay for it, or do you want us to?" And I'm like, "Well, I better pay for something because if I don't, they might not ask me next time." Or because it was a long time, you weren't allowed to do shit because of the corona. You couldn't bring anything in.
Oh, Lady Fantastic off to visit her father. All right, take it easy. Tell Mr. Fantastic we said hello. That's how I get the room cake from the patty spot. That's the thing. That's I heard. Like, if you like them Jamaica patties, man, you got to go to those places because like they do it right.
I got one of those Kapulu 1 per Wolverine 37s. Thank you variants coming. It's gonna be pretty sweet.
That's cool.
Yeah, got a couple 1 and 25s. I was watching Name That Key with Sector 8 something, Sector 808, and he gives away crazy books on that fucking show. All those give him great crazy shit.
Yeah, I gotta next week go on and buy my ticket for the Rhode Island Con, and then buy the autograph things because I have like I just want to make sure that I can meet the people that I want to meet, the celebrities at least, which is the voice cast of Ninja Turtles and Christina Ricci.
Oh, cool.
And I'm gonna meet Kevin Eastman. See Kevin Eastman here and sign some books again. So that's gonna be fun. But
my mom's talking about going to see Aerosmith when they come to Columbus with my girlfriend and shit. I really don't care if I go, but after about 2 or 3 of his road shows, he was talking about his vocal cords were getting sore and he had to call off shows. So it wasn't looking good, like for him to finish the tour. And but I'm sure the longer we wait, the more expensive the tickets will be, or it'll be sold out. So it's hard telling.
yeah, he's an old man. Probably gets worn out quick now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe his vocal cords will get used to it after a while, but that probably is a problem. I'd like to see Aerosmith, but I'm not a super fan of them. They're okay. They're probably the best American band I could think of.
Yeah. They used to do free shows up here all the time. Just go because they're from here, so they used to just randomly show up.
Oh, they're fucking yeah, that's right. They're from Boston. That's right.
Yeah, they used to have a bar and club type thing called Mama Kin's, and then they would just randomly show up there some nights. So it was right across the street from Fenway Park. So sometimes, depending on if they just happen to be around or whatever, you can go to the baseball game and then all of a sudden come out the baseball game and then go see just a random impromptu Aerosmith concert for free because they just be like,
that's crazy.
We're just gonna play.
Little check listen to Aerosmith now.
Yeah. Yeah. Aerosmith. I heard too that they were supposed to be getting rid of, not getting rid of it, but I think maybe changing the Rock and Roller Coaster or something like that. So they're about to lose their ride in Disney World.
Oh, I've been looking at this shit. Did you know that WWE or WWF had like a theme park attraction, and it was in Canada, and they had it was like a drop ride, and the belts from that shop are actually very collectible. They were like leather bound with real buckles, but I just wonder if anybody we know ever seen that, or you know what I'm talking about, Chris? You know what I'm talking about?
I've heard of it. I've never been to it though.
That's like it's their first one that they had.
No, I've never been to it. I barely remember. They said that a lot of the items there were overpriced, Like they had DVDs for $50 and shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
I also met that guy a couple years ago.
Yeah, I know they used to have a restaurant. It used to be the WWF.
Awesome.
Yeah, there's a restaurant and they had a theme park ride. It was in Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, the restaurant was supposed to be kind of like the answer to Planet Hollywood.
Even in Niagara Falls, they didn't have what I was looking for.
Actually, speaking of,
it might have been Niagara Falls. Can't remember where it was.
Speaking of, I guess, former WWE properties, XFL was merged with the USFL.
Yeah, I saw him there. It was cool to see Wendell. He was smaller than I thought.
Yeah.
I forgot to look that up. I was going to look that up when I read about it. So I don't know how many teams were there.
Shane.
Well-known hockey player. The way I look at it,
All right, but come on.
He's awesome. All right, man. Have a great rest of your day. Whenever you bring in.
Yeah. I'm in.
Awesome, my man. Yeah.
Find that
Red Scooby-Doo.
I hope I still have.
Find that Scooby-Doo, bro. Find that Scooby-Doo.
So that little prize is going to help me get my Hulk 181. It's going to help a little bit.
That's the one you need. That's the one you want.
That's something.
A gentleman came in to get some books pressed, and I pressed his books for him, and I had to sadly tell him that this was not the first appearance of Scooby-Doo. He has the first appearance of Scooby-Doo, but he doesn't know where it is. This is the one from '77. He also has the one from 1970, but he can't find it. I'm like, you got to find that one, bro. That's the big one.
Yeah.
I just looked up Scooby-Doo's first appearance, just on cover price, not on eBay. I can't imagine.
Yeah, it's expensive.
It is on eBay, but that's a $1,500 book in a high-ish grade, like 7.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty hard to get raw, just complete. That's probably a couple hundred, 300 for just a raw, right?
Yeah.
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 That's
500 for a raw book. It's an expensive book.
I was actually telling my cousin yesterday about that on at a birthday party. He's like, yeah, I'm trying to get these gold keys, and he wants to get like the gold key Turox and Solar and all that sort of stuff. I'm like, dude, I was like, yeah, look at some, and so I thought he was into like gold key like that. I was like, oh, I was like, well, if you're a big gold key guy, I was like, I got something that's gonna make you jealous. He's like, oh, what do you have? I'm like, Battle of the Planets. He like looked at me. I had 15 heads. He was like, Battle of the Planets. Like, why do you care about that? I was like, what? It's like Battle of the Planets. Dude, this book is expensive, man. You sit there and like you call yourself a gold key guy. You don't know about Battle of the Planets. I was like,
yeah, why is he collecting gold key if he doesn't know anything about Battle of the Planets?
I don't know. So I was like, have you not heard of this yet? I was like, you don't know about this thing? But
yeah. He's in for a shock when he realizes some of those books are $2,000, $1,500, $300.
Oh yeah. I got a gold key #1 on accident the other day. I got the first Jim West, the Wild Wild West, and I didn't make the connection to the Will Smith movie until about half a day later. I was like, oh, this is that movie.
Yep. That's cool. The first Wild Wild West, that's actually that would be sought after. My brother my brother's about 55. He used to play with those toys when he was a kid. He had the whole Jim West set. Like, it was a big deal when he was a kid. People that age.
Yeah. I'll tell you something else cool about it, Bleak, is if you do get it, there's a photo back variant that makes it a little more collectible. I actually got the photo back, so it's kind of cool.
That is very cool. I got a whole bunch of those oldie cowboy comics, and I'm going to tell you, they never, ever sell out of here.
No.
And they could be 10 centers. People fucking don't give a shit about them.
Oh, yeah. Westerns are usually great art, too, man.
There is decent art in there, and nobody cares one lick about them, bro. It's sad.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I always find that weird. Everybody's into, like, oh my god, old comic books, but the minute you put like a Western comic book,
well,
this is garbage.
there's Jonah Hex. That one will go, but about the rest of them, not too much. But the Hex books are good.
Jonah Hex had some cool powers. He was all right.
Yeah, Hex will get you by, which is ridiculous though, because like Two Gun Kid and all them other guys, man, they had like Mary Severin and a bunch of good artists on their covers.
Yeah, all the Billy the Kid stuff. There's some. There's a ton of stuff.
Some Kirby, some I don't know. I can't think of all their names.
You know, we got Charlton, Gold, Croft Super Show. Actually, like just interesting stuff that nobody gets. Cowboy in Africa. That was a big one for Gold Feet. Korak, son of Tarzan. And I like the Korak, son of Tarzan covers, actually, but nobody gives a shit about them, man.
Here, bub, let me turn this down.
Yeah, something's going on down there. What are you listening to?
He's got his YouTube going pretty loud. I turned it down a little bit. I'm in a Walmart. Let me turn my cam on.
Oh. You get Walmart variants at your Walmart?
Yeah, I actually had a couple 1-in-1000s at the beginning of the year, but I gave up on it because they've been moving stuff around. I'll go look though. I need to look. You're glad you brought that up.
They always the ones at my Walmart are all torn through and fucking ripped apart. It's almost not even worth buying them because people have treated them so shit.
Trying to find some melatonin, but they're all so damn expensive. They're usually cheaper than this.
Melatonin for you or for the kid?
For Lil Shaq, he don't take it on the weekend, but during the week I have to give it to him. Just give him 1 or 2.
I know, yeah.
He could take up to 5, but I just try to give him 1.
Yeah. I don't know too much about it. I hear it's good for you.
He wasn't doing it for a long time, but with kindergarten starting, I had to start.
How you doing?
Yeah, what about you?
Guess I get the expensive one. Fuck it. That's kind of what I want. Let's go look at these toys. These toys kind of suck lately. Well, Lil Shaq's cute today.
Hello, Thank you, my dear. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Got a lot of plushies I didn't see last time.
I don't know, man. I love Walmart and all the toys and everything. What I hate is going into Walmart and everything ripped apart, and then going online and seeing somebody with 15 Black Series toys trying to sell them. It bugs me.
They're definitely pushing the online service, because if you go out in a parking lot now and I show y'all, every parking spot has one of those menus. They just got a bunch of black bags on top of them for now, but it looks like that's what they're going to start doing. Is everybody's going to have to buy their shit from outside.
The problem is, like, I don't want to spend the shipping is the problem, right? Like, every shopping purchase I'm going to buy, I pay an extra $10 for shipping. It's fucking ridiculous. I actually like going to a regular store and just picking it up, being able to feel it in my hands, all that shit.
What do you like, bub? Slime? You want some slime?
We got another guest back here. Who do we got? Oh, I know this person.
Hi.
Hello.
What's up?
Not too much there, Freddie. How you doing?
You woke up?
I'm okay. I was having all kinds of computer problems earlier, so I had to swap over here because my net stopped working over there.
Well, as always, it's fantastic to have you, my dear.
Oh, thank you. Hi.
Hi. Right. Were you on the not Insomniac stream last night?
I was until a lovely 5 a.m. It went a whole 9 hours. Yes.
They stayed up till 5 a.m. on that fucking stream?
We did.
That's insane.
A whole 9 hours, yes.
Yeah. I was in the chat.
That's fucking
I can
insane.
confirm.
I know.
It happened. Yeah.
It did happen. Yeah.
Look at this stuff, bub.
Freddy
Cooter. This stuff?
Mastodon. Ow. Yeah.
Did I ever tell you Sunday is my only day to sleep in? I don't think I'll ever be early to church. That's fair.
Callie, Sunday is the only day that I get to sleep, but I wake up at 10 o'clock every day just to be here.
Saturday.
It looked like Blake started at 9 too, which was. Did you start early or something? Because I saw your IG.
I think I started a couple of times. I went on at like 9:30, like when I was early getting here, and it was like sort of a wash. So 10:45 seemed about right.
Yo.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Lisa Noble fell asleep watching. Did you fall asleep watching The Journey, I guess, Lisa?
Probably. I would say yes.
Yeah. There till 2, had to bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fell asleep around 10:30 and then woke up at 1 o'clock. I was like, what the fuck? Fuck my life.
Yeah, you're a lamer.
And now I gotta work all day and then work all day, work all night.
So please, you're going to some work banquet thing later. Yeah, there'll be food.
I'd rather just banquet at my house.
Yeah. Hopefully the other people brought equally as yummy things that you stayed up slaving, making food all night long. Yeah.
True. I did slave. I did do slave.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I see books saying he likes, but it's like $100.
Uh-oh. Well, I too
Down here?
like that as well. It's pretty amazing. Not gonna lie.
Is this the one you want? I don't know how much it is, but I guess I'll get it.
Last time I went to Walmart, I was looking for Rick and Morty Lego, but they didn't have any.
Oh,
I bet it's 35. I bet it's $35. Golly. You sure this is the one you want, bub?
I think they
I think this one's probably 35.
By the register.
No, the Star Troopers. This one? Yeah, that's 2A. He saw the one he liked.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Bring kids to the toy.
Yeah. I like this one, bub. Look at this one. Look at this one. This one's great.
I like this $5 one.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
This is facts, really Kelly. Cool. Legos are insanely expensive. Oh, it's a Minecraft house with the houses inside the guy's head. That's
yeah, cool. I like the house one. That's the one you should get.
Which no lie is probably $65. So
I can't afford the $100 one, bub. I might have to get out of here, guys. He's wanting a $100 toy. I can't swing it.
Did you see any of the comics though? So usually they have them over there as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look. Easy. We already. I think Grandma might already got it for you, bub. I don't know.
Oh,
I think that's the one she got.
Yeah, you gotta double check first because you can't have double because you want more toys. Yeah.
Hopefully they will.
Oh boy.
If Grandma doesn't have it. We'll keep them satisfied.
I like the one I got him. I think that one's sick as heck.
I think that one's way better. That one's cool.
Yeah.
Is that a duck tree?
It's probably the best one they had, I think. It's really neat. Look at it, bub.
Dude, kid. You get way more stuff in that one than the other one. Trust me.
Yeah, really. You got the best one, I think. We're already getting you the minifig, bub. I know we're getting that. Yeah, he wanted the minifig. I know I got that.
It's okay, kiddo.
All right, I'm going to hop out till he cools off. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Good luck with that.
Yeah, not working.
Don't look like you got any. No, she might have some next door, though. Right in here. Yeah, she might have one.
Yeah, no, that's what me and my wife walked out.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll gross one.
Yeah, I think they got crucifixes over there. Other than that, you know who the motorcycle guy in the back.
Yeah,
Who's got biker
Drunk
jackets
guy.
and stuff.
Yeah.
All the way back
Ooh.
that.
This is all right, though.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro.
I don't comic book anymore.
That's okay, man. That's okay.
I'm all in the golf.
All right, bro. Cheers, my man.
Hey, I don't know what he's looking for, but I like it. He sounds like he's got cool stuff.
Yeah, he's something. He's
Hey,
something.
Nick. Hi. Where's Peter today? Peter show up today?
Nick the comic nerd, eh?
Hi.
How you doing, Nick? Hope you're well. We
The
miss
peeps
you
are... Yeah. Yeah, we miss you, dude. With your sassy hair.
Yeah.
Also,
Nick Jones
peeps
has to make a comeback. What's that? K-pop?
Peeps are requesting the link. Should I drop the link in the chat?
You certainly can.
All right. Let me drop the link. All right. Bam. The link has been dropped.
Boom.
Bam. Plop, plop, bitches. Enjoy.
So are you... Well, you've been up for a while, K-pop. What have you been doing?
Streamy prep crap for tonight.
Okay, yeah.
Mostly. So I got Sean on, bitches. That'll be fun, but I'm still almost finished with that. Got 2 more things, and then I gotta do I'll be working on my thing that I was working on last night, which I'm cleaning up some line work for a sneaky project.
So you got a guest coming on tonight? Anybody cool?
I do. 7 o'clock, Sean Chen, yes.
Nice.
He's an artist, if you do not know, a comic artist. He has a Kickstarter right now with Daniel Wu for Evermind, but he has done DC, Marvel, and Valiant art. He has done Wolverine, Iron Man, X-Men, Batman Beyond.
Yes. Cool. Batman Beyond. Well, I gotta watch that.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
I'm not gonna lie, Batman Beyond is my favorite rendition of Batman.
Oh, then you'll really like Sean Chen. Yes.
I don't know about the comic, but the whole just Batman Beyond. I like that character of Batman.
Yeah, he started in Valiant, and he worked under Barry Windsor Smith was his mentor, and he started in Rye and Future Force. Then he did like Bloodshot and some other stuff in Valiant. Then he moved over to Marvel DC stuff. If you look at his figure for Iron Man, was just released as a Marvel Legends figure.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it's gnarly. He's been around a while.
And did you say it's Zhang? Are you getting on? Who are you getting on?
I've been in talks with Jean Zhang for a while now. We've been trying to work out a time with him. He will eventually be coming on my show, but Bernard Chang will be on Friday. Right. So Bernard and Sean are really, really super good friends, and they actually do a podcast together every Tuesday. That's how I know them. So
I dig it, man. I dig it. Yeah. K-pop knows all the famous people.
I know some people. Haha. I may know other people. That's all you're hearing from today.
Yeah.
Just saying.
You motherfuckers. You know who you are.
That's all I'm saying. But yeah, no, they've been
I caught the beginning of Spine Ticks last night, and then not so much. So Sith and all the boys, hello. I know Swag was in here earlier. So.
Yeah, I saw Swag. I was gonna say hi, but that's when all my stuff started spazzing out, and I had no internet for like an hour. Bullshit.
Yeah, your internet was all fucked up today.
Yeah, it was bullshit. I went to go eat, and I was like, fuck it, I'm not hungry no more. So I was like, screw everything today. So that's where I'm at right now. That's the things.
Hello, Keith. Hello.
Hi, what is up?
I'm just I'm watching the game on my phone.
You're watching the game. Which game are you watching?
I finally found the Saints game.
Oh, the Saints.
I found every game, and then I finally found the Saints game.
Nice.
I was gonna try to watch it with my dad and my nephew and stuff, and bring my daughter, but he said they're taking a nap and it's gonna be an hour. I said the game gonna be almost over. I said,
hey man, we're still 10 strong, even on football Sunday.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Kelly, I'll give you some super insider information, and every one of you guys know this meme. You've probably seen it to this day. Do you guys know the Scream Head? I've mentioned this before, but you guys know it's very, very famous, and it gets shared probably to every group chat on the planet. You guys know the Scream Head squirrel feeder mask?
Yes.
Kelly, Sean Chen created that. That is Sean Chen's creation. He is the one that made that mask.
That's pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty dope.
Yes.
Do you have a hangover this morning, K-pop?
No.
No hangover.
I never get hangovers. No.
This bitch can drink with no hangovers. Fucking bullshit. Bullshit.
I've never had a hangover. No.
That is some bullshit right there.
I actually woke up at 10:20. I was wide awake. I was ready to hop on your show. I know. It's ready. Yeah, Kelly, it's awesome. Follow his Instagram page, and he will. He makes his own resin molds. It's actually fascinating. He gets really into crafting stuff, and he will actually make hand molds and handcraft and hand pour his own resin molds for stuff and just make wackadoodle random stuff. He actually cut out for his daughter because he likes learning stuff and all that kind of stuff. So he cut out a panel in his house. This was a couple of years ago. And they made it for like baby birds can go and make a nest there so they can watch baby birds grow up. So in his house, they cut it out. And there's a glass panel where you can watch baby birds grow up. You can remove the panel and you can see that. It's fascinating.
That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty
dude,
cool.
The dude is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, he does all kinds of crazy shit.
Well, I know where I will be tonight then when I'm not at work. When's this show start, K-pop?
7. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I will be at work, but I'll try and watch anyway.
Yeah, I will try to. Yeah, I try not to get too involved, but he does tell the best ass napkin stories in the business.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have another guest with us.
Oh shit!
The blind woman. I'm not sure yet.
Blind woman.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Blind wombat.
Oh.
Oh, blind wombat. Blind wombat.
You know, I think somebody named Jason / Bleeker Street Comics might need some glasses there.
Yes.
I think you might be right. But all I can see was WOM. When we were backstage, all I could see was WOM.
Close. Yeah.
Hello,
close.
everyone.
Like, I'm going to guess woman.
Close. Yeah.
Hey, chat. Hope you're all doing good.
Hi, how are you?
Hey.
I'm okay. How are you?
You got your cable? Okay, good. I was worried you were going to knock that over.
Most phrases here are negotiable. You find something you love. We're easy
I just had dinner. Oh, that's where I was cooking and stuff.
Yeah, nice.
Pain in the ass.
We might actually have some here. I know I have some.
Oh, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'll be kicking ass in a minute on
tons of these boxes, just full of them. And I'm going through and I'm like, man, I don't have all the fire for me.
You say you'll be kicking ass in a minute?
I'm always kicking ass, but no, I gotta be working on some stuff for a couple hours before I get ready for my stream.
Yeah, what time is it tonight? Is it just in 2 hours? 7.
Oh god, because in 2 hours I would not be on here.
Okay, that's 12 o'clock. That's cool.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Ooh, Callie, check it out. Pokemon cards.
If you told me, Liam Neeson yourself, so what is that? You're going to find yourself and kill you? I will find you. I will kill you.
He's going to track
Callie's
down
been taken many times.
Ooh, you got here.
Liam is the worst at keeping a hold of his family. Let's be honest. I don't want to be Liam's daughter. I don't want to be his wife.
No. He's been his family's been kidnapped and taken from him since the 80s. It's bullshit.
Yeah, man. Fucking every fucking week. Kidnapped again.
Yeah. Who's this? Look at I got Sparkly Clarf. Is this fucker named Klauf?
Klauf? What's this?
Wow.
Klauf? Yeah.
I'm working. K-pop. My internet's a little slow.
There you go. You got a Klauf? Yeah. Sparkly one.
That's different.
Yeah.
That's a Pokemon fart, right? A Klauf?
Yeah. Look at these little adorable little dudes. Look at them. Yeah. Cute. And then I got that guy. Yes.
I thought you were showing good cards, Katie.
I just say there are cards instead of opening packs, bro. What happens when you open packs? Got one more.
God,
Look at this.
I watched CJ open fucking packs last night. It was the worst experience of my life.
It took 3 hours to get to him.
Oh my god.
Fucking CJ, you're the worst fucking goddamn unboxer on the fucking planet. I don't care. Fight me. I dare you. You're the fucking worst.
How you doing
I got
today,
one
Blake?
more. Why are you taking me off? I got one more I'm opening. Jeez, man.
Well,
what the hell, bro? This was
take
pretty.
your sweet time there, bro.
Well, I had to open a box and then open a pack. Jeez. Okay, you got Sparkly McDoodle there. I got another one of those. Okay.
It's good.
I do. Oh, that was a bullshit pack. I already got all those. Whatever. Okay.
Oh,
so,
give it to
okay.
CJ.
But no, I usually like root them people if they need them. We get doubles and we just trade. It's fine.
Actually, I could use my packs of cards. I could use them to
now
try
I'm
and
done. You
draw
get me
them.
out here now.
I can take you off now.
Yes, you can get me off now. Thank you.
Sorry.
I can get you off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Live on stream.
I do, and I don't have them.
Nice.
So we're set.
We got 5 and 6. About $10 for you.
Oh.
Kelly, I can't spell any day. I can spell, but my phone does not let me. It's bullshit.
I definitely have a good chunk of that.
Yeah, see,
It's so muggy again today. Bloody weather.
Oh no.
Perfect.
This is my morning coffee at 6 p.m.
Your morning coffee. I just had a latte. It was delicious. And then I have
Callie, your spelling is atrocious.
Oh, get out of here with that.
Is oats?
How you feeling today, Callie? You feeling a bit better?
Pimps. Terrible.
How's your day going, Blake? Have you made your money at all?
I've made $50, so no, I have not made my money.
Come on, people, buy some books.
Yeah, buy more shit from this dude. What the hell?
Last week was a good week, so I'm sure it's
Nah.
Yeah.
You still have some time left.
We're all right.
You still have time left to get all kinds of hundreds of dollars of people coming to buy your stuff.
Yeah, I haven't had anybody sell me anything good in a while, so I really want someone to sell me something good.
I'll start offering my body out to people to help you.
Although I did buy this fucking jacket today. I don't know if you can see it, but here.
You bought that jacket today?
I did. Bought this
You gotta do a fashion show.
This is a blue.
Is it suede?
Blue suede jacket, baby.
Yeah, you got your
Blue
shoes to go with
suede
it.
jacket with buttons and everything. Wow.
I know.
What kind of bullshit fashion show is that? You gotta,
Jason Presley, Elvis's son.
Look around and prance and shit. There you go.
Look at that. You should have flipped the hair as well.
Yeah, there you go. Flip the hair and shit and all that stuff.
You're getting my vote.
Perfect.
That's really cool.
Yeah, the jacket's really nice. I couldn't resist it.
When I was a kid, I got these red suede jeans or trousers, right?
Oh.
So it was Christmas, so it was all snowing outside. So me and my friends went to this hill, and we had these tubes to sit on and slide down them. Silly ass me put the tube on my jeans, and it split the whole leg all the way down and cut my leg.
Oh.
Brand new. It's like,
Oh no, not the fuzzy pants.
The suede boo-boobs.
The sweetie boo-boobs.
Yeah.
Mr. Biggie Shack is back in the building.
Welcome back, Biggie Shack.
Hey, Biggie.
Oh, what we got here? We got some packs.
Welcome back.
Oh, Minecraft.
So I wanted to try to get him to want this thing, and he does like it. It's the Warden, but he broke me down. I'm gonna get him the $110 freaking giant one.
Oh.
So that hurts. I'm gonna be eating pretty cheap the next few days, I'm sure.
Aww.
Biggie
Yeah,
pulling a big dad move, buying the $100 toy.
Yeah, I guess. I tried to get him to switch out with something cheaper, but he just wants both. So I might have to get the Warden.
That is fair, man. Does he get something every time he goes to the store, or just once in a while?
Yes.
It's his birthday tomorrow.
birthday tomorrow.
I see.
I wanted to get him something nice.
Can't say no to that then.
Yeah, I'm pretty stuck. I should. If you guys got any advice, go get the Warden before you show your kid the Golem. The Iron Golem set is extremely expensive. I mean, I guess it's not extremely, but the other sets are only like $30-$40.
And this is Minecraft. Is that what's going on there?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take care of this one because the figures like this one right here is like a $15-$20 one by itself, I think.
Well, I'd go find a different price tag and just throw it on there and see what happens.
$110, dude, is fucking ridiculous.
Go find something with a $100 price tag.
I've never bought it. I mean, the biggest thing I think I bought him was like a thing he rides, and those things can be like $500. So I found like a cheap one. It never worked right. It worked a little bit, but sometimes you gotta just spend extra to get what they really want instead of a bunch of cheap stuff that ain't gonna last. Yeah, you might as well get the good thing.
Well, Biggie, congrats! You're the best dad this year's going. Good for you.
You could be a good dad and get the cheap toy too, but yeah, I appreciate it. It's gonna be nice knowing he got what he wanted. At least I can feel good about that.
Callie says it's still less than a full tank of gas, so.
Yeah, it really is. Like I probably spend like $50 to $60 on just nonsense every day, so it's just a couple days worth of living. It'll be all right. Not that bad.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thanks. You? How you doing?
That's all he's getting, though. He ain't getting nothing else. I bet you that.
Biggie, what you
he'll get some from Grandma. He'll get some.
No, he's got like 10 presents. I was gonna buy him more stuff, but after this, dude, no way, bro. I don't have it. I'm done. He knows that too. Like this is it. Yeah, we got like a bunch of presents put up for him, but
Callie, what the fuck are you driving that it costs you $185 to fill up your tank? Are you driving
Princess Power Mobile.
A Hummer? What are you driving, bro?
Yes, Princess Power Mobile.
I should go get a nice minty fresh box. I think this one's pretty nice.
He's got
I would go get a nice box for that.
Yeah, if you're gonna spend $110, you better get a minty fresh box. Just
saying. Agreed.
Yeah, it better be like Gem Mint 10, right?
Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah.
Always get something nice for your box.
Always.
Well, yeah. If you're gonna, you gotta have a nice box. It's just the way things.
I like the other little toy sets were cooler. This one right here is probably the best. Is this little creeper guy? It's like a clear one, and then you got that one. But the other sets I like. They had like the fire pit and the dynamite. I was hoping you'd like those. I really did like the regular Minecraft house. Like that was cool.
That was cool. I think that was inside the head, the build of the head. Cool.
Well, this is great.
Yeah, this was like a giant.
And I don't have to wear
Build-A-Figure
buds anymore. I can hear everybody. This is really
nice. I like that you're all set up properly and it's not all fucked up.
Can you hear? You guys can all hear me. This is great. It's the greatest thing ever.
Yes. It's the best. It's the best.
Say again, Blake.
Shut up, Glenn. Nobody wants to talk.
He thinks us blind, not deaf. Or yeah.
Say again, Kate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you're supposed to.
Also, so does he play Minecraft or is he just like the toys?
Oh yeah. He's very good at Minecraft.
Every kid I know that's that age plays Minecraft, and they're
everybody
all
super good.
Too, man.
And Fortnite, I know.
Fortnite.
Oh yeah, all his item boxes are completely full with diamonds and all that crap. Yeah.
Awesome. I didn't know shit about Fortnite until I worked at Value Village, and then every kid on the planet, hey man, you got any Fortnite costumes around Halloween? That's all they ask is Fortnite fucking costumes.
Yeah.
I figured he'd be a Transformers kid, but nope.
Katie kills kids on Fortnite for fun.
I do.
Katie kills
destroying
kids on
toddlers on Fortnite.
She loves it. So I want to go and kill some kids now.
Fucking baby killer over here. Jesus.
I know, right? And she's going to live stream it as well.
I will be live streaming it. I don't care how old you are. You are going down.
That's terrifying.
I used to hide in the bushes and jump out at people.
Oh, that's fun because I run the bushes over to make sure there's nobody in there.
I'm really crap at it.
Sorry.
I used to get in the top 5 just from hiding in bushes.
Ooh.
That's just creepy.
I know, right?
Stop hiding in people's bushes. And
Well-
it's the year 2023. Where'd you find a bush?
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Gummy bears, yes.
They're pretty cool.
You're spoiled rotten.
Yeah. Yes. I have so when the Marvel one came out, I have 2 somewhere, and I can't for the life of me find it. I need to find it so I can redeem it before the code expires, so that I can get my bitchin' ultimate outfit. And it's somewhere in my boxes. I don't know where it's at. I redeemed all of them but 2. And I can't find 2, but it's somewhere in my boxes.
The only Fortnite comic I got was when Batman was fighting Snake Eyes, because I love Batman and I love Snake Eyes. So that's the only one I bought.
Yeah, so do you know if you redeemed all those codes, you got the most awesome Batman Who Laughs skin for Fortnite?
I've got those codes.
You know something that I give no shits about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You getting a stupid skin for Fortnite.
Yeah.
No shit's given. No shit's given.
Yeah, well, that's actually how I started playing the stupid thing, because I had the codes for the comics. I was like, fuck, maybe I should redeem these before they expire. And now I'm super good, and it's...
Now you gotta play if you got all the codes.
Now I gotta play it because I have the skins, and I found out that I'm wicked good at playing stupid
You want
Fortnite.
Jesus? Okay.
That's fair. That's fair, man. That's fair.
I hated the building shit. I can't stand it.
Well, they got rid of that a long time ago. Like, you could play no build. That was like a year ago.
I don't know. I've seen some cool stuff though, like on Minecraft, that one where they built like Hogwarts and shit. Like, there's some cool things.
Oh yeah.
One of them built a massive Enterprise D, massive.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty amazing.
I'm looking, bub. I don't see regular. I'm looking for regular.
I built a roller coaster. It was pretty neat.
That kind of stuff impresses me, man. When people build stuff like that, impresses me. I don't know. Anybody with the artistic...
He likes to build like torture. He does like a survivor mode whenever I see him creating. He'll put himself in like a cube of concrete, and then there'll be fire and dynamite and zombies, and he'll be running. I don't know why he does that, but that's one of the things he does.
Biggie, we got a question from the crowd for you. Have you found Little Shaq's crown yet?
Nah, I haven't found it in the poop yet. He actually used the bathroom at the little firework thing he did yesterday, and I wasn't there.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to check, but that was the first time he passed any poop. So when he got home, he pooped really good. It's the right consistency you would want it to be, but I didn't see it. But I'm hoping today or tomorrow. We're gonna call the dentist. They were closed Saturday and Sunday, and tell them what's going on. We might have to get an X-ray unless he passes it today or something. I'm hoping.
The
I don't know.
inquiring minds wanted to know.
Yeah.
Blake, you know that being a pimp, like, my well-being is your priority. So if I poop and swallow something, you got to dig through it.
Oh, I dig through it. I went through his shit every day of his life when he was a baby, so it's nothing new to me.
I couldn't do that.
I've been
Glenn,
I can.
Glenn, I don't know if you know, there's something called a lifespan of a hooker. It's not that's not the term for it, but like,
you're gonna kill me.
Sorry, bro. If your lifespan of a hooker is too low, I'm just gonna go get a new one, brother. I'm just gonna go get someone.
I'll make a lot of money for you.
Well, then dig through your own shit.
I got a little plastic. It's like a drumstick. It's got like a Nerf end on it. He used to use it as a toy for his drums. And I just use the back end of it, and I hold like the Nerf ball and poke through the shit if anybody really. I mean, that's a pretty technical description, but that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
So you're a Nerf herder?
I don't know.
That's an Empire reference.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though because it gets murky.
How you doing?
Welcome to church, talking about poop. Chris, I've finally seen The Flash.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What do you think about the scene?
I went giddy as a school kid at that scene. I was like, oh yeah, woo!
as soon as Christopher Reeve flies in, and all of a sudden, Supergirl flies in next to him.
Yeah. Oh my god, I was like, damn. That's the one scene Katie would like.
I think that I figured you would have been like, ah, cool, they got the Nicolas Cage Superman there, like, that's kind of cool, but I was like, but he's gonna lose it when he sees these two.
Yeah, Nick Cage didn't do it for me. He's like, what the fuck?
Some people went nuts and they thought, like, if you watch like the reactions, people are like, ah! It's like, dude, seriously?
Yeah, that's nuts.
For a movie that never came out?
Batman,
I see where they're at.
I loved it.
I was all like excited for it. I was like, they even had the Tim Burton Superman that never came out. That's looking cool. I'm like, that's whatever. I mean,
I actually enjoyed the film.
Thank you.
I really liked it.
You know what's funny is that like they realized that they had to do so much fan service because of the fact that the movie overall, it wasn't gonna be this end all be all type thing. It's just like, yeah, no, that's why they kept doing all this fan service shit, man.
Yeah.
But
Skittles.
I'm not about it. I just think that, you know, when it came down to it, it's just, you know, it like certain things just was bad, and the CGI was really, really rough in that movie. Like, it's just like, and I feel like there's no excuse for that because they had all the time in the world to make that movie. Got delayed. Yeah. They could have like those babies looked weird, and then when he's going back in time, and it's like, oh, like, you know, you see all the faces and stuff like that, and it's like oh, these look so rough. And like, well, it's supposed to because, you know, this was great. Well, it's supposed to be like all shitty because of the fact that he's going back in time, so it's not gonna have a chance to really focus and look good. And I'm like, okay, we rushed this completely, and we do it right.
I don't let that sort of bother me. I just like, you know, I just watch it. And here's another example. I watched the Meg 2 the other day, and I actually enjoyed it. Now, no one likes that film, but I enjoyed it because I just enjoy a lot of things that people don't, because I'm an idiot, I guess, but I just love, if it makes me feel like laugh or enjoy the movie, I love it. And a lot of films do that, so I don't really dislike a lot of films. It's weird.
I haven't seen the Meg Part 2 yet, but I did like that scene in the trailer where basically it's just like all the people are just like swimming, and it just has this mouth open, and it just like eats like 20 people at once.
Yeah.
Like,
don't have no expectations. Just enjoy it as a fun, stupid movie, and you'll like it.
Well, I said, like, when I saw that scene, I was like, you know what? I was like, regardless of if this movie's good or bad, like that scene is legitimately scary. Like, if something was that big and could swallow that many people at once, that's fucking scary. But like, I give it credit. I think that was it actually a movie that I started? I actually got a clip in my YouTube feed, and I'm like, and I was just watching it with No Country for Old Men. I was like, just different things coming up, and I'm sitting there watching. I was like, wow, it's like, and I actually own the movie and everything, so I've seen it before, but I didn't give, I guess, enough credit to Javier Bardem's character and how really like unhinged he is. And then watching like a couple of clips, I was like, holy shit, that you could almost categorize that, I think, almost as like a horror movie, almost, just because of how sinister he is in that movie. Like, he is just,
I still haven't seen that. Don't say anything, Bleak or Katie. Whoa. I haven't seen it.
It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. And like the way that Javier Bardem plays that guy Anton Chigurh, like he's like, it's just he's a real world person, just, but like he is absolutely out of his mind. But and he's just like, he's basically like a Terminator almost. Like, he's so committed to doing what he's gonna do that it's just like that. There's no reasoning. There's no nothing with this man, and it's just like,
wow, Stone Cold Killer, right?
Going back and watching like different clips and looking at it again, I was like, wow, like he really like ramped it up as far as like being like just a villain and being like a really unhinged, crazy villain. That's like,
I'll give that a watch.
Yeah, you gotta check it out.
Speaking of watching, on the low grades every Friday, they do like just a normal show, but in October they start their Halloween fest. I'm sure Katie's mentioned this many times, but what's the first film today, Katie? Do you remember?
It's the horror movie Frozen.
Oh, that's the one with the ski lift, isn't it?
Yeah, the ski lift.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
I've never seen that shit. Wait a minute, was it so what? Someone getting chopped up with a ski lift?
No, they get stuck to it.
Yeah.
And they've got to try and get off and survive.
That's the movie. They're just frozen on
yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be a film that you'd like watch a lot of times, but I enjoyed it when I first saw it. I haven't seen it again, but they got like a film for every day this month.
Yeah.
So.
I have a friend that went to I went to high school with and stuff, junior high and high school, and he loves like all like the Grindhouse and B movie type shit. So he watches all kinds of crazy shit I've never heard of before.
Yeah.
And like, oh, like this movie's great because this, and this movie's awesome for that. So he's
I got rid of it.
All these weird
Grindhouse was good because they brought back all the shooting style that they used to shoot movies with. That's why Grindhouse was so good. It had a good, unique style of camera work. It was very cool.
Yeah, like well, he's big on that type of stuff. Like so he'd be like, you know, like he watches all these different things. So it's like, you know, all these like you know, just you know, like niche like horror movies and just movies in general, and like just about every movie he's like, you know, yeah, there's lots of nudity, there's lots of this, there's lots of that. So everything has nudity, everything has, you know, just, you know, I don't know about crazy violence, but there's like the violent ones are violent. Like horror movies, I'm just like, you know, I guess you have to have a strong stomach for some of them because they get pretty brutal. Someone's like, so anytime it's like a horror movie, I'm like, I don't know about this one. I don't know if I want to see like what's happening with this, but you know, but then again, it's like certain stuff doesn't bother me. Certain stuff makes me laugh. Like Toxic Avenger was hilarious. Like when I was like, and people were like, you laughed at that, dude. There's certain things that are fucking hilarious. Like the
I haven't seen those. Didn't really fancy them.
I'm trying to think. Was it the They were like a gang, but they were like all these like cross-dressing dudes, and like, and there was sitting there.
I love Trauma. Did you see the trailer for the new one?
No.
With Elijah Wood and Peter Dinklage. It looks great.
That's gonna be a short movie.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
The thing is, though, are they gonna put the cross-dressing gang back in, because that's one of the best movies ever? They said we can make.
Is Dinklage gonna be on his shoulders to make a bigger Swamp Thing?
No,
Toxic Avenger.
Yeah, watch the trailer. It looks great.
So
I watched it earlier. I was talking about it with Mike earlier. Yeah.
I'm not really this won't surprise Katie or Bleak, but I'm not a big B movie fan. I don't really watch.
Get out of here,
B movies.
you're banned. Get out of here.
And it's only because like I don't even think about it. I just like watching the mainstream horror and stuff like that, and 80s and 70s. And I was chatting with Lisa Noble. She watches horror films every day. And it's like Lisa, Katie, and Bleak. They watch so much stuff, and I mean, I've watched a load of movies, but not like those guys. I don't think, because they like, and Callie as well. He watches tons, and it's all the B movie stuff that I don't really get into. That's why I haven't seen Killer Clowns and other stuff.
Yeah. So it's
dude, I saw that when I was like 8.
Right. Exactly.
I shouldn't have
Labyrinth
said that.
is not a B movie, Glenn. Stop it.
Exactly. So shut your mouth.
Okay, touche.
No, Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I remember seeing that accidentally too. I didn't realize it was like, I didn't know it was I didn't know it was a bad movie when I was little. Like I remember I was just sitting there chilling, and then someone was like, "Oh, Killer Clowns from Outer Space!" Like, "Oh yeah," and it was like someone who was older than me, like, "You're watching this thing?" I'm like, I don't know what it is.
That's so. I mean, I don't even know if I'll watch it, to be honest. You know.
Oh, yeah, that movie's ridiculous. Like it's like you know, like you'll have a good laugh at it just because it's funny. There's a lot of parts that are pretty funny in it, and then there's other parts that's like, oh, that's kind of.
If I don't watch it, these three will kill me. Callie, Katie, and Bleak.
Don't worry.
I won't be
alive. We're gonna be watching it. We're gonna watch it together. But that's also what makes B movies better. So when you watch it in a group, you're kind of like dissing the shit out of them together as a whole, because
I love doing
that's the best part.
That's fun. But I do that with my best friend. We watch stuff and we laugh at the silly bits and things like that.
That's the point. And you make fun of it, and it looks the best. Okay.
There's all kinds of hilarious movies out there.
As far as
that weren't meant to be either. It just takes time for it. Like if you go back and you watch the first Saw movie, like I remember in the theater, as we're getting towards the end of that movie.
Did you guess the ending, Chris? Did you guess that he's alive in the middle? I don't know anyone that guessed that.
I had no idea.
What?
Well, like that part thing is kind of crazy, but like we were just laughing at like so we're sitting there in the theater and like we're watching it and everybody's into it, you know, for a little bit. But then like as the movie goes on, people start to get less and less into it. And then at the guy that was the guy that you would initially suspect to be the killer. And he's in the house. He's chasing us. He's like, "No!" He's like, "Where are you? Make some noise!" And people start laughing. Like, "Are you?" Like one person's like, "Are you fucking serious?" And then at the end, when Carrie Hughes is like, "We're getting out of here. That's it." And then he cuts his leg off. People start laughing their asses off.
Yeah.
And the guy's like bleeding out on the floor. And he's just like, "You gonna come back to me?" He's like, "Would I lie to you?" We all started rolling. Like,
yeah, I'd rather die than cut me
down the hall.
I watched all those films.
I got,
love the Saw franchise, actually, and I watched them all back to back. It's so much fun.
They were on the other day. Like my sister was watching. My sister watched the first one, and then I haven't watched past the second one. I didn't like the second one. The second one, actually, the scene that really like upset me in the second one was when he throws that girl into all the drug needles. I was like, oh no, because I could just see like the needles. I was like, that's nothing but pain. I was like, I want nothing to do with this.
What about the person burning in the furnace? I mean, damn.
Yeah, there was a lot of rough parts in that movie.
There's some great deaths in that film. Some great deaths in those films.
Are we talking? Saw was really good.
Yeah, I love the Saw franchise. The new one's set between Saw 1 and Saw 2.
Yeah, that's we were talking about that last night on Insomnia because Brandon saw it last night. He said it was
what did
all right.
he say? Oh.
Yeah, he said it was okay. He said it was. He said he didn't mind it. He said, but it was all right. But he said he liked it.
I'm going to enjoy it, I think.
Yeah.
We laughed at the first. Actually, funny enough, like I would not. I know that the first Constantine, that the Constantine movie is not a B movie, but it should be almost in that regard because of how many people are like, oh, that movie's not that good. I'm like, watch it again. That movie was fucking great.
I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it when I saw
another
it.
one. You never saw Constantine?
I saw it at the cinema. I didn't enjoy it much.
Oh, it was good.
I've not seen it again though, so you know.
It was good. I think the problem that people had with it was that like he was like wisecracking and shit. I'm like, dude, I was like, this actually is a pretty good movie. It's very, very underrated.
If you can trick me through a movie,
you know where y'all's comic books are?
It's a good movie.
Did you say trick you for a movie, Blake?
No, if you could trick somebody in a movie like Saw.
They used to have some like buy the candy and Pokemon cards up here, but everything got moved around. I don't know.
I didn't see that ending coming. I saw halfway through.
Okay.
Fight Club, I saw it coming. Although Fight Club is still an amazing movie.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
we know it's on the list. We know. I know. Don't even hate him. It's already on the list. I know.
Oh my god.
You know.
You can't ever ask Walmart where their comics are. They always send you in the back. They're up
I'm
in
gonna tell you
front.
something, Biggie. I asked the person where the comics were at my store, and they asked 3 different people, and they told me 3 different spots, so they don't know.
Yeah, I know where they're at.
They're in the toy section.
Yeah, they're up here. Here they are. I found them.
Section, bro.
Name 10 classics and see if I've seen them or not.
You know what?
They got Ghost Rider. There's a bunch of 7 for 10 packs. Nothing crazy. There's the She-Hulk, Ant-Man.
I can tell you one movie that I figured out.
At least I got some.
Yeah, but
I figured out that a lot of people got mad at me for saying I did, but I did it. Like I was there when I did it. Like I was there, and I was like, this guy's. I was like, this guy's the guy, and like, what? No way. There's no way that you figured that out just yet. I was like, yeah. I was like who told you? Like no one told me. I was like, look at how this is going. The Usual Suspects is a movie I figured out as I was watching it. I was like,
that's fun though, isn't it?
It was.
The Usual Suspects I didn't figure out until close to the end.
Yeah.
Fight Club I didn't figure out till he was talking to him down the stairs when he said, what did I tell you? Don't talk about me. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. That's what's going on. I
don't need to watch that one now. He just ruined it. That's good.
You never seen Fight Club?
No.
I don't care, Glenn. I'm not making any special exceptions for you that you haven't seen a movie from the
movie.
90s. I'm sorry.
It's really
too much time passed. I'm not saying spoiler.
I just never fancied it, you know. I never really fancied it.
Yeah, no. Usual Suspects. I figured it out. But the way I figured it out, honestly, like it was toward. I mean, it literally was towards the very, very end, and it made sense as to how it all happened and everything like that. Now I didn't put together that he made the whole story, you know, just by looking around the room.
Dude, I didn't figure that shit out until he fucking turned his foot straight. I was like, motherfucker.
Oh, really?
I figured it out at the end credits.
That got me. That movie took me right to the end, and I was like, "That's fucking awesome. That's awesome."
No, I figured it out before that. You didn't do that when he's sitting there like, because I'm stupid, because I'm a cripple. I was like, dude, I was like, who would say that? Like, and I'm just thinking about like people that I've known that have had disabilities. Like, no one's sitting there because, oh, this is why I'm fucking, no one's sitting there and shine light on it. Like, that guy did it, and they were just like,
I think it was noticeable when he was banging the chick. Like both of them were dealing with this girl, but it was him the whole time. Like, I think that's when I noticed
Where the
it.
fuck's Papa Wheelie? He's usually on here on Sundays. Where the fuck is that guy?
He was up late with us last night, causing all kinds of shit. So,
all right.
The last time that happened, he got yelled at by his mom. So, who knows?
All right, I forgive you, Papa.
Yeah, did you hear that story? He's talking about getting alcohol in his feeder at 2 years old. How the fuck did that happen?
Jesus. I didn't hear that story.
He said he drank beer. He drank beer at 2 years old. His mom came on the stream, said the first beer he had was when he was 2. And it sounded like his caretaker left a beer and Pop put it in his own shit. He was only fucking 2, though. How the fuck did he do that?
Well, you could do a lot at 2. You could grab glasses at 2.
Okay. I don't know. It's just fucking my head up.
That would fuck me up too. I remember drinking my dad's beer like when I was 5.
My dad used to.
Yeah, I probably.
My sister, when she was like 1 or 2, used to get a a pacifier. He used to dip it in the beer and just put it in her mouth.
Yeah.
Shut them up.
My cousin Megan, she was little. She was probably around 1. She picked up.
We call those dummies, by the way.
She picked up my uncle's beer because he just had to sit down. So she picked up and put it to her lips, and then it fell, like it fell and back on the table. But like so she had like a little bit on her lips. My uncle said, no. And he like wiped it off her face. Like no, not like that. So.
I've got a question for everyone, even in the chat as well. Right? What makes a movie a classic? Is it the time it was brought out, the amount of money it made in the box office?
You have a job.
What makes it a classic? Like, Casablanca is a classic, but what makes that a classic? Because I haven't seen it, and I don't really.
I think in terms of Casablanca, people just really like that story, so it was as popular as it was at its time. So I think those 2 things that you first mentioned, and that people just regard it as this big classic and this.
Oh my
movie.
God!
I don't think that's necessarily the end all be all of those 2 things, just because there's plenty of stuff where you have just movies that come out and they didn't have that big of a budget, or they didn't have as much esteem, but like people just kind of were like, no, you really got to see this. I think it's more word of mouth than anything. I think that's the number one.
I don't think budget is a factor. I mean, look at Killer Clowns. Katie Bleeker and Callie would say that's an absolute classic, right? So
look what I found under my car,
Bleak. Why is it a classic to you guys?
What'd you find under your car?
Is that a turd? What is this?
Is that a snake?
It's a fucking deer leg.
Jesus.
Oh.
God, when you said snake, I shit my pants.
Y'all see it?
I thought it was a snake.
Where the fuck did that come from?
I don't know where the fuck it came from. I'm just walking up to my car and I'm like, what is that shit? I thought it was a plushie or something. It's a fucking deer leg.
Yeah, that's fucked up, bro.
That's kind of creepy, bro.
That's a fucking deer leg. That's insane.
That car's very dear.
Are those worth money or something? Why is there?
Check the other side first before you let Bug. Check the other side first before you let Bug over there, just in case.
Yeah, he's got to get in, but I think that's all there is. I don't see nothing else.
It just means your car's very dear to you.
How do you lose a
what
leg?
In the fuck?
Well, your car looks clean, so I'm guessing maybe somebody pulled up next to you and somebody hit a deer, and then they just kicked it under your car. If it was a deer car.
It's just a foot though. It's a foot and it's like a bone. Yeah.
It was probably stuck to their car if they hit it and they just kicked it under your car.
Oh my gosh.
They had a boner.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a sign, like someone's fucking with me. Maybe I didn't see it when I pulled up.
is
Because
horror
it probably
season.
wasn't there when you pulled up.
If you go home and
No.
there's a horse's head in your bed, you got to get the hell out of town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting a little weird today. A little weird.
Very strange day.
It is horror season.
Shit.
Yeah.
But it's just weird that a whole leg would be there, and that's fucking weird, man. That's fucking weird.
Oh, I
This
saw
is
the
not a
Village.
great
I fell
Walmart
asleep on that
experience.
bit.
I spent way too much money.
Yeah.
Now I got a deer under my car.
I thought the Village was so boring.
Never watched it.
Callie, would you consider?
Yes,
Typical Ohio.
Would you consider what's that movie, The Future?
Up,
Fuck,
up.
I've watched it a billion times. Would you consider Bruce Willis's movie?
Which one,
No.
Lupa?
You talking about Fifth Element?
Yeah. Would you consider Fifth Element a cult classic or a classic?
You know what?
Both probably.
I'm gonna tell you one reason
I didn't
why
fancy that film at all.
that movie should
I'm
get
sorry,
more
what?
credit. One reason that
What did
movie
you just say?
definitely.
I didn't fancy that movie one bit. I didn't want to see it at all.
Your
Well,
mouth.
one reason that movie definitely
I'm never
deserves
gonna
to
watch
be
it.
looked
You
on
will be
favorably
watching
is
it.
because if not for that movie, you would not have had what's it called?
I've had enough of Glenn.
The scenes in the Star Wars, the second Star Wars, where they're driving around. You wouldn't have had that. But like you could tell, George Lucas really liked the car driving scenes, the hovercar scenes in Fifth Element.
Ugh, Glenn.
Name 10 movies that you think that are classics. I bet I've seen them all almost.
Clue.
Yep.
Glenn, but Fifth Element is a classic.
You just literally.
I know one.
made him
I
speechless.
guarantee you one that
Holy
you haven't
shit.
seen. It's a really good movie too.
Yeah.
Session 9.
It's a very good movie.
Nope, I haven't seen that.
Yep. You know why? But this is more of a local thing, just because
Does it
it's
suck
about.
like Fifth Element?
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's it's about a mental hospital that was. Oh, now you're
No, don't worry.
I think he got
hear you
kicked
backstage.
off the stream, is what
We can still
happened.
hear you backstage. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep talking. Glenn's on time.
All right. So it's about a mental hospital that was a legit place up here. They took it down now, but it was called Denver State Mental Hospital, and the movie itself is it's not the greatest of all, but like there's one of the greatest fuck yous of all time by David Caruso is in that movie. It is fucking hilarious, but it's a good movie. Like I mean. Like I said, like up here is like a local classic because people are like, oh, like
I just ran over that foot. Oh, that's gross.
Killer Clown sucks.
Oh wow.
You're really asking for it, Glenn.
You Glenn, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I am gonna add movies to this list just to torture you.
Like what?
Oh, I'm not gonna tell you.
I'll be honest.
You're not gonna know.
I did not. With the
I think the problem with Glenn and movie culture is that movie culture is very much Americana, and I would imagine that Europeans don't look at it in the same light. So, I mean, it's common sense shit. Like we have all the movies here. Like they don't. Yeah.
No. Bullshit. No.
I know a lot of European men, and they all watch cult classic. Awesome.
I'm not European. I'm British.
Same fucking bullshit.
Buddish.
Either way, it's just like comics. Like we made all the comics. That's why people want the American variants usually. But when it comes to movies, it's the same thing. Like America made a lot of the movies. Now there's a lot of Frenchy stuff that's high class. We don't particularly know about that's their culture. You know what I mean? Like they have their own shit over there. It's like Australia. They don't have Hollywood actors flying in all the time, so they kind of use their own entertainment over there. We may not know about it, but that's what they do.
The Frenchies.
Can you read Callie's thing on the screen there? Glenn?
Shut up, Meg.
Shut up. What's that? I haven't got my reading glasses on.
Shut up, Meg.
Oh, okay.
Glenn. That's you. That's you.
Callie, I'm going to get you the Meg 2 for Christmas.
Mastodon, how you doing, brother? Good to have you here.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Hey, bud.
Yes.
What's up?
Mastodon, what makes a movie a classic for you? Or what do you think makes a movie a classic in general?
the writing, cinematography, just the feeling you get when you watch the movie.
Do you think it's preference? Like, if you enjoy it so much, that's a classic movie for you, right?
I think it is subjective. I think.
I don't think so. I think we can all agree that things like Lawrence of Arabia is considered a fucking classic movie. It's very easy. There's a list of movies.
Age.
Movies that suck.
Yeah.
And the reason there's
no Oscar nominated ones though, or one.
Age dictates a classic movie.
Am I classic?
Yeah,
then?
I agree with that.
Because I'm 51, I'm old.
Like, how many movies did terribly in theaters but do really well on DVD?
That's a cult classic, right?
That's a cult classic.
It's like in the 90s, I like that movie. In the 90s, I like Kids. I like that movie. I liked Basketball Diary, I think was another one. Maybe I'm wrong about that one, but
Basketball Diaries was a great
there was a movie called Basketball Diary is fantastic, and so is Kids. Kids is just like a bunch of kids hanging out. Oh yeah,
Kids I thought was just okay for me. I haven't seen Basketball Diaries.
But then then you talk about movies that change cinema,
there
like
went my
Star
Bluetooth.
Wars, like
I'll come back.
Like there's other movies. That's another genre of movie that actually changed the way cinema is done. So
I want to say another movie that's kind of in that same vein, I guess you could say, is Rounded. Like Rounded actually helped spark the whole
movie. I love that movie.
Well, that actually kind of helped. So when Texas Hold'em became a big thing, like everyone's like, oh, you've seen Rounders? Have you seen Check the? And it's like, dude, it's a movie that like literally and went on everybody's radar until you started seeing what's it called, the ESPN, they'd be doing like those whole those Pokemon and stuff. And then
it's a movie called Round.
You never seen Rounders? Rounders is great. And then that's where I guarantee, like, honestly, it's funny as hell because it's like I know a bunch of people got that terminology. Like, oh, the river, the this, the that. And like, it was the turn. I was like, you never knew that. Like, you only learned that shit from Rounders, you fucking jerk. Don't sit there and try to tell me.
Fucking, you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? You're taking Kobe over Magic every day of the damn week? God damn it.
I don't know about that.
God damn, that's hard.
I don't know that would, because Kobe did not like to distribute. The Kobe was all about
coming in, folks.
The ball. He wasn't a distributor like you have. But then again, if you have Bird, then you have a distributor. So it's kind of a, I guess you can go with that. But I don't know. I think that Kobe. I mean, you were the first person to say anything about Kobe. No one had Kobe at all earlier. So, but yeah, pay that man his money. It's a good movie. It really is. And like when you look at the cast of that movie too, it's really something where it's like, wow, I'm surprised that like
Prime Edward Norton. You've got a really good Matt Damon. You got a great
you got Matt Damon, Edward Norton, Famke Janssen. What's it called? So Jean Grey was in that movie. Was it the guy grandma? He was in a bunch of stuff too. And then Jonathan Turturro.
Yeah, the guy that's in the
Turkish Bat.
Who's the guy that's in all of the early Transformers movies? He's in all those movies. He's in Rounders as well. I like him as an actor. I just can never remember his name.
I think you're talking about Jonathan Turturro.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in it. Who else is in that movie? There's a bunch of people that's in that movie. It's like, wow, they were in that. I didn't know that.
I haven't seen that unless it's named different in the UK.
Oh, it was like John Malkovich is in the movie. I'm sitting there like,
yeah.
It's like there's a lot of people in that movie. That's
fucking
like
Oreos.
How did I not know? Like, but that's the thing is like everybody saw that movie late. The Matrix needs to be the first Matrix was absolutely a classic just because it did change how everything happened. Like it changed.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think I wouldn't. Again, there's movies that you put in a different genre, and that's one of them because it changed movie history. Star Wars changed movie history.
Episode 1 even did the digital filming.
I'll tell you right now, if not for that, there's no like if not for the Matrix, there's no MCU, or at least the way that like came about. Like, there's no way that, because it basically showed a lot of people how they could do movies, like, and people, because people had never tried that stuff before.
Problem is, 300 changed movies too, but it changed the movies in my opinion, in a bad direction. Like, so everything to be something.
You're breaking up, Blake.
Someone's censoring you. They don't like your opinion.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. My internet sucks here.
But
yeah, if it sparks interest in other things, like Chris said about Rounders, I mean, that movie sparked a lot of interest in.
Everybody I knew playing Texas Hold'em after that point. We got poker night. And like people sitting there playing poker, Texas Hold'em in the garages or whatever. It's just like, oh, okay.
So Rounders is about poker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I have to watch that. I love card games.
It's a good movie. It really is.
You'll like it, Glenn.
It sounds like weird saying it like that, but it's actually a good movie. And it's more than just someone playing poker just to play poker. Like there's a story to it that makes a lot of sense. It's like, oh wow, like this is not like just a it's not like, oh, I gotta win the big tournament, because it's like, no, you gotta win because there's stakes that are involved, and it's just like, it's basically a story, like Matt Damon's character's story, like, and he tells you from the beginning all the way up until basically the end. It's just him kind of narrating this story about like how how he grew up and everything else. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd have to say it's a good movie. I love that movie.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I thought the flow Rounders had kind of the
Green Street Hooligans is a very good movie.
Yeah, I've seen Green Street.
I bet you Glenn has not seen it because he doesn't like English.
Actually, Green Street is based on my football team, West Ham.
Yeah, it is. Did you watch the movie, Glenn?
The ICF in that film, which is the West Ham Hooligans, that film does not portray them correctly at all. They're a lot worse than that. But I guess they had to tone it down, I guess.
Did you actually watch the movie, Glenn?
Yeah, I've seen all three of them.
You have seen all three of them. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
I've never seen it.
You've seen my room. I've seen lots of films, you turd.
Green Street Hooligans. That was set in what? Because I want to say that movie wasn't. That movie, I want to say, had to have. It was supposed to have been. I mean, I think it was set in like the 90s or whatever, just because. But I feel like that would have been something that would have been from like the 80s, as far as how they were doing.
Could well be. Oh. My brother knows a lot more about it.
Seven was a good twist. That was also
7's a great movie.
Yeah. I didn't see that coming at the end. Like, I knew weird shit was happening, but I certainly didn't see his wife's head being in that box. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Cast list is another thing that sometimes determines the movie being a classic.
Thing is, you can have all the best actors in the world, but if the script sucks, the film's shit still, right?
That's true. That is true.
No, there's a lot like that. I mean, there's all kinds.
That's why I said sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, that actually makes sense to me, because I would put the Tales from the Crypt TV series in a TV series classic, and one of the reasons for that is you see Brad Pitt in that series. You see all these amazing actors in that series.
Yeah, Joe Pesci.
The guest actors,
that before they're super famous, and it's pretty amazing to watch that, actually.
And that I bet that wasn't when. I mean, a lot of film actors didn't want to go near TV at that point, did they? It's only been the last recently 20 years or so that TV's been big for film actors to go back.
The actors didn't really start popping on that series till about the second or third season was when they started getting more big name. A lot like The Simpsons, right? They can always get a big name actor in The Simpsons, but it didn't happen for them at first. It took a minute for people to go, oh, people like this show, I should go on it.
Yeah. And that was the thing too with Tales from the Crypt. It was like, it became easier to get somebody to go on, because like, all right, we only need you for one episode, so this is it. You're just doing the one episode, and then you can kind of move on and do your thing. It's just like, really, okay, that's easy. I can take like a week
in between films.
Yeah. So it was
dice. I do not have any gaming dice.
Speaking of like actors, early actors in TV. Do you remember the TV show Street Hawk?
Where those candles are right there?
Street Hawk about the motorbike. It's like the special motorbike. It's like Knight Rider, but with a motorbike. George Clooney was in that show, and it was 1980. It's like, wow. It's one of my favorites. One season. Street Hawk it's called. Really cool.
Yeah, I never saw Street Hawk.
Bleak will know it, I'm sure.
I've seen Street Hawk.
Yeah. Jesse Mark, his name was.
I remember that show, The Wise Guy.
Yes, I used to watch that. Yeah, that was fun.
That was like, I almost want to say it's funny because like the thing that draws the most comparison to me is that Remington Steele show, but it's a little different. But he reminded me of Remington Steele a little bit, where it's like he's not quite a James Bond character. Like he's a regular flawed PI that's doing his own thing.
I'm so happy that got to play James Bond. I'm so happy that Remington Steele got to play James Bond. That was his role.
Yeah. He was offered Bond at that time, but he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was Living Daylights, wasn't it, Blake? It had been in instead.
I believe so, yes. And they wouldn't let him do it because he was too he was already in the show and he was
right.
It would have been weird. But years later, I'm so happy that Timothy Dalton got to do that. He was a great James Bond.
Pierce Brosnan, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh yes, Pierce Brosnan. Sorry,
yeah.
Timothy Dalton. Yeah. Timothy Dalton sort of sucked, actually.
I didn't mind him. I didn't mind his two films, to be honest. But
I didn't mind him either. Yeah.
I love Goldeneye. Goldeneye was 94, so
now you're gonna hear. Now you're gonna hear that. What's it called? That K-pop is in love with.
When he ripped that dress off the chick and stuff,
I was
like, Timothy Dalton. That's not what James Bond.
Oh, don't give me that.
James Bond would talk that dress off.
You're a big Beautician and the Beast fan.
I hated On Her Majesty's Secret Service. I hated that film. An Australian Bond doesn't work for me.
We got
you know what Timothy Dalton is actually hilarious, and that's actually another good, it's another good movie type thing. I don't know if I would call it a classic, but it's definitely a serviceable good movie. Is Hot Fuzz. He's actually hilarious.
I love that movie. Yeah. I love that movie.
They're not murders; they're accidents.
Okay, so
these films are
K-pop.
Sorry.
What?
Can you K-pop?
Oh, sure. I will do my modular duties. There you go.
Papa Wheelie.
There you go.
Looking for
there you go. They have been dropped. There you go.
In the UK, those films are known as the Popcorn Collection.
Yeah. What's it called? Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz. Actually, Shaun of the Dead was pretty good because I didn't.
Shaun of the Dead's fucking awesome, bro. Shaun of the Dead.
It was on HBO.
Great movie. And then I watched it. Good. All those movies are great.
I would definitely throw Shaun of the Dead into the classic category.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Cult classic, maybe more of a cult classic.
Yep.
But
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's not for everybody.
It's one that I wouldn't have expected to be, because I was like, the name sounds stupid. Another movie that's like that, and it definitely, 100%, I say it's a classic movie. Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle. That first movie, the name when I watched it, I was like, oh, this is great.
That movie holds.
I don't know if I'm willing to put any Harold and Kumar movie in a classic.
Yeah.
Oh no, that movie holds extra special.
Classic comedian, classic comedy, classic comedy.
That literally holds extra special place in my heart because two of my best friends literally are Harold and Kumar. One's Asian, one's Pakistani Indian, and I call them Harold and Kumar because of that movie.
That's amazing.
My favorite movie is Half Baked. That's my
Half-Baked. Holy shit.
Another one.
That's
that is a true cult classic.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and if you want to watch that's a movie you watch and you laugh. Like, so Glenn, if you watch it, you're gonna laugh your ass off and watching it, but you got to rewatch it and watch stuff in the background, and then you'll laugh again and stuff because they got a scene. Like, they got a scene in the movie. One of their friend, they call him Mr. Nice Guy. So he's in jail. And he has a calendar in jail and it has D-Day. So the calendar D-Day mean he about to get, in jail. Yeah. So he's marking the calendar around, and then if you look at the picture on the calendar, it's the guy who's gonna anally rape her.
Yeah.
So Nasty Nate's picture. That's the guy's name. Nasty Nate. His picture is on the calendar. He's marking off. And I'm like, that's stupid, bro. Yeah, it's a funny movie. They got a few like people you would probably know. I think I'm trying to think of the guy who was in who's the guy that Crypt Keeper was that the guy who did the voice. You know what I'm talking about? He's like not the Crypt Keeper's voice, but he did the voice for the show. I think he's like the villain drug dealer, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you're thinking of Tales from the Hood. I know you're talking about.
Tales in the Hood. Yeah, Samson character.
It's Clarence Williams III, I think it is.
Yeah.
Clarence Williams III.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on. Was he in
Yeah,
oh no, I'm thinking of Clarence Gilead III. Never mind. Sorry.
No, Clarence Williams III. I know he did what was it Tales in the Hood or something like what is it?
Yeah, he was the funeral director in Tales from the Hood. I mean, he's been in a lot of different movies, but like he's really like he's always known for going at some point in every movie he goes way over the top, but he can also be really calm too. So like it's just like the way he talks in that movie. Is so funny.
He's over the top with that movie. I'm looking for Mr. Nice Guy. He said, I thought you were from Jamaica. He said, I am from Jamaica. If I wasn't from Jamaica, why would I wear this hat? He had a Jamaican hat on.
Now you tell Mr. Nice Guy his Jamaican ass down here.
Like his voice changed, like he changed, like he was like English for a second. He said, now you tell Mr. Nice Guy to get his Jamaican ass.
His Jamaican ass down here. But I'm gonna go ahead and set out for him. He's like, and you don't want me getting ugly. And he's like, oh, yo, shit's gonna get ugly, and you don't want me getting ugly. And the guy's like,
his wheelchair had like 20-inch rims on it.
I love the top secret movie. Remember that one with Val Kilmer?
Yeah, no, that shit was, I remember that conversation.
So
Mr.
funny.
Nice Guy is like, he's like, yeah, I'm Mr. Nice Guy. He's like, and who's speaking? Samson Smarty Pants. He's like, oh,
Samson Smarty Pants.
He's like, wait a minute, you gotta call him like, Samson is Sheila Mama found. Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, there's been several versions of House of Wax made.
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
The first one was what? Vincent Price.
Well, there was that one, but there was one before that.
Oh wow.
In the 30s called House of Wax.
Yeah. Yeah, Vincent Price is always funny too. I remember when the Simpsons made fun of him. He was funny as hell. Like the way they did his voice. He's like, the Vincent Price egg machine. Talk to my nephew Jody. He will give you a full refund if it doesn't work. And like, Vincent Price was always like he had a like really strange way about him. Like the way he sounded and the way he like looked. Like yeah, he. I mean, if you were to tell me that man's a vampire, I believe you. Because like the way he talked and the way he looked like a goddamn vampire. Like he was the first actual person that had that the side like white that you see in the comics and the hair. Like he had Doctor Strange's haircut like before anybody. Like Doctor Strange is him. Like no one else had it like that. Was it the famous mansion? Yeah, he was was it the house that was in Edward Scissorhands? Like that almost looks like his actual legit house. Like he was always in those you know.
That's another film I haven't seen.
Yeah, the thriller rap, the narration thing. Like he just had that like just sound to his voice, which is like, you know, there's something terrible in that closet. Don't go in there, or do. The choice is up to you. It's like, motherfucker. Like, because you're making me think if I don't go in there, there's going to be something that happens to me terrible. But if I do go in there, something terrible, what am I going to do?
Yeah. I can say what I haven't seen there. Katie and Bleeker are not here at the moment. They can't write them down. So,
which role was better for Chris Tucker, Friday or the first Rush Hour? That's a tough question.
Friday.
Friday was good, but he did a very good job in Rush Hour. That was actually. I think he built on that though, because as you watch the movies, he gets a little funnier as he goes through. So it's definitely like I think the third one that they're both hilarious the way they talk and stuff like that.
You never heard that, Katie? What I said about?
Yes, I did. I've been here the whole time. I just been
no,
doing
like
stuff.
Don't write it down.
I'm thinking
Don't
my
write
story.
There.
Well, Rush Hour is good and everything, but Friday is a piece of history. Honestly, at this point, it's way bigger than Rush Hour in my mind.
Well,
oh yeah, I agree.
He's in that movie with Charlie. Actually, you know what I feel like Rush Hour was. What they were hoping Rush Hour would be was that movie that Chris Tucker did with Charlie Sheen, because
that was something about money something.
Yeah, Money Talk, I think it was. I think
money.
that's the whole franchise, and then they realized that Rush Hour was a better franchise because Rush Hour, it just was a better movie. They put more into it. But then,
yeah, actually, Jackie Chan, it was kind of a combination of stuff, really.
Yeah. Well, that's when Jackie was kind of Jackie had gotten that second wind, just because he kind of he was big in the 70s and kind of fade out in the 80s, and then late 90s he started coming back and making all this, Rumble in the Bronx and all those other movies.
Oh yeah, films from that point onwards they're brilliant.
Yeah,
I was a big Jackie Chan fan.
Well, it was crazy when you found out that he was doing all his own stunts. It's like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
He broke his foot in Rumble in the Bronx. He had to put
jumping from the roof to the landing, right?
Yeah.
To the balcony.
I love all those movies. Yeah.
Yeah. There's one of his films is called Who Am I? Remember that one? He's fighting this guy on the roof for like an hour, and then he jumps off the roof onto a glass incline of all windows, and he runs all the way down it. It's like, what the heck? It's incredible.
Is that the one where he cracked the skull? He's done so many injuries, it's hard to remember which ones are which. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't
he
know.
had some bad spills.
Oh yeah, Dead Presidents.
It's right. Wait a minute. Oh, Dead Presidents was a good movie. That's another one that had an ensemble cast that a lot of people wouldn't figure. The cast was that good. Like Terrence Howard's in that movie. Let's see, Lorenzo Tate, Terrence Howard, Chris Tucker. Was it Keith David? Keith David, the narrator. He's in it. What was it? The guy who was Cuddy. He was Friday. He was Pinky in Friday, and he was Ray Charles's friend coming up in Ray.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Oh, what's it? Michael Imperioli's in that movie. He gets his dick blown off in his mouth because he steps on the mine. And he steps on the mine, and then when if you watch the scene again, he's sitting there and he's like on the ground. He's got a thing in his mouth. Oh, that's horrible.
So it's
and
not.
The guy's like begging to kill me. I don't want to live like this.
You have number one, the movie one.
I would do it for you. Trying to think what else.
You have it because I pressed it.
When you said
not this one, but
Callie was talking about something with
because I remember because you thought it was a number one. I'm like, sorry.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre with Bill. That was like the remake of that movie.
That was the remake.
Oh no, it is what it is.
And she had no bra on for the whole film. Like, yeah.
There you go. I remember the movie. It was like because I remember the original movie. The original movie was kind of like. It was strange. It was more of a suspense than an actual horror because you hardly saw him. You hardly saw Leatherface in that movie. But what I like that they did in that the remake of it was at the very end they kind of tried to make that the found film footage thing where it's like they're gonna investigate the house and we're investing and then the cops get killed by Leatherface and this is the actual footage of this one. I was like, really? That's pretty cool.
Y'all see they made a new Saw movie that came out recently?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
It's set between the first two Saw movies.
Is it?
Yeah.
That makes it cool.
Yeah.
That's what they always do when they kill people. They just go back in time. They're like, they're back.
I saw the Boogeyman the other day, the new one.
Yeah, have you ever seen Jeepers Creepers, Glenn?
I love those films. I really do.
Okay.
In the newer one, the one they brought out last year, my sister's boyfriend, his brother, was the creeper. He's a stuntman. And
get the fuck out of here!
I've got pictures of him as the creeper. He played the creeper.
What?
Yeah, and it's like
that's like what's his name? Entropy Comics. He said he was Spawn or some shit. I remember that.
There's a few stunt scenes and he done the creeper in those scenes, and he's got the mask and the makeup on, and it's fantastic.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I do love those films. And another franchise I really like. It's a trilogy. Do you remember? Over here they called it Roadkill, but in America it was called. Oh my God, Paul Walker.
Fast and Furious.
No, I mean the Joyride.
Joyride. Thank you, Katie. Joyride.
Yeah,
the first film I loved it, and even the sequels 2 and 3, they're just almost as good as the original. I really liked them a lot. Good films.
Yeah, it had what's his name? Levine.
No, it was Paul
Was the
Walker
voice?
and was it Paul Walker and Steven Zahn, the brothers in that movie? Yeah, Karen.
Yeah.
And you know what the craziest part about that whole movie is? All that guy wanted was an apology. He's like, you made me show up to the hotel. You tricked me thinking that some girl liked me. He's like, apologize. Like, fuck you. Okay? And I found out how crazy that man really is.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. And on top of that, I've never seen anybody who was that skilled in using tape. That man had a whole room booby trap with tape.
MacGyver's skilled at using tape.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sitting there watching him with the tape. I'm like, dude, what is this guy doing? And all of a sudden, like, don't open the door. You're gonna blow up you're gonna kill my girlfriend. Oh.
Ted Levine. He was the voice.
Ted Levine.
Yeah. And he
Okay.
kidnapped another girl.
I'm gonna watch them again. I'm gonna watch them again this month. And Jeepers Creepers. And the end of in November. I'm so happy. One
We'll get
of
3
my
packs
favorite
Marlboro
films.
Red 100s in a box, please.
Actually, I would say two of my favorite films, and probably Katie. I know one of them is Katie's favorite, but they're bringing them out in 4K. One's Silver Bullet, which I love, and the other one's Monster Squad. They're both coming out on 4K. Can't wait.
Is the best.
Monster Squad's awesome. I haven't seen it for at least probably
Really the
30 years. I haven't seen it for. I cannot wait to watch it again.
I watch it several times a year. It's the best.
All right, thank you.
Those kids are a bunch
I
of
haven't
little
seen
punks.
Silver
That's
Bullet
what
in a
they're
long time.
I love
It
Silver
has to
Bullet.
be a virgin that says the thing. I ain't no virgin. Get the fuck out. You're like 11 years old. None of you fuck nobody. Don't lie to
Like
me.
8.
Not me. No, we'll let my little sister get fucking eaten by the vampire that's coming at them.
This guy asked me what football game I was listening to. I said, I'm doing comic book stuff, dude.
Oh,
fucking football.
No, that shit was crazy though. Silver Bullet, I've never seen that. I've heard of it. I've just never seen that.
Oh damn! That's my third favorite werewolf film.
Yeah, you
It's
say
probably the
Silver
best
Bullet,
werewolf
though.
film.
You say
Yeah,
Silver
it's the
Bullet.
best.
I remember watching Silver Bullet for the first time the same night. I was on acid. I watched Killer Clowns. I watched Silver Bullet and Pet Sematary all on the same night. It was fucking.
Wow.
It was
I bet.
Wow.
Well, at least one of those films is good.
You shut
Damn.
Shut your mouth, Glenn. What the hell?
You know what's crazy is that they don't like they never play that whenever they play like Stephen King movies. You never see Silver Bullet come on. You never see Monkey Shines. You never see I mean,
Dark
there's a lot
Horse.
of movies that they don't.
Dark Horse is a good film.
Well, that's because Stephen King's books don't translate very well to movies. Silver Bullet movie versus book is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Book's amazing, but the movie is terrible in comparison. Do I love the movie? Absolutely. It's great.
I'll have to get the book then, Blake. That
The book
sounds
is
great.
amazing, bro. The book is
Yeah,
way
but
better.
you know what else they don't do though? They never show you Salem's Lot. Salem's Lot was actually really good.
I love
And
Salem's
they
Lot.
never show you that.
1979 original. I love that so much.
That movie was great.
And the book again. The book's better again, but
Yeah.
when is it not?
They made a second. I heard that they made a second.
Return to Salem's Lot. It was awful.
Well, now was it a second book or was it a second movie?
Second movie.
There's like horror movies that are just gore, and then there's horror movies that are kind of just horror. You know, like there's that what is that Chinese martial arts movie where they have a ton of gore, where the guy's in prison and he's doing like prison gang fights. It's something like Jim or something like that. I don't know, but
I know one that's kind of close to what you're talking about called Itchy the Killer. That movie just
Itchy the Killer.
Ichi the Killer's super cult classic. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one like.
You ever see?
It starts with a J, I think. It's like Jim or Jimmy or
Jin?
something like that.
I'm not
I'll
sure
look it up.
the gin.
Yeah.
That.
I know that. So another movie. So a movie that's kind of freaky. I mean, like when I say freaky, it will mess with you, and really, like, it's like you gotta watch it though, just because it seems so weird. But it's called The Audition.
That's a great one.
I was
That's
just
a great
thinking
one.
about that.
I haven't seen that. I'll put it on my list.
Oh, that movie is. Oh, you haven't seen it?
Yeah, it's a great movie.
No, as I was saying, if Glenn says he hasn't seen that, then I can't say too much just because it'll ruin shit.
Yeah.
But like just I'm gonna say this to you, Glenn. Have patience and just watch it all the way through, because I'm telling you right now, you will not be ready for when the shit goes down. You will not be ready for it.
Yeah, there's a build up.
I've just put it on my film list. I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, they're talking about Ginger Snaps. That's a good movie.
Ginger Snaps is good. Killer Clowns in the chat, Glenn. Just saying.
Ginger Snaps I watched a little while back, and then number 2, and I haven't seen the prequel because I can't watch it with Katie, but you can put it on the list, can't you, Katie? I guess at some point, Ginger Snaps 3, the beginning.
The 3 I've never seen, so I want to watch 1 and 2, and then we can watch 3. But yeah, I want to watch that so far.
Okay. They go back to that start, don't they? Like 1700s or something like that.
Yeah, if you guys ever get the chance to go to like horror cons, go to them. Like I got the chance this year, and so did Callie, to go to 2 horror cons, and the Killer Clowns threw a bunch of panels, and that was probably the best panels I've ever been to at a con in my entire life. The guys that played the clowns were there, and that was the most fascinating thing I've ever experienced in my entire con experience.
Awesome.
It was awesome. It was so cool.
Did
Me too, Lisa.
They tell you about the writing of the movie and stuff. It's like, all right.
The writing, they talked about wearing the costumes. They talked about, because 2 of them played they worked on the brownies in the Willow movie. So they talked about the experience of doing that. And then they talked about, it was just fascinating. It was great.
I love that shit. Interesting. So interesting.
Yeah.
Because you gotta wonder too, like where does that idea come from? And then once you get it gone, it's just like, all right. And now you're seeing it you're seeing it come to life. And then you actually see the movie and say, holy shit. Like,
was George Clooney in Killer Clowns?
No.
Oh, you know what?
What B movie was he in?
It was I don't know if it's not my head. No, because he didn't get famous until later.
Was that Horror High he was in?
I'm trying to think of a B movie. There was a B movie. It was similar to Killer Clowns title that he was in.
Yeah. I know you're talking, like, I've heard of this, and I know what you're talking about. I just don't know off the top of my head.
I think he was in one called Horror High, Return to Horror High, or something like that.
Possibly. I think so.
I can't remember.
I think so. I don't think he played a super big part in that either.
Yeah, Horror High. You're right.
Was it Horror High?
Yeah, there Return to Horror High. Earlier back than that.
Before that, I don't know. Let's see. I gotta look in.
That goes like that.
What the hell is this filmography?
IMDb might have it if they allow it to go on there.
Yeah, he was like he was a TV actor for a long time. He was on Back to Life. Like his big was like his. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw it says this from here. It says his first movie was let's see. He has Grizzly 2: The Revenge, and then Combat Academy. Then Return to Horror High, and then Return to the Killer Tomatoes.
That's a 1988 reprint, right?
Is this the 80s? I was going to ask what year this one came out.
88.
Yeah, no, these are all 80s. Like the first one's 83.
I've got that one.
Then Combat Academy is 1986.
Very cool.
Return to Horror High is 87, and then Return to the Killer Tomatoes is 88.
That's it. That's the one. Tomatoes.
Yeah. I watched Attack of the Killer Tomatoes a couple years ago. That's a freaking terrible movie.
The Garbage Pail Kids, I think, is a far worse movie. Yeah.
The Garbage Pail Kids has easily the funniest name of the funniest name for the most fucked up place on earth. The State Home for the Ugly, and everybody's in that shit. Abraham Lincoln was in the State Home for the Ugly. Santa Claus is in there. Like, you're too fat. Oh my god! I remember after seeing that shit.
Fantastic.
We used to say to people, "I'm gonna put you in the Stay Home for the Ugly." That shit was funny. And then like the girl in the movie that the kid liked, he was just like, when he finds out that she like betrays the garbage pail kids and they're all gonna get smashed by the trash compactor, she's like, "You belong in the state home for the ugly." I heard that shit. I could stop laughing.
Stay home for the ugly. Ow.
But that was their solution. It was basically a concentration camp for ugly people, and their solution was to put you in the back of a trash compactor and smash you to pieces. Shit was fucking horrible. That's what they did.
I'll be dead in a second then.
What was it? Like, if you watch that movie, like literally, like you find out, like at the end of it, like, what about the other kids? What about the other garbage pail kids? Because there was more of them. The like 6 of them that they found were just the ones that managed to escape. The rest of them got rounded up and crushed, and they were just like, "Yep, that's what the stay home does."
Got the quick ad on the back.
Oh my god.
The 80s.
That is so funny. I'm trying my best not to just bust out laughing, just because the name "Stay Home for the Ugly" is the funniest shit I've heard in a long time. It's very funny. Like, a state agency that deals with ugly people. Oh, come on.
Hey, that's Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters.
All right, buddy.
Transformation. Yeah.
Yeah,
that is true.
reprint of the Superman book. I didn't know what year it was from, so thank you, Glenn. Appreciate you, buddy.
You're welcome, mate.
Those practical effects they had in Werewolf in London were pretty cool. I mean,
The special effects in that movie were groundbreaking. They were amazing.
Well, yeah, and you saw them do it again in the Thriller video. That's why people are like, "Oh, the Thriller video is so good." Why was it so good? Because they got the same people that
Rick Baker
to make the video.
A little tidbit of boring information, but The Howling was Rick Baker was going to do that because American Werewolf was taking so long, and then John Landis found out The Howling was coming out, so Rick Baker put his protege onto The Howling, and he done American Werewolf, and that's why they're very good.
If it isn't Mr. Comic Journey in the house, how you doing, Journey?
Hey, CJ.
I'm doing bloody well, my friend.
That's bloody good to hear, mate.
That's good.
You've really adopted the English slang. I really like that, Journey. You're really doing well.
CJ, I'm the blind wombat today, CJ, in honor of last night.
You heard that?
Yeah. I was cracking up.
Boundaries.
You fucking heard that?
That was great.
Are there wombats even in Britain?
There are now.
Yeah.
There's just one. There's the one. He could be a superhero. The blind wombat.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I think amongst you, I think I offended a lot of people last night inadvertently. I don't think I realized it, but I was.
I'll never get offended.
You offended people last night, CJ? Oh, I missed it. Jesus.
I believe so. I don't know. Like I streamed during other people's streams. They didn't like that.
Oh,
everyone,
yeah. Well,
everyone does that, don't they? I mean,
you're having a bit of a war with somebody, aren't you? Is that the deal there?
No, not really. I'm a one man of freaking army. I take on old wars coming forward. Okay. I don't wage wars.
All right. All right.
I'm not looking for any drama.
Perfect. Also,
I'm just doing my thing. I got bored yesterday. I decided to stream, and I just didn't look if there's anything else going on at the same time.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think we all do it by accident once in a while. I know most of us don't try to overstream other people.
Yeah.
It fucking
not
happens.
Enough. There's too many streamers, isn't there? Not enough time in the day.
Yeah.
So, how many streamers are on YouTube? Really 1 billion? It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard not to step on somebody.
Plus, I wanted to talk and be uncensored, and the only way I could do that is do it for my own channel. That's the other thing. I've been getting freaking banned left and right from people's channels, and fucking people like when I'm saying something, they drop me off of the panel and like make me disappear. Like they think that's funny. At least when I have control, at least I can do whatever I want. I only had a battle with the group.
I did see you get ousted from Circumstances. Was it this week? I saw that. You got the boot.
Did the algorithm ban you for that, or did Circum?
He will live to regret that. I will never let him live that down.
I love it. I dig it, man.
Anyone can do what they want on my channel. I don't give a shit.
No, I'm gonna freaking let him know. I got his number.
I just pulled out Marvel Team Up number 93, and I didn't realize how cool this fucking book was.
Which one is that? I think
Spider-Man versus the Werewolf.
Oh, the werewolf.
Were you gonna...
No, I don't.
Somebody talk about tacos earlier or something.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
Was somebody talking about tacos earlier or something like that?
I feel like somebody was talking food, and people got upset because K-pop got upset because she was hungry.
Yeah, I still haven't eaten anything.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. I want tacos.
I want tacos too, buddy.
Yeah, I would also like tacos.
The only thing
Yeah.
around here is the only thing around here is little Taco Bell. I don't know if I freaking want to go
Don't
that
do
route.
Taco Bell, bro. Don't do that. That's a
Definitely
mistake.
don't do Taco Bell.
That's a mistake.
So here's what you do. What's it called? You got your Detroit pizza. Trade somebody for some tacos. That's what you gotta do.
We also have equally yummy tacos. Mexican Town is literally right there.
If Taco Bell's that bad,
Hey,
why are they still in business?
I come bearing gifts. I have some wonderful Detroit pizzas. You have amazing tacos. Let's broker a deal.
Yeah.
I come
Detroit pizza is not real pizza.
It is real
no.
pizza. Shut your mouth. Yeah.
Not real pizza. It's like freaking meatloaf or something. It's not like freaking.
It's not meatloaf.
Lasagna.
It's not a casserole. It's not a meatloaf. It's actual pizza.
It's a meatloaf.
I haven't had meatloaf.
Oh my
in a
God.
while. I could use a meatloaf. That sounds good.
These freaking New Yorkers.
That
I like.
I never had
These freaking New Yorkers.
Technically, New York pizza isn't New York
If
pizza.
you want
either. It's
pizza,
not pizza either.
we'll go down. We'll go down to
Really.
John's for Bleeker, and we'll get some real pizza.
Yeah, because you don't want to come here. Pizza sucks around where I live. I'll tell you that. It's not very good.
Same.
You have Canadian bacon on your pizza.
They don't actually put that bacon on the pizza.
Why not?
That's square
That's
pizza.
actually something that would actually taste good.
It would.
That
taste
square
delicious,
pizza Katie
right?
had was
Put that on here. They put that on pizza here.
Yeah, they don't often use real Canadian bacon like the back bacon here. They just put regular bacon on it. But
Remember
it's
Tom
not that they
Green?
don't know how to make the dough. They don't have a good sauce. There's no real good pizza places where I live. I don't really like pizza. I think it's disgusting. Pizza Hut's okay, but it's not like I wouldn't call it a great pizza. I just have to like it.
Well, do they use real? Well, do they use real Niagara water?
Probably, which I wouldn't recommend. All that water comes over the river from Buffalo, doesn't it? Nobody wants that.
Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah, that could be the problem.
Buffalo water.
Buffalo wings.
That's they originated.
The reason people like buffalo wings is because somebody was too poor. They didn't have enough Frank's Red Hot, so they stretched it with butter.
Oh, fuck this. I'm starving. I'm going to stop. The first place I see, I'm going to stop and eat.
You definitely need some grub, bub.
That's how you end up at Applebee's. Don't do that shit. I hate Applebee's.
I'm not eating Applebee's. I don't want to wait. I have to be something quick because I want to eat it from the car.
Why is Taco Bell so bad? Is it because it's like cheap?
Go another 3 miles and get some crap. I mean, get to avoid Crapplebee's.
Taco Bell is so bad because they use F grade meat. It's fucking disgusting, bro.
Yeah,
it's like all fast food. It's garbage.
Yeah, all you have to do is just, I mean, really, if you have actual Mexican restaurants, or any sort of Spanish type cooking restaurants, like they should be able to provide you something better than that. Like, I mean, Taco Bell is just kind of, it is what it is. It's fast food. It's imitation. It's not real.
Yeah.
All
that franchise bullshit.
Yeah.
Like McDonald's.
I love McDonald's.
Yeah, like McDonald's.
I don't care. McDonald's is awesome.
He wants that.
That's fucking funny. Look. Look at what I just ran across from me, fucking Taco Bell.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
He almost went in.
What the hell?
You know what's disgusting and really like I tried to warn Murph and Sean when we were at friggin'
I don't like Burger King either.
I tried to warn them like, oh, we're gonna go to White Castle. I'm like, are you sure? It's like White Castle sucks. It's like you don't want
White Castle. White Castle is good 4 a.m. food.
White Castle is nasty. It's meat fruit roll up on a goddamn one. It's disgusting. It's so nasty. Like, oh,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Did you just say meat fruit roll up?
Yes, it's a consistency. You know, a fruit roll up is basically they take a flat, like rolled out like thin ass piece of meat or what they call meat, and then they cook it until it's brown, and then they give it to you. And I'm like, dude, this thing is like a piece of plastic. It's disgusting. So I was just like, yeah, you can't have that.
That is great. I am blasted out of my mind at 4 a.m. food.
I mean,
that you're like, oh, look at these little hamburgers. How many can I eat without barfing?
Yeah, when you don't know any better.
Blasted out of my mouth, out of my mind at 4 a.m. I'll fucking go to 7-Eleven and get a hamburger. That's just fucking disgusting. But I'll still eat them.
No. The 7-Eleven is the absolute last resort. You do not want to go to 7-Eleven.
I mean, it should be illegal to go to 7-Eleven to get food.
Like a good idea.
Like if you're not buying something that's there in a box that's like normally on the shelves, like something they're preparing for you, like a food. No, that should be illegal. Like no, you don't want that hot dog. That hot dog's been there since 1976. You don't want it.
You don't want a Tosquito that's been sitting here for 24 hours rolling on the fucking rollers.
You can tell how many hours it's been out there by the amount of wrinkles that are on that hot dog.
Oh, dude, the craziest thing
is
that,
like trees.
I had a coworker that, like at an old job I used to have, and she came in and she's like, oh, I got some pizza. Now the building that we used to work at, or the building that we worked in, was an apartment complex. We were concierge. The building that we worked at had a pizza shop attached to it. Nope, she went to 7-Eleven and got a piece of pizza from there. And she's like, oh, sorry, I've been waiting all day for this. I'm like, waiting all day for this? And then she's like, I was like, what'd you get? And she's like, oh, I got a slice of pizza from 7-Eleven. I was like, that pizza, I was like, I've been here 3 years. That piece of pizza's been sitting there for 3 years. Don't eat that. Go to La Befana. She's like, what? I was like, go to the pizza shop on the corner. They actually make the shit fresh. Do not eat that pizza. That pizza's going to rot your insides from, I was like, don't do that. I was like, honestly, it was the most sinister thing I've ever seen. I was like, why would you ever eat that? Ugh.
So, what's everybody got coming up this? Chris, you got anything coming up?
So me and Hudat, it sounded like from our last show, we're gonna be, I think, on Wednesday, depending on what the schedule looks like. We're gonna be doing a review of, or at least talking about the finale of the Ahsoka show.
Okay.
I put up a video today, so if you want to go to my channel and check that out, you can. And the hunt on Friday. That's what I have going on so far for this week.
Nice. Papa Wheelie, I haven't said hi to you. I just sort of let you in a little bit.
Damn.
So
He
rude.
literally had that, the whole time, didn't even acknowledge his ass.
Give me that finger.
Oh, Papa.
Give me that finger, baby. There it is. Thank you, Papa. I appreciate you. Who Dat Comics? Are you still there?
He's gone to get a Taco Bell.
He's probably with his family doing some family nonsense. He'll be hanging out with Chris, I'm sure. I think we're going to be doing a sale. Who Dat and I will be doing a sale pretty soon.
Yeah.
That should
soon.
Papa Wheelie, I know he does his show Saturdays. His stuff on Saturdays. He does, I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, Papa. Something on wheels. Hell on Wheels.
Hell on Wheels.
Meals.
Hell wheels.
Mastodon, you got anything coming up?
Yes. Let me grab my camera back on. Tonight at 9 o'clock, we're doing cover to cover, or we're talking about Sugar Hill Gang self-titled album, which features Rapper's Delight. And at the end of the show, we'll spin the wheel like usual, pick next album.
Okay, very cool, Mastodon. Very cool. I'm surprised that you're doing that. The last 2 review shows have been on weird rappers. I'm sort of shocked. You know, I know your taste in music doesn't go down that genre usually.
Yeah.
Well, you got to do the hippity hip hop. You don't stop. You know, you have to do that. You know,
Gotta.
nothing rocks like that.
And it's appropriate for the for 50 years of hip hop. So.
All right, I love it. Glenn, you got anything coming up?
I've got no plans, but Katie has got some stuff to open. So whenever Katie wants to do a show, we'll do that. But there's no rush. So whenever Katie's ready.
Okay. All right. So that sounds good. K-pop, what you got coming up today and tomorrow and this week?
So this tonight at 7, I have Sean Chen on. We're gonna get all into detail on his Kickstarter and some other awesome stuff. And then Friday, I have his good friend Bernard Chang on. We're gonna be talking about all their stuff. We may not be doing an art challenge on Friday. That was requested one of our mutual friends. So that'll be interesting. I might be doing something else during the week, and I'm definitely trying to get my Discord thingy hooked up so I can start doing the movie things this week. So I'll get that together.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. You just made Glenn gay. Like
I did. Yeah.
You transformed him just by saying that.
Yes.
That's not easy.
I'm also working on a project that I gotta get super duper into right the rest of the days that I need to finish for C3. So
right. We got a secret special project.
We do.
That's cool.
Just saying.
It's my portrait.
Yeah. Well, that's on the back burner. And Papa's got Tuesdays on Sands as well. So check out Papa on Sands Auction on Tuesdays. I like Sands Auction. It's all right. It's pretty good. Mr. Comic Journey, you got anything going on this week?
Well, I got a new show under current development with one of his panel members. We're going to be doing the Rummaging Blindly with a Wombat in Britain. And it's going to be a new successful hit. I think Glenn is going to become a superstar after that. You know,
I love it.
Blindly looking through his comics. Yeah. I think are you like you just forget about this whole backstage talk that we had? Like it's just like a big deal, man. It's a new show that we're doing.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Glenn, we know you're super popular and you're a rock star, but you got to lay off the drugs and do your job.
I am totally at a loss at the moment.
I'm also going to be on Between the Lines tomorrow, so that should be fun. It's going to be Team Insomnia. So
the theme is insomnia. Okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see some crazy shit get delivered. So let's see where everybody's mind goes.
I'm very curious to see what people drop when it comes to insomnia. That's very curious.
And that's about it. That's confirmed. Yeah.
That's cool. I missed Between the Lines last week. I don't think it was on, so it was a little weird. Monday without In Between the Lines is a little silly.
Yeah, it kind of went between the legs last week.
Yeah, it went between the lines, and I didn't like it. Myself, you can catch me here at church. Catch me on other people's shows. I get invited here and there. Other than that, just watch everybody, sub up to everybody, click that like button, all the shit that you should do. We appreciate it. Russell Wilson's killing it for me today in fantasy football, so thank you, Russell Wilson. Appreciate you. I think
is he still playing?
Yeah, he's doing really well this year. He's really killing it this year, to be honest.
Didn't he get really hurt?
He did, yeah. But he got a new coach that is it's a perfect coach for him. He's a quarterback's coach, so he's doing really well this year.
Well, good for him.
At least for fantasy football. I don't give a shit how well he does in real life, but for fantasy football, he does me pretty well. Whatchamacallit used to be like that. I used to get Matt Stafford all the time because he was very good in fantasy football. That guy was fucking money.
Is Wilson still part of the Beach Boys?
Yes, it is.
Cool.
All right.
That's the part of Wilson Phillips.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Straight from Canada, bro. From uncharted regions of the YouTubeverse comes a legend. The legend of Bleeker, reverend of the YouTube church. A mighty member, subbed by good, feared by haters. As Bleeker's legend grew, peace settled across the YouTube stream. In Bleeker's church, a YouTube alliance was formed. Together with the Hunt and Insomniacs, they maintained grails throughout the Collectorverse until a new, horrible collector threatened the community. Bleeker was needed once more. This is the shout-out of the Freaky Force for the comic community. Specially written by Freaky Louie to shout out